Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. It is currently 9:06 p.m. and today's date is the 21st of October 2024. How are you doing? Good evening one more time. Okay, we are back. We are back with another live show. And how are you doing? How are you doing? How was your day? Did you go to work? Did you send some emails? Did you do some invoices? Did you whatever you did today to, further your business, to further your family, to do, what you do every day to make a living? God bless you. God bless everybody out there. Um, yes, we are back. The title of today's live show is Live Show with Genesis. Okay. Andrea, you are the first to tune in. God bless you, Andrea. Welcome to the live show. I hope you are doing wonderful. How have you been? How is the family? How is the family? And of course, your hard working husband for sure. You always say that on the live show. So sending love to you and your family, Andrea. And how is California? Okay. How is California? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for another live show. We're back for another live show. And of course, you know that the day is getting closer. It is getting closer. November 5 is getting closer. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Have you started turning in your votes? Have you voted or are you waiting for November 5 or what is the deal? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat, okay? You have to be proactive. You have to be a part of the process. That's why we do the live show. Okay, we do this live show so you can, sort of kind of make up your mind and go do your duties. Okay, go do your duty. All right. Thank you for tuning in to the live show one more time. And of course, you know what time it is. We're about to jump into the live show. Uh, yeah, I'm going everywhere right now. Be patient with me, okay? Be patient. All right. The legendary, the 45th, and some people say he might also be the 47th. He was in Georgia today to give a remark on the recovery effort on Hurricane Helen. Let's hear what he has to say. All right, let's get it.
Being here, that's quite a scene. Driving up, you see that kind of destruction. Actually incredible. To see that is incredible. It's the power of nature. Nothing you can do about it, but you got to get a little bit better crew in to do a better job than has been done by the White House. It's been not good.
My mic was off. Okay. As you see up there, it's Asheville, North Carolina, not Georgia. Asheville, North Carolina, all right?
Not good. I'm here today in Western North Carolina to express a simple message to the incredible people of the state. I'm with you, and the American people are with you all the way. We're going to continue to be with you. We'll see what happens with the election. And on January 20th, you're going to have, I think, a new crew coming in to do it properly and help you in a proper manner. To every family that lost loved one or a loved one, this terrible storm, we ask God to give you strength and comfort and peace. You will have comfort and peace. It's been a terrible ordeal, and this area was hit about as hard as anybody's ever seen. To all those homes, and your homes have been destroyed. Many of you are rebuilding, and many of you are going to just start all over again. And the communities were ravaged and destroyed. We're praying for you, and we will not forget about you. We will never forget about you. We're going to be working with you for a long time to come to get it back together. When I'm president, I will stand with you until the communities are fully rebuilt. Every single inch of every property will be fully rebuilt, greater and more beautiful than it was before. You're going to have better. What happened to this neighborhood and the communities all across North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Virginia, Tennessee was an act of absolute devastation. Helene's vicious floodwaters tore wives from the arms of their husbands, mudslides buried entire families. Grandparents died alongside their grandchildren. Homes, towns, farms, roads, bridges, schools throughout the region, they now lie in ruin. So beautiful an area, so beautiful it was. But it'll be more beautiful. But you can never forget the death. The death. All of America shares your sorrow and your grief. Over the past few weeks, this region has seen an extraordinary hardship. But in the midst of such terrible tragedy, we have also seen the extraordinary love that binds us together as Americans. And it does indeed. I want to thank our great first responders. They've never let us down. This was a tough one, but they never let us down. And the emergency personnel who leapt into action with such great heroism, including the incredible firefighter and his nephew who lost their lives trying to save their neighbors. A lot of heroes really developed with this. They'll be talked about for a long time to come. They will not be forgotten. Thanks also to the many wonderful charities and service organizations that have become so familiar to so many. The burden of the response has been incredible. In the wake of this horrible storm, many Americans in this region felt helpless and abandoned and left behind by their government. And yet in North Carolina's hour of desperation, the American people answered the call, much more so than your federal government, unfortunately. Citizens poured into Western North Carolina from all over the country, bringing food, water, fuel, medical aid, even helicopters, and their own rescue standards started, and they started at a very high level. Credible what they've done. Having no experience, they learned very quickly, but they've helped so much. Nothing is more inspiring than to see the American spirit triumph over adversity with the most selfless acts of generosity and love. One of the patrons who stepped forward to help was Adam Smith, a former Green Beret. Adam transformed the parking lot of a Harley-Davidson dealership into a makeshift airbase to help distribute supplies. Did an incredible job. Adam, what an amazing act of citizenship and service. And I think Adam might be here. Where's Adam? Adam, come on up here. Say a few words, Adam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job. I've seen him on television quite a bit. What a job you've done. Thank you.
Can I give you something before
Yes, thank you.
This little token from the
That's
guys.
beautiful. Thank you very much.
That's been with us since the third day. That's for you. And this is the moniker they've given us.
Thank you very much. I'm going to
Thank
say
you, Mr.
that.
President. I appreciate
Thank you. Please.
I just want to say thank you for coming. Thank you for everybody here. The biggest fear that Western North Carolina is sitting on right now, at least from the communities we've talked to, is being forgotten. And to have you here and have an opportunity to have this conversation at a national level will keep Western North Carolina on the map and not leave the communities holding the bag on the back end of this. So we're very grateful that you've shown up, and we're very grateful that you've taken the time. We're also appreciative in the timeline that you did it. Gave us space to operate and function and gave us space to provide relief where it needed to go. And we're very grateful for that, Mr. President.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you very much, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. We're also joined by Brian Burpo, owner of Diamondback 4x4, where we are today. And Brian, you have a very interesting story to tell. Do you mind telling it?
No, not at all. Thank you. So I got a phone call from my general manager, and he said, well, the building's underwater. And I couldn't believe it because the river is so far away from us, and I thought he was just playing a joke or whatever else. But we finally made our way to the building, And I couldn't believe what I saw when I got off the Swannanoa exit. We lost bridges, we've lost businesses, we lost homes, we've lost people. The devastation here is just not anything I would have ever imagined. So I thank all of the first responders, all of the nonprofit organizations that have come to our aid to help with the machinery and the people, the hands, the boots on deck. It's amazing. I am overwhelmed by generosity. And even with everything that's going on in our country today, for the past 3 weeks, that was put to the side. And everybody joined together and lent a hand. Some people couldn't be here, so they sent their contributions with somebody else, and they indirectly helped. We need those people still. We need that support. We're good on water, though. We got plenty of water, so we're good on water. But we have pallets of water laying around if anybody needs water. But we are very humbled and honored that that you guys keep us in your minds and in your prayers. We're going to need that for quite some time. So, as there are still families that are displaced from each other, pray for peace for those folks, some peace of mind. Mr. President, I can't thank you enough for coming out. I've had in the back of my mind, I even made a comment to somebody. Trump would just show up. Trump would just show up. We need it. We need that shot of hope in the arm. We need that. We need to know we're going to be okay and not forgotten.
You won't be.
Thank you.
You won't be.
Thank you.
Get it done together. Thank you very much. Great job. And Mike Stewart, the owner of Pineview Buildings, is here. Mike? Mike, please.
Yeah, we had a business right across the street, like with the Swannanoa River flowing on the backside of it, and we lost everything. We had 70 plus buildings. We drove here 2 days later, and there wasn't one building that was ours, but there were houses and trailers and tankers and all sorts of things that were strewn across our property. And we lost a business, but there are a lot of people who lost everything, including loved ones. And I believe that you can serve as a great inspiration to this community right now. And the reason being is I think God's given you an indomitable spirit. And no matter what gets thrown at you, you find a way to press through. And I think that'll serve as an inspiration to this community to press on and move forward. I can't think of anything I'd rather have than a warrior leading our country, a warrior who, with the help of God and with faith and prayer, will lead this community, these communities, and this country to greatness. So thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Come here. I never heard anything. That was from the heart. No speechwriter could write that.
Thank you.
Right?
If you don't mind, just because my heart's
Yes.
about to beat, do you mind if I pray for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, and all those that are prayers, would you join with me in this prayer? Father, I thank you for this man that you have raised up in this moment, in this season, for your purposes. And I pray that you would anoint him, that things aren't done just by might or by power, but by your spirit. So I ask that you would anoint President Donald Trump and give him a spirit of wisdom and understanding and insight as he moves to lead this nation back to greatness. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Bless you.
Wow.
Bless you.
Wow, that's something you don't hear that often. It's incredible. And I appreciate that from both and from everybody. That's really nice. I would like to thank some of the people that have come. Senator Ted Budd, who's been so fantastic, a great senator, and become a very popular senator, highly respected in Washington, D.C. and he's here, and I'd like him just to say a couple of words. Ted, if you don't mind, please come on up.
Mike, I want to thank you for your prayers for the president and for this region, because people who first looked at this and they said this might be days or weeks, but this is going to take months and years. And Mr. President, I'm grateful for you coming here. And I want you all to know, as the president and I spoke with his team, he was like, when can we come to North Carolina? I said, soon, Mr. President. But there's a lot of work to be done. And nobody understands that like a builder, how to build, or in this case, how to rebuild something. So, Mr. President, I appreciate you coming here, your heart for the people, your love for them. And it's going to take a lot of work for Western North Carolina. And I don't think anybody that's running for office understands it as well as you do. So thank you for coming, for your understanding, for your love for this country, and we look forward to making what's a great area greater once again. God bless you.
Thank you. Great job. Interestingly, I came actually right after the storm. I'd like you to know that. And I came to North Carolina, but this was so rough, so bad, we couldn't come in. Didn't want to come in, actually, because I wanted you to do what you had to do. I didn't want to be in anybody's way, but we were in North Carolina immediately, right on first one. And I said, you got to let him just work for a little while. And believe it or not, a lot of progress has been made. You look at how it is, hard to believe, but a lot of progress has been made. So it was an honor to be here very early. Thank you very much. Also, along with the senator, who really has been doing fantastically well. I'm proud of him. Representatives Chuck Edwards and Virginia Fox. Okay, where's Chuck?
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks so much for taking the time to come to Western North Carolina. We've seen other folks do a flyover. It is so heartening to see you here with some dust on your shoes, actually seeing what's taking place. It means so much to the folks here whose lives have been turned upside down, whose homes have been destroyed, whose lost loved ones, whose businesses have been destroyed. We're so incredibly honored that you're going to help keep the emphasis on us rebuilding this beautiful community. For those of you who did not get to see it, I offered, because, you know, I also own McDonald's restaurants. I know that you perfected your skills behind the counter a day or so ago, and it was my honor to present President Trump with the French fry certification pin. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
That's really nice.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job. Well, thank you very much. Tim Moore is here, your very special House Speaker, and he's been a great friend of mine for a long time. And thank you very much for where are you, Tim?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Come on, say a couple of words.
Thank you. Well, I'll just say, as the Speaker of the State House, I've not gotten a single call from the White House, but this man and his team have been in touch with us from day one. And, Mr. President, I appreciate that, and looking forward to seeing you back in the White House. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Great job. And Shane Hilliard, your wonderful sheriff. Appreciate it, huh? Great job. You've been busy, I guess, a little bit, huh? A little bit busier than you're supposed to be. Thank you, Sheriff. And a friend of ours, Linda McMahon, who's been incredible. She was in charge of the small business group in Washington, and it was actually a big business, and she did incredibly. They told me the other day you were the best there ever was at that, and we appreciate it very much. Great job. Thank you very much, Linda. I also want to thank everyone who supported the GoFundMe. We set it up right after the storm left, almost immediately, and I authorized a lot of people to help, and those affected by Hurricane Helene were badly affected, and nothing can really make amends for what happened, especially when it came to the death. The property you're going to end up having bigger and better and nicer and everything, but the death was horrendous. And to date, we raised $8 million, of which $7 million has been distributed to the various charities that are helping you, and the rest is going to go. And if you people have some recommendations, I'd like to have them. We help Franklin Graham. He's done such a great job. And some of the others that have done a great job. And if you have recommendations, I'd like to have them, because we have more coming and we have more already in the till. So we raised $8 million, which is great. That's contributions from a lot of great people, okay? But give us those recommendations if you would. I'd like to take them and do it the way you'd like to do, right? Thank you very much. We've distributed these funds directly to the organizations already. And there's going to be a lot of additional funds coming, I believe. Today, I'm promising the people of this state that when I'm president, if I'm president, I feel better saying that, because you never want to take something like that for granted. I feel actually a little bit better. They always say, oh, please, don't say that, sir. Say when. We have to vote, and they have to get out and vote. And we can't have 4 more years of what we've just had. That I can tell you. But I will support and totally complete the rebuilding of every region and town and city that was devastated by the hurricane, and I will slash through every bureaucratic barrier that you're having already and having problems with right now, I understand pretty badly, to help you get back on your feet. And I will personally recruit businesses from all over the world to help restore the prosperity to the region. They'll be moving in. There are going to be a lot of businesses are going to be moving back to our country through the proper use of taxation, incentives, and tariffs, one of the most beautiful words that nobody understands, or very few people understand. He understands it. But we're going to be using tariffs and good, proper taxation, and very importantly, incentives. And we're going to have a lot of people moving back to your state and this region, but your state. They're going to be very interested in North Carolina. We'll stop throwing our money overseas, and we're going to let our country benefit. We're going to put America first. It's time we put America first. We've been helping countries for 50 years. We've been helping them for 50 years, never stops. And when we need help from them, they're not there. So that's the way it is. But it's vital that we not let this hurricane that has taken so much also take your voice. You must get out and vote. The polls are open for early voting every day between now and November 2nd. And, you know, the thing that amazes me most is areas such as this and others where it's so hard to vote. People have lost their homes. They've sometimes lost members of their family. Do you know they've set a record in voting? Can you believe it? I mean, last year, everything was beautiful, perfect, no problem. They beat last year. They beat every record, and presidential records too. Your voting records have all been beaten, and people, I don't know, I don't even know where they're living. Their house is gone, and they were standing in line ready to vote. So you have amazing people here, Michael, really amazing. One of them is Michael Whatley. He was the head of your Republican Party. He was so good and did such a great job. We won the state twice. But he did such a great job. I said, that's the guy I want, because he was very much into stopping the steal. We don't want the steal. We want a fair election, an honest election. And you got it here. He actually hired 603 lawyers. Can you imagine that? And I said, who's that guy? That's the guy I want. And now he heads the whole party, the whole shebang. And now I can blame him if something happens. And I'll say, well, I made a mistake. I'll send him back. But I don't think that's going to happen based on what we're hearing from early returns, which are really phenomenal. The early returns are phenomenal. If you had to relocate because of the storm, you do not have to return to your home county. You can request a ballot for your temporary housing location, but you need to make sure you do it today. Today's your last day. So get out and get that done and vote. But so far, you've really been, I don't have to talk to anybody. They're literally setting records with this kind of devastation. I think it's an amazing tribute. That's an amazing tribute that something like that could happen. So to everyone here in North Carolina, we love you. Together we'll pull it through. We bless you, and God bless you, and God bless America. We're gonna make our nation stronger and better, more beautiful, and a more joyful, to use a phrase from somebody else that doesn't really believe it, but we're going to make it a more joyful place. We're going to do things that nobody thought were possible. We're going to have We're going to have our country back. We're going to grab our country. We're going to take it back. We're a nation in decline. We're not going to be a nation in decline for much longer, that I can tell you. And we're going to make America great again. Very simple. It's a very simple slogan. It's the greatest movement in the history of our country. We're going to make America great again. I'd like to ask, if I might, Michael Watley to come up and say a few words. He's been working about 29 hours a day, I would say, on average, right? He's been working very hard. And please come up and say a few words, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as a son of Western North Carolina, I was in Watauga County with Samaritan's Purse recently and got a chance to see the devastation that all of these communities have hit. I think it is tremendously important that you are here. I think that you and your focus on making sure that Western North Carolina is not going to be forgotten is absolutely critical. I am so thankful for the thousands upon thousands of volunteers that have come into Western North Carolina to help these families, to help every family here in Western North Carolina. You cannot put words on what a value it is. And the fact that this is a strong community, this is a community of faith, and this is a community of family. And North Carolina, Western North Carolina is absolutely going to be back. They are going to be stronger than ever. And with your leadership, we will make sure that this part of the state, that this part of the country is never forgotten and will be back again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Linda, would you say a few words? Linda McMahon.
Thank you very much. And I'm also a North Carolinian, but I'm from the eastern part of the state. I grew up in New Bern. So we were used to the storms down there. But for this storm to come up, the trajectory that it did into this area was nothing short of just astounding that happened, and I'm so sorry. You know, I had the privilege of a lifetime of serving at the SBA administrator under President Trump, and I can tell you that SBA would have been on the ground with FEMA in this area, working to get people back in their businesses, getting their home loans processed, because we'd want the economy to get back on track. So hopefully you're going to have that service. If you don't have it now, you will. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Do you have any questions, please? Please.
We've heard from several of your Republican colleagues, including Senator Tom Tillis, asking for Congress to reconvene so that more federal funding can be brought to Western North Carolina. Do you expect to ask your colleagues to return to Congress?
Well, I would be in favor of it. Yeah, this is a very unusual situation, and I would be in favor of it. Now, you know, in theory, they're supposed to have it, but they spent a lot of money on bringing illegal migrants, people that came into our country illegally, and taking them in, and all of the money they've spent, numbers that nobody can even believe. So they don't have any money for the people that live here that got hit by one of the worst storms, possibly the worst storm ever, but one of the worst storms in the history of our country. And it's a shame, because they should have the money. They spent money that I don't believe they're supposed to be spending for that, as you know. So I think it's a disgrace what happened with FEMA, what's happened with their rescue effort. Their rescue effort was almost non-existent. And by the way, I want to thank a man who was really incredible. When I came here, close to here, but not, I couldn't come here because it was not the appropriate thing, as I told you. But I got to know a couple of people from North Carolina, officials that were terrific, doing a very good job, very much involved. And they said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, I happen to know the gentleman. What's your problem? Do you think you could get Starlink? I said, what is Starlink? Explain to me. That was communication. Because as you know, your communication, I see the poles all ripped down all over. You had almost no communication here. And I said, so what do you need? He said, we need Starlink and we can't get it. There's nobody that knows anything about how to get it. So I called Elon, and literally, actually, strange, before I hung up, they called that man that I spoke to. I said, Elon, I just asked you, and we're still on the phone. How'd you do that? So he did, I don't think he wanted to tell me, but it was pretty amazing. And he got it here really in record time. There were some delays that shouldn't have happened on behalf of the federal government, but that was straightened out. But he had Starlink here. And your communications went from non-existent to probably almost better than what it was before. And so I want to thank Elon Musk for having done a great job. He took care of a very important need. Probably saved a lot of lives, because this was really an emergency, and you had it here like almost instantly. It's very hard to get too. It's been pretty popular and very hard to get. Thank you.
Mr. President, clearly a lot of people here are looking to you to save them and bring them relief, and what better way than to win the White House in 2 weeks?
Right.
I know that you're happy with early results. Are you satisfied with everything this state is doing the election boards to help these people get to the ballot box? Are you satisfied with it?
Well, I'm not hearing the good things about the governor here like I'm hearing about the governor in Georgia, as an example. I'm hearing the governor in Georgia has done a very good job, and I don't really know the governor here, but I'm not hearing that he's done a very good job. So that's the only thing I can say. And certainly you have all heard the same stories that we all hear, that FEMA has done a very poor job. Our FEMA, when we had a problem, we did record rescues, and the job that FEMA did under the Trump administration was really incredible. But they had spent, in all fairness to FEMA, they had spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing other things that I don't think bear any relationship to this money. They were not supposed to be spending the money on taking in illegal migrants, maybe so they could vote in the election, because that's a lot of people are saying that's why they're doing it. I don't know. I hope that's not why they're doing it. So they really didn't have any money. They don't have very much money. And now they're saying, can we have a special vote? Let's have a special session. I'm in favor of that, but somebody has to get back to why did they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on something that they were not supposed to be spending it on, okay?
Are you worried that some people here won't be able to vote?
Look, voting is the least of it right now. They got to vote. They want to vote because it's very important, but they have to survive. That's why I can't believe the early voting. I mean, the early voting is records. I can't, when they told me that, I was shocked. I got a call from Michael Watley. He said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but they're setting records in North Carolina voting." And it's just that they're great people. I mean, they lost their house and they're standing outside voting. So obviously we want them to vote, but we want them to live and survive and be happy and healthy, because this is really a tragedy. It's really something. Yeah.
Mr. President,
to that point, is there any concern or specific reasoning that you have to believe at this point in time, 3 weeks in, that the results of the election in North Carolina will not be credible or legitimate because of the storms after?
No, I think in a way it's the opposite. I mean, we're so impressed, and I think they have a pretty good system here. And Michael Watley was responsible to a certain extent, and the new people that took Michael's place, I think, I have not heard any complaints about that. I mean, the amazing thing is they've come from nobody even knows. Everybody knows them, and it was like they have no home. They stayed in the woods, and I heard cases where they're staying in the woods because they wanted to vote, and then they voted, and then they went wherever they went, and they're going to come back hopefully and rebuild, and hopefully I'll be the one that helps them rebuild, and we'll help them. But no, these are incredible people, incredible spirit and heart. Very few people, I mean, who would do that? It's a great state, really great state.
Maybe helped you politically?
I don't know if it helped. I don't even like to think about it that. I mean, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. But the fact that they'd come out and vote in record numbers is pretty amazing to me.
Mr. President,
yes.
If you could speak directly to those voters who lost everything and then went to the polls and voted, what would you say?
Well, the first thing I'd say is, we love you, because that's really something special, really. For them to do that, I was surprised. I figured we'd have 50%, 30% of the vote. We had record votes compared to the last elections, last presidential elections even. But compared to any election, and you're reporting on it also. I think you were probably surprised like I was. But I would just say you're special people. These are special people. These are people with heart. These are people that love your state. They love our country. Very special people. I would have been, I mean, honestly, I would have been happy if we had 50%. How can it be possible? And these tend to be Trump areas. I mean, not to get too political, but they tend to be very Trump areas. And that the people would come out like that, I think it's a great sign. It's a great sign.
Devastation compared to what you've seen previously.
Well, I've seen some pretty bad devastation. I've seen the tornado devastations, and they're pretty incredible. This is much more spread out, but you would see a line like it was cut by a razor blade of a tornado that went through an area, and it was literally a foot left, it was perfect, and a foot right, it was down to dirt, big trees ripped out and thrown, miles away, the power of the tornado. So I've seen that, but that was a much narrower thing, but you certainly didn't want to be in the way of it. I've seen trailer parks where they were there and very nice, and they were literally, there wasn't a thing left. The pipes were ripped out of the ground. So I've seen some pretty bad ones. I've seen some really bad ones, yeah.
Mr. President, what is your message to the undecided voters here that you've seen here?
1 second, please.
The devastation that you've seen here in Florida, does it incline you in any way toward drastic acts of climate change?
Well, climate change, we want, as I say, we want crystal clear, beautiful water, and we want clean air. And we had that during the Trump administration, but we also had the best job numbers in the history of our country. We weren't losing jobs. We want, in terms of climate change, because when you look at the rest of the world and you look at China and you look at the fact that they spent no money on climate change. I mean, John Kerry goes over and he speaks to President Xi, and they yes him, and then laugh at him as he leaves, and they do what they're doing. We spend a lot of money in this country. We have to. It's a double entendre. But you know what? I'll tell you what. We had the cleanest air on record, and we had the cleanest water on record, and that's very important. And we also had the best economy in the history of our country. So we had everything going well. And so I'm very much into that, but I really focus on the water and the air. Very important. Yes, ma'am, please. Independent voters? Oh, undecided? Well, it's hard to believe you have undecided voters. I do hear about them, but you possibly do. But I think, look, if you believe in what's happening with the polls, if you believe in what's happened, they have a new phenomenon now, we'll call them the betting polls. I don't know if people are gambling on them. I can't imagine that's a proper thing to do, but perhaps they are. But one of them just came out, I guess the big one, we're 63 to 33, something like that. That's a pretty big margin. I don't know if they know what they're doing. I have no idea who they are, but it's a very big poll. They quote it all the time on television. And we're at 63, and they're in the 30s, meaning they, meaning her. But I don't think she's qualified to be running. I really don't. And I think she is a threat to democracy, our democracy, the way they took it away from Biden. And I'm not a fan of Biden, but remember this, he got 14 million votes. She got no votes, and she was, in fact, the first one to quit out of 22 people. And she's running. So, you would call that probably a threat to democracy. But we seem to be doing very well in the polls. Thank you. Yeah, please. Yes. Well, I've gone 52 days without a day off, which all of these people would respect, but they do it the same because they're just like, we're called workers, right? We're workers. For better or worse, we're workers. I don't know if it's the best thing. We didn't have to be. A lot of them didn't have to be. I didn't have to be. I could have been on a beautiful beach, but I'd much rather be right here with you because we're going to turn the country around. Beyond the area, we're going to turn the whole country around. Look, my message is that I've been going full blast. Yesterday, you saw that. We had early in the morning till late in the evening. We left the football game. We went to a McDonald's yesterday. That was quite a stop. That was quite a stop, though. We had thousands and thousands. They had 25,000 people around circling the building. I wouldn't say that Secret Service was thrilled, but that's the way it is. It was a love fest, though. It was incredible. And it did take off. It took off. And then we did 2 more stops. We did a town hall, big town hall, with Sage and some people, and it was very successful. But no, the McDonald's stop was very unique. There's no question about that. They really, They really, I'm sure McDonald's liked it, but it just took off. You know, you never know about life, and you never know what's good, what's bad. You do something, it's going to be great, it's okay. And you do something that's supposed to be okay. This was supposed to be a routine stop, and it turned into a monster. But it was a beautiful monster. There was a lot of love. I'll be doing the same thing. I'm going to be campaigning. I have no days off, so I'll be going into the 60s or 70s in terms of no days off. I don't want a day off. We have to win. We have to win. We have to save our country, and we have to just make America great again. That's the message, and it's a simple message, and everybody behind me believes in it just as strongly as I do. I know every one of these people, either through who they are or what they do. I know every one of them. They're hardworking people, they're great people, and they love our country and the state. Okay, maybe one or two more. Yes, please, please. I can't hear you. You have to speak louder.
Okay, yeah. Federal officials have said that there were already plans to send Starlinks before you spoke with Elon Musk.
There were already plans to get Starlink. Well, they didn't get it because all I know is a top official who was working, who happens to be a Republican, was very concerned that they didn't have any communication and they weren't able to get Starlink. And I called Elon, who endorsed me, who gave me one of the most beautiful endorsements of anybody, frankly. And he was, he's celebrating the launch and the landing of the most incredible landing of a rocket that I've ever seen. I called him up. I said, "Is that your rocket?" "Yep." I said, "Can Russia do that?" "Nope. And they won't be able to for a lot of years." And I said, "What about China?" "Nope, they can't do it." "What about the USA outside of you?" "No, they can't do it either." No, he's a unique character, I'll tell you. He's great. He's great. A lot of spirit, and he's certainly a brilliant guy. And we're lucky. But in this case, the Starlink, I've learned a lot about it. It's incredible. You don't need the wires. You don't need digging. You don't need anything. It goes right up to a satellite and comes right back down. And he did a fantastic job. I don't know, maybe they were trying, but certainly he didn't know about it. Nobody knew about it. And, obviously they weren't able to get it.
President Trump, an armed gunman was arrested, charged with making threats against FEMA workers 2 Saturdays ago. FEMA had a safety stand down because of continued credible threats. Is it helping the recovery effort in North Carolina to keep making these claims that FEMA's not doing their job?
Well, I think you have to let people know how they're doing. If they were doing a great job, I think we should say that too, because I think they should be rewarded. But if they're not doing, does that mean that if they're doing a poor job, we're supposed to not say it? These people are entitled to say it. And these are honest people behind us. If FEMA were doing well, they would be saying they did a good job. They're not, for the most part, political people. For the most part, they're not political people. But you've obviously seen nothing but, very bad statements coming out about the job that FEMA and this administration has done, having to do with this area, North Carolina as a whole. And by the way, other states also, they're also complaining. But look, a lot of the money is gone. They don't have any money. They have to have a meeting in Washington, a special meeting in Washington to get money. It's all gone. They've spent it on illegal migrants. Many of them are murderers. Many of them are drug dealers. Many of them come out of mental institutions and insane asylums. And many of them are terrorists. And they spent money to bring these people into our country, and they don't have money to take care of the people from North Carolina and other states. So, I think you have to be able to speak. Does that mean let's not talk about it? Because by doing that, they'll do a better job the next time. It's very important. Yeah, one more question.
Mr. President, since Chairman Watley is here, have you, 2 weeks out from the election, have either of you seen any incidents of cheating that leads you to believe that this election will not be fair?
Well, I haven't. Unfortunately, I know the other side, and they are not good. But I have not seen. Michael, have you seen anything that looks suspicious? We're very early in the process. But.
Yeah, we're very early in the process, and we're tracking across all 50 states right now to make sure that the systems that we want to have in place are in place, and we're very happy with the initial results.
How likely are you to win North Carolina in your country?
Let me ask you, do you think I'll win North Carolina?
You'll win. You'll win.
I think so. I think we're going to do good, and we have Lara. So, Lara is a fantastic person, an unbelievably smart person, works with Michael and everybody else, knows everybody here, and she loves this state. they named their daughter Carolina. So that's a pretty good, that's off to, but she's fantastic. So Laura's here, and she's here in the state right now working in another part of the state. But she loves this place, and she's got a big voice. She's got a big voice, a very smart person, very good person. I want to thank everybody. We're going to another section, as you know, of North Carolina. We're going to do 2 more. And so maybe we'll see you then. But I want to just thank all of the people behind me. They want to get back to.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. We just heard the 45th President of the United States. It was in Asheville, North Carolina. And, of course, talking about the Hurricane Helen recovery. And some people say he might also be the 47th. What do you think? What do you think? Let me know. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up and subscribe to the channel. All right. Also, the legendary 45th former President Donald Trump also speaks at the Faith Leaders meeting in Concord, North Carolina. So we're going to watch that right now. And of course, this man has been working nonstop, and somebody wanna dare say he isn't like strong. What do you mean? This man has been working back to back, taking interviews, doing rallies, doing campaign. Also was in McDonald's yesterday, and they want to say he ain't strong. Man, we ain't buying that.
Very much. You know, over the years, I've had and heard that song sung by others, and honestly, it's not the same. This man just sings it in a way that nobody else can sing that particular song, and it's become so popular, like in some circles, the most popular song of its kind. And I just want to thank Lee. He's been with us from the beginning. Really talented, unique guy, and a good person with a great family. So thank you very much, Lee. We appreciate it very much. And a very special hello to North Carolina. We love North Carolina. I don't know if my boy told you, but Laura and Eric have 2 beautiful children. One of them happens to be named Carolina. So that's pretty good. That means you like the place pretty much, huh? So it's great. But it's also great to be back in this incredible state with so many proud American patriots who believe in faith and family, God and country. Thank you very much. We need more of that in this nation, don't we? We need more of that. It'd be a much different place right now, because right now it's not doing well. Right now we're a failing nation, but we will soon be a great nation again. Earlier today, I visited western North Carolina and witnessed the terrible devastation from Hurricane Helene. I was actually here about a week and a half ago, right after, but I didn't want to come into certain sections because I wanted to let them do their job. And our federal government, as you know, and FEMA's really let them down, especially in North Carolina. It's a shame. They spent a lot of money on having illegal people come into our country, migrants, you've heard about it, and there wasn't a lot of money for the people of North Carolina or a lot of the people from a lot of other states that were also devastated by that monster. That was a monster storm. But so many people have come together and done an incredible job, so many, including Franklin Graham, who's been amazing. To every family who has lost a loved one or a home, our hearts are with you, and we're praying for you. I mean, the homes are bad, but family members are really bad. That's a tough one. It's something you can never really, you can't shake that. But all I can do is say we love you and we're with you 100%. And on January 20th, if we win this election, I always like to say I always like to say if, and people say, oh, please say when, but. You know, we have to understand that bad things can happen, but we're not going to let it happen. We're never going to let it happen again. We're doing really well. We're leading. I know nobody in this room gambles, but some of the gambling polls are really in there, like 65 to 35 or something like that. I served one. But nobody here gambles. Does anybody in this room? No. No. Great Christians don't gamble, do they? Oh, no. So we're doing really well. I would say beyond our wildest expectations. And that's not only in polls. More particularly, it's in the votes that are being cast. They're coming in at levels that we've never seen. One of the things that's amazing is North Carolina. So it was devastated, and yet areas that were the worst areas. We just left one, as you know, and I met some of the greatest people. But they just set a record for votes cast thus far, and their homes are gone. I mean, it's an amazing thing. I figured maybe you'd get 50%, and they call it Trump country, and I'm very honored by that. But these are Trump people, and just think of that. Their homes are gone. They've gone through such hell, and it's as big a water, that's as big a water storm, they say, as we've ever seen in this country. And they just set a record. They compared it to the two elections previous, and we have a substantial number more. Can you imagine that? I mean, those are great people. Thank you very much. I want to thank a very special man, Ben Carson, Dr. Ben Carson, for organizing this event. And of course, Candy, because without Candy, I don't know if Ben would be the same. I don't think so, actually. It's a special couple. But can I tell him the one quick little story where you told me a couple of times, but, Ben was very tough to beat, actually. He was getting up, and other people were falling in the wrong direction because he was in a primary with me, the original primary. And one day in a church, it was a Sunday morning, and he was doing well, really well. And in a church, he came over to him and he said, "You know you're going to win, don't you?" And I said, "What's this all about?" Because he's a tough competitor. I said, "What is this all about?" He said, "God has picked you to win." Can you believe that? Right? And you have no idea. He was so tough for him to say that. I said, this is really something. And he really was. He's something. People love him. And they loved him then, and they even love him more now. And he went to HUD, which is I must say, it's always mired in scandal. People, you're giving out a lot of money, and there's a lot of bad things happen when you're giving out all that money. And Ben went 4 years, perfection. I don't know, has it ever happened before? Has it ever happened before? I wasn't surprised, but a lot of people were surprised. Anytime you get through that one for 4 years, you have to be one honest gentleman. But he ran it really great, and he's a special man, and he's done a special job today, and it's my honor to be here. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ben and Candy, very much. Appreciate it. That's some story, though, isn't it, Ben, huh, Candy? I love that story. I'd also like to thank somebody that's done unbelievable things, and especially in very hard times. I've seemed to, when I was president, and I would go to a lot of the sites, the tornadoes are vicious. They ask which are the worst, are the tornadoes, the hurricanes, the tsunamis? And I have a friend, that's what he does, he studies this. I said, so what's the worst? He actually said tsunami. The ocean just lifts up and a lot of bad things happen, in terms of the level, but they're all bad in their own way. But I've been with Franklin Graham through a lot of them, and we're very happy to have helped him out during the course of most of them, and maybe in particular this one. This was so sad to see, such a great part of our country, and so devastating. When you looked at the size of that storm, that hurricane, it covered the whole state of Florida practically. Normally you see a little trough through it or hitting one area, but you'd look at the map and you look at the whole state of Florida was covered in one form or another. And Franklin Graham just is a special person with a great family, and his father wasn't too bad either, right? My father used to take me like to Yankee Stadium. He loved Billy Graham, and he would take me as a young guy. He'd take me to Yankee Stadium, and he thought Billy Graham was great. And I'll tell you what, Billy Graham's looking down, and he's very proud of his son and his family. I can tell you that without doubt. Pastor Paula White, I've known for a long time, and she is so unbelievable what she's done for the campaign. She's just organized everything. Everybody respects her. She'll call meetings, and everybody shows up, even if it's 2 hours later, they'll get here. And she's just a very incredible woman. And what she's done with evangelicals, what she's done with actually people of all faiths, but it's just what she's done really has made a big difference. And we get 88% of the vote, and people would say, wow, that's not bad, 88%. And they said, how did you do that? I said, would you please speak to Paula White? Because she knew what she was doing. And we have a team of pastors, ministers, and even rabbis where we are very, they like what I've done for Israel, I can tell you that. We have a lot of rabbis. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Where is Paula? Where is Paula? She was right behind me before. You know, she's probably working. Because she is, that's what she does. But Paul, she's here someplace. She's right back there. She's making phone calls, getting more people lined up for the vote. I'd rather have her do that than be here. But that's the kind of person she is. She's fantastic. And Scott Turner, who was in the administration. Scott, where's Scott? Come on, Scott. This guy, a great person, a great everything, great athlete, and a very fine man. And you really did something very special for the administration. We really appreciate it. And get ready. Get ready. Just keep yourself in good shape. We don't have to worry about his shape, I can tell you that. But we appreciate it, Scott. Thank you very much. And a beautiful speaker. Boy, he got up and he would talk to groups of people, and they were so jazzed up they could do anything. He was very special. And a person that's I have to say, the most special. We have to say this, Ben, the most special of them all, because he's my son. You know? I mean, you know, I'm saying, how can he be more special than Ben Carson? But Ben, do you mind if I say he's my son? Am I allowed to say just slightly more special? Oh, you're tied. Let's call it a tie, okay? But Eric has been amazing in business, and everything he's done has been so incredible. He has become a legend in the legal profession because he's the most subpoenaed human being in history. He's gotten more subpoenas than any human being in history. Every day, Congress, and this one and that one, deranged Jack Smith. We had people, the likes of which nobody, you talk about weaponization of government. What they've done is incredible. And he's cool as a cucumber. Yeah, Dad, we got another couple of subpoenas today. Where'd they come from? Congress, this one, that one. And crazy Nancy Pelosi would send them like it's cookies. She had subpoenas on the corner of her desk, and congressmen would just walk in and grab a subpoena, write it, and send it. And I'd say, here, Eric, handle it. He became very proficient. He's a great young man, and he really is very excited about today. Did he do a good job when he spoke? No, he's great. He's great. He's got a lot of talent, And also here is my daughter Tiffany and her husband Michael. And Tiffany is pregnant. She's going to have a baby. she's going to have a baby, and it's going to be I'm not allowed to say what the baby is going to be, am I? I don't know. I'm not going to put her on the spot. I'm not going to say it. I'm not taking a chance. I don't want to see her have a long face. Dad, you shouldn't have said that, Dad. But she's been, from day one, she was a great student, and she went to a fantastic law school, graduated number 1 in her class. Right? And we couldn't be happier. I mean, it's just never had a problem with her. I shouldn't say, we better knock on wood. Where's some wood around here? Oh. That's one piece of wood. Most of it's plastic. But she's been an amazing person, and her husband's doing a great job. And thank you, Michael, for the job you're doing. Appreciate it. Congratulations, though. And Linda McMahon, who most of you know, she headed up small business for the government. Now, small business is giant business. When you add it all up, it's about as big as any. I think it's probably bigger than any bank in the world. And she was one of our great people in the administration, and a very, very successful woman. She was very generous. I know with Franklin and with the work done here, she was really very generous, and she's always generous. She's been generous to the campaign, but we're very proud of her. Linda, wherever you may be, where are you, Linda? Linda? Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Thank you. An incredible woman. And a friend of mine also, Steve Witkoff, who's a very successful man. And he is, where is Witkoff? He is somebody that's been also he wrote a big check for Franklin to take care of a place called North Carolina. And so we like him. Even if we didn't like him, we like him, right? Steve Witkoff. Thank you, Steve, very much. And Peter Navarro, I heard he gave a great speech. And Peter took a lot of abuse. You talk about weaponization. And do I see my favorite person here? Will you please stand up? What's this all about? Stand up. Wow. Thank you, darling. Right from the beginning, right? Right from the beginning, from day one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alveda. Appreciate it. And thank you to every pastor, patriot, and faith leader here today. We have so many people. This is the worst is when you introduce some, you're in trouble. Because I'm seeing 6, 7 people. I get a lot of people. Then I see a group of 2 over there. I'm in trouble, but let's get on with it. Do you mind? Let's get on. Because with your help, we're going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. So I was introduced to church at a very early age, and I had a wonderful church actually in Jamaica, Queens, First Presbyterian Church. I don't know if you know it. It was built a long time ago, and it was great, but very early. And then ultimately on Sundays, my parents, Fred and Mary, would drive me into Manhattan to worship at Marble Collegiate Church, where Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, the author of one of the really big bestsellers, The Power of Positive Thinking, he was the head pastor. Great book. It was a great book then and a great book now. Power of Positive Thinking. A lot of people could use a little positive thinking, right? And he was an incredible speaker. My sister and I were both married there, and the funeral services for both of my parents, my mom and dad, they took place in the main sanctuary of Marble Collegiate Church, and it was just always very special. I still remember the great sermons of Norman Vincent Peale, and he truly was one of the greatest speakers I've ever. First, he was a believer, but he was also a great speaker, an unbelievable man. I actually saw his last sermon, but when you left church, you were really disappointed that it was over. I have to say, we have a lot of pastors and ministers, but sometimes it's like, Am I allowed to say that? It's like a Biden, you know? Sometimes. Not often, of course. But this man, and you know, he always preached in sort of modern times, a little bit in modern times. He'd bring it up. I remember so many of his sermons, but he talked about Alfred Sloan, who was the founder of General Motors, and how he grew up and how he had tremendous problems with alcohol, and he became a major alcoholic. And then, you know, Norman Vincent Peale would just say, and then one day he met God, and he was just the expression of this man. He used to stand at a podium, and he'd be like this, just like that, and he'd preach, and you really were, you know, you were disappointed when it was over. He'd tell you stories about God, about many things, about life. It was really stories about life and how it pertained to religion, and it was really amazing, and he was amazing, and a brilliant, just the enthusiasm he had. And I listened to him for, I would say, 20 years, and then one day I went to church, Marlboro Collegiate, and he was now, I guess, in his 90s, and he was preaching, and you could see he was getting a little bit tired. And he stood, just like I said, right over here to the left of the podium. And he said, I can't do this anymore. That was it. And he just sat down. We all understood. He was just, it was really, it was his last time at the podium, and the last time he preached. And it was an amazing moment, and everybody just stood up and applauded. It was sort of a beautiful thing to watch, actually. But to see him, because he was truly a very big name at the time and very respected. And the fact that he wrote this book that was such a big bestseller, it was a massive bestseller, still is, I think. But as I look back at my life's journey and events, I now recognize that it's been the hand of God leading me to where I am today. Thank you. And my faith took on new meaning on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, where I was knocked to the ground, essentially, by what seemed like a supernatural hand. And I would like to think that God saved me for a purpose, and that's to make our country greater than ever before. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that is something, you know, Eric is a great shooter. Great. If he were a golfer, he'd be like a +4. He's a great shooter. And so is Don. They're both great shooters. They know a lot about guns. In fact, I think I got the blessing of the NRA because of my sons. Early on, I remember I was running against a lot of people that had good gun credentials. And 2016, and the NRA, which was, you know, in its full bloom, actually. They even spent $35 million of the campaign, but I think they did it because of my sons, because I beat out a lot of very good people that believed in that whole world, a little different world, but that whole world, and because of Don and Eric. But when they both heard what had happened that day at Butler, they said, how far was it? And they said it was 130 yards, and they knew the weapon. And they said, I can't believe it, because Eric actually said a bad shooter would hit you every single time. And I didn't realize it to that extent. I made that right-hand turn, and I made it a little quickly, and that got me in a position where it just, Not a good feeling, but much better than the alternative. Wasn't the best feeling. And it was a bloody sucker, I will tell you that. I didn't realize, but the doctor told me, he told me a couple of things. He said, "You're the luckiest man I've ever seen." He said, "I've been doing this for 25 years. And he said, "Sir, I'd like to suggest that you go out right now and buy a lottery ticket because this is a good day." But Eric told me and Don told me that, I think they became more religious that day because they said that was amazing that we could have survived something like that. An eighth of an inch to a quarter of an inch away. So it's pretty amazing. And if we didn't make, thank you. And if we didn't make, thank you very much. If we didn't make the turn, that wouldn't have happened. And I made the turn to show a chart, which became my all-time favorite chart in the history of the world. Right? My all-time favorite. I sleep with that chart. I kiss that chart. But we're 15 days away from the most important election in the history of our country. And if you want to know what is at stake for Christians in this race, just listen to what Kamala Harris had to say last week. Because when two college students, religious college students, and very good people, everybody said what wonderful young men they were and are, at a campaign stop, she heard shouting from the background, "Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord." And Kamala Harris ridiculed them, mocked them, and told them they were, quote, "You're at the wrong rally. She basically said, "Get out," but I won't say that because people didn't hear that so much. But she said, "You're at the wrong rally." And that's really what she meant. That's really what she meant. She's very destructive to religion. She's very destructive to Christianity and very destructive to evangelicals and to the Catholic Church. And she is, let me put it this way, Ben, she is your worst nightmare. Much worse than Biden, and he wasn't so hot. But while Kamala says that people who believe in Jesus don't belong to her rallies, you have to remember that that's as loud as it can be. In fact, a lot of people said that would be disqualifying for her. That would be a disqualification. In our movement, we love Christians, we welcome believers, and we embrace followers of Jesus. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Boy, this is a lively group, Ben. This is a very lively group you've assembled. What's going on with Ben? This is something, Ben. But at Trump rallies, we don't tell Christians to get lost. We tell Christians to get out and vote. You don't have the choice of sitting out this election because if Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, the radical left is not going to leave Christians alone. It's going to get worse and worse, and you're going to suffer greatly. They will come after Christians all over the country. Kamala Harris has vowed to abolish the filibuster, letting her pack the Supreme Court, and I even heard as many as 25 justices. The Supreme Court with Marxist radicals, with people that we don't want on the Supreme Court, to rewrite the Constitution and to overrule your values. I think one of the greatest things I've done is the Supreme Court, and also getting over 300 judges appointed throughout our land that have made a tremendous difference. Those 300 judges have made a tremendous difference. She'll flood our country with tens of millions more illegal aliens and make them all citizens, canceling out your voting power forever. Kamala will mandate that every public school in America must promote the idea that children can change their genders, allow men into girls' locker room, and also allow men to play in women's sports. Can you imagine that? Men and women's sports. And it's such a strong movement by, I believe, really a very, very small group of people. Because, you know, it's interesting. I haven't met one person that thinks that's a good idea. And yet it's like a movement. But I've never met anybody. Now, I don't know everybody, but I haven't met anybody that wants it. And even the young ladies that are afraid of what's happening. You saw the other day the volleyball player who was hit very hard on the head by a ball, a smash that, in fact, I saw this person, a person who transitioned, hit the ball. I mean, that ball was moving as fast as a ball can move. And she said, I've never seen anything like it. Really whacked her. But some people were put out of commission just in volleyball, let alone other sports. But when you look at weightlifting, how about that one? Or you look at swimming records, track records, it's so demeaning to women. It's so ridiculous. It's so demeaning. But Kamala will force doctors and parents to allow sex changes and genital mutilation of minor children. That's what they do. She has it literally where sex change operations for people in detention, when they were being held in detention, if they wanted a sex change operation, she said, yes, I approve it. I mean, who would do this? Who would do this? And, you know, I'm talking about everything else, but I'm also talking, it's an extremely difficult operation and a very expensive operation. But who would do this and who would want this? And between that, she was the head of the movement, Defund the Police. You have to understand, she's a radical left Marxist, and a lot of people want to know, what does that mean? She's a person so far left, like nobody's seen in the Senate in many, many years. But the main thing is, she's not a very bright person either. That's a really dangerous combination. Your religious liberty will be gone. Your free speech will be gone, your Second Amendment will be gone, and parental rights will be gone forever. So I'm here tonight to deliver a simple message to Christians across America. It's time to stand up and save your country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On November 5th, Christian voters need to turn out in the largest numbers ever. Do you know that if you did that, because you have a reputation of not voting proportionately like you should, you do know that. I think that maybe is a form of rebellion. Could that be possible? You know, the two groups, not to equate them, but they are probably associated in some form. But Christians, evangelicals, but Christians and gun owners. Gun owners don't vote. They vote, but very small proportions. If they did, or if Christians did, nobody could ever beat us. Nobody. So I hope that we're going to get numbers like we haven't seen. You remember, this is your last day. Today is your last day of registration. You have to remember that. And so if you want to leave right now, go and leave. I won't be insulted. Leave right now and go and register. But this is your last day. So we need to tell Kamala Harris that we've had enough. Kamala, you've been the worst vice president. You're a member of the worst administration in the history of our country. The happiest person around is Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter is considered a brilliant president by comparison to crooked Joe Biden. Jimmy Carter is brilliant. His administration will go down as a brilliant administration compared to Crooked Joe. But we're going to say, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You're a horrible vice president. There's no way you're going to be our president. Kamala, you're fired. Get out, 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 out. For 4 straight years, I fought for Christians like no president has ever fought before. You know that. I protected the religious freedom of doctors, nurses, teachers, and faith groups like the Little Sisters of the Poor. Oh, I fought for them. I blocked the IRS. They were coming after everybody. They still are, I guess, to an extent. But now they are because of this administration. But I blocked the IRS from using the Johnson Amendment to interfere with pastors' freedom of speech. I mean, we want to hear from our pastors. We don't want them to be shy, where they take away your tax-exempt status because a pastor mentioned something that's slightly political, and I ended it. Kamala Harris has taken it away, and we're not. I'll tell you what. If you take it, she has taken your right away. I gave that to you, and they took it back. But we're going to give it back to you within the first week. I'd like to make it the first day, but it'll take me a little while. So we're going to give it back to you within the first week. You're going to have that right, because we want to hear from these people. There aren't too many people I want to hear from, but you I do want to hear from. So we're going to give you back within the first week, and Paula will make sure that that takes place. I will not disappoint you. I appointed 300 judges to interpret the law and the Constitution as written, and withstood the vicious attacks to confirm 3 great Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. They're great. And they're courageous. They're courageous and they're brilliant. But they are courageous. What they have to endure with the radical left and all of the things that they have to listen to, I actually think it's illegal what people do. They call it playing the ref. You know, playing the ref? They'll say horrible things, hoping that the 3, but also judges, they play the ref with judges. The great Bobby Knight basketball, he used to scream at the referee. He would scream like nobody ever screamed before. Indiana. Here's a great guy. He backed me early on. He said, you're going to win. I said, well, I don't know, Bobby. He said, you're going to win. I have no doubt. He said, I want this guy named Trump to run for president. I didn't know him. I called him up to thank him. He said, you're going to win. All you have to do is say it. You got to run. And he was a tough cookie. Just died recently. But he had the last undefeated team in college basketball. He won 2 or 3 national championships. He was a great coach. And he never had the great, he had a couple, I guess, great players, but he never had that real player that some teams have. He just did it with team. But he would scream at the referees. They call it playing the ref. And they'd say, Bobby, you got to stop, Bobby. Don't do it. You're not going to win this call. You're not going to win it. It's over. He said, no, but I'm going to win the next call. And it's true. They'd knock the hell out of somebody, and the referee was afraid to call it. It's true. He was the master, but they do that. They play the ref. They start screaming about the judge is no good, and this one's no good, and they're slow, and they're lousy judges, and the judge should be impeached, and all of this crap when you have a brilliant judge that's doing the right thing. And they get, and some people will fold a little bit. They'll say, hey, I'll get them off my back. Let me just give a bad ruling here or there. And some will do that, actually, but fortunately, most have courage and they understand. I really believe it's illegal what they do, and I know there's some great lawyers in the room. You ought to look at it because what they do is so obvious. What they've done to the Supreme Court, even with the protection of their houses, you're not supposed to be allowed to march in front. They didn't stop it. You're not allowed to do any of these things that are happening. But they're playing the ref, and they're playing it with judges and justices, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it, and I believe it's illegal. I issued guidance making clear that the right to freedom of worship does not end at the door to a public school. We took care of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I stood proudly with our friend and ally, the State of Israel. I kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem, and actually got it built. I actually got it built. But many presidents, many presidents before me said they campaigned on doing that, and then they didn't do it. And I understand why, because when I got into office, I was called by people, heads of state, highest level. I was called by kings and prime ministers. I was called by everybody, don't do it, don't do it. And then they heard I was going to do it, and they all called me, and I said, just do me a favor. I shouldn't say this because he's a little white, what'd you call it? Yeah, I wasn't available. I said, just tell him I won't be available, but I'll call. This, I think, was a Thursday. I said, I'll call you back on Monday. To kings, to the biggest people from the biggest countries, most powerful countries. And I said, I'll call you back. And then on Thursday, I announced it. I said, we are going to do exactly what a lot of people didn't want me to do. They said there'd be bloodshed and everything else all over. There was none. And I did something that no other president had the courage to do. And then on Monday, I called them back. Hi. How have you been? Oh, I tried getting you. I wasn't able to, but you've already done it. So we made Jerusalem the capital, and that brought a lot of... Did you know that? That was something I didn't know. So, but I understood why the presidents were. I mean, every single person that campaigned for decades and decades, every president said they were going to do it. None of them did it. I did. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights was a big deal. The Golan Heights, that's another thing. 72 years, people would come in and leave. They'd meet every year, every 2 years about the Golan Heights. And I spoke with David Friedman. I said, give me a lesson in 5 minutes or less on the Golan Heights. And he did. Talked about how important it was strategically. And before all of the modern equipment and radar and all of that we have now. But it was unbelievably important from a military, because it was the highest point in the Middle East. And I did that, and nobody even asked for that because they thought that would be a bridge too far, but I did that for Israel. And I was the first and only president to convene a meeting at the United Nations to end religious persecution worldwide. Nobody's done what I've done in terms of religion, in terms of Christianity, but in terms of religion, nobody's done what I did. And we did all of this and much more in 4 short years, and I will keep on fighting for our cherished American values when we become the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. Under Kamala Harris, you've seen the Department of Justice target parents at school board meetings. Have you ever seen anything like it? They're like the enemy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. These great people, they just want their children to be treated reasonably well. And the FBI would send spies into Catholic churches. I don't know how many Catholics are here, but if you're Catholic, there is no way you can be voting for these people. These people are a nightmare. I don't know what they have against Catholics, but Catholics are treated worse than anybody. So, and by the way, evangelicals are next. You can bet on it. Evangelicals are next, but they label Catholics as potential domestic terrorists, and the fact is that they'll be coming after you soon. These people are sick. These people are very sick people. Christians will not be safe with Kamala Harris as President of the United States. It's not even thinkable. She's going to deal with President Xi of China? I don't think so. I know him very well. He's a very fierce man. Putin, all of these people, I know them all very well. And we'll end up in Third World War because they have no idea. They have no idea. We're not going to have a Third World War, but if they get in, I think that we will have a Third World War out of stupidity, out of absolute stupidity. Think of it. Putin would have never, ever attacked Ukraine if I were president. All of those people that are now dead would not be dead. All of those cities that are knocked to the ground with those magnificent domed towers that are laying on the side, shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, all of that would be up right now. You take a look at those cities, they've been bombed, there's nothing standing, there's literally not a building standing in many of them. As soon as I take the oath of office, I will stop Kamala Harris' weaponization of law enforcement against Americans of faith. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And, you know, did you ever notice? So it's Kamala Harris. Nobody knows who the hell Harris is, right? Do you ever say, and we're going to stop Harris? They all go, who's Harris? It's a weird thing. You'd think your name would be, but isn't it true? Nobody knows who Harris is, so we'll call her Kamala. It's a weird thing. Lots of strange things take place in politics, don't they? But I will create a new federal task force on fighting anti-Christian bias. That'll be done immediately. And I think it's very important for the people in this room to know, like Dr. Ben Carson knows, Americans of faith are not a threat to our country. Americans of faith are the soul of our country, right? I will once again appoint rock-solid pro-constitutional judges to faithfully interpret the law and the Constitution. You know, the 300 judges that we appointed changed the whole, I mean, it was so bad. It was so bad what was happening out there. And these are great people, and they're fair people, and they do the right thing. We believe in the First Amendment rights of freedom of worship and freedom of speech. And I will deliver universal school choice, empowering every parent to send their child to the public, private, charter, or religious school that is right for them. And I will allow homeschool parents to spend $10,000 a year tax-free on costs associated with their children's education. Under the Trump administration, we will return patriotic education to our schools. That's okay. That's a good thing. Kamala Harris supports the 1619 Project. Think of that. She supports it strongly, that teaches children to hate their country. That's what it does. The 1619 Project was condemned by every historian, and yet Kamala Harris's administration tried to push it into schools all across America. She fought very hard for that. She also fought very hard for the people that burned down Minneapolis, that were literally at war in Minnesota with one of the worst governors. I cannot believe this guy's a governor. Can you imagine him as a president? He is a wackadoo. And by the way, how good did J.D. Vance do in exposing him? They lie about everything. You know, they were going today, every single thing, every single thing, they say it's the opposite. Project 2025. Trump loves it. He loves it. He loves it. They just say it. And I've totally disavowed it. A group of people went in. I don't know what they did. I said specifically, I refuse to read it. But every time they get up, they say everything that I've disavowed. They go on again and again and again. And the radical left people that are listening to them just let them talk. And they know it's all a big lie, but they just lie. I've never seen anything like it. You know, I've had some political opponents before. I've never seen, even crooked Hillary didn't lie like these people, and she lied a lot. But these people are going, I actually think they're choking, because I watched today every single thing that I've said, no, no, no. They say, he said, yes, 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 like point after point. And no, there's something going on in their heads. Perhaps it's Trump derangement syndrome. It's horrible. Or perhaps they know they're losing because we're doing very well. They know how well we're doing. Even the fake news, and that's a lot of fake news back there, Ben. The fake news knows how well we're doing. Isn't it sad that we have to rely on the gambling? The gamblers are the ones that are the only ones that want to say it. They're the ones. 65%. No, they know, but we're going to just let it wait. And I really think we're going to have maybe one of the greatest victories in the history of our country. The history of our country. An executive order banning schools from promoting critical race theory or transgender insanity. I will take historic action to defeat the toxic poison of gender ideology and reaffirm that God created two genders, male and female. I will keep men out of women's sports. I will sign a law banning child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Won't happen anymore. And we will proudly say Merry Christmas again. On day one, I will stop the migrant invasion. We will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. I will end inflation, and we will make America affordable again. We will quickly become energy independent again. You know, we were energy independent just 4 years ago. And we will frack, and drill, baby, drill. And I will cut energy prices in half within 12 months from January 20th, the day you assume the office of president. We will have, because we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country, including Russia and including Saudi Arabia. We were third and maybe even fourth when I got in there. When I left, we were number one in energy production. And we did things that were amazing. We would have right now been 4 times higher than we were. We would have been making money, paying down debt. We would have been in a position that you wouldn't believe, but they decided to do it a different way. It's terrible. Wind, they put wind all over the place. Wind kills your birds, and if you want to watch television and the wind isn't blowing, you can forget it. Darling, let's watch the president tonight. I'm sorry, Esther, but the wind isn't blowing. We won't be able to watch. It's not exactly the most reliable source, but it is something. It's the most expensive source by far. I will end the war in Ukraine, stop the chaos in the Middle East, and prevent World War III. I will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day we will be filled with opportunity and hope. We will again have the American dream for our children. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda. We have to stop it once and for all. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. Too big to rig. Early voting is underway, so you know what you have to do. So Christians, get everyone you know and vote. You have to vote, or we're not going to have the life that we should have, a life of prosperity and hope, a life of beauty. We're not going to have it. We're going to be fighting for our lives. These people they mean serious business. I honestly believe in many cases they're sick, and we cannot let this happen, because it was our religion that kept our country together for many years. It was our religion that kept it together, and they're trying to take that away, and they're trying to destroy our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard the 45th, who I truly believe will be the 47th. I don't know what you think. What do you think? Ladies and gentlemen, tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. This man had 3 events today. And the media want to say he is frail, he is not as strong. What are you saying? This man has been campaigning for like forever. 3 events today. This man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Okay, so for the people at the back, we're going to listen to the Vice President Kamala Harris participate in a conversation, a moderated conversation in Royal Oak, Michigan. She spent like the whole day with Liz Cheney today, trying to convince the Republican voters. Let's listen to the Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's hear what she has to say.
Okay, here we go. Sit back. We got 40 minutes and we're going to move quick. Okay? So I want this to be like a kitchen table. Like, just think that we're sitting around the kitchen table and we're jamming about all kinds of stuff. That's the feeling I want to have at this.
This is like a Kennedy family kitchen table.
Yeah.
But most people don't have this many.
That's right. It's raucous. It's hot, but it's fun. That's what it's going to be like. So this, as I was saying before both of you walked out, this is historic. So I hope everybody takes this in for a minute. To have a leader of the Republican Party and the Vice President of the United States. So let me begin with you, Madam Vice President. Did you ever think in your wildest dreams that you would be running for president alongside Liz Cheney, who'd be advocating for you, campaigning for you, a member of an opposing party, putting herself on the line for you?
So let me just start by thanking everyone. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy lives to be here and have this conversation. And I think we are all here together because we have many things in common. First and foremost, we love our country.
Ooh.
We love our country. So Maria, perhaps not, but perhaps not. But let me say this. So you mentioned, my background. So I started my career as a prosecutor. And most of my career has been spent outside of Washington, D.C., not in Washington, D.C. And for most of my career, let me just tell you, I never once asked a victim of crime, a witness, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? Never. It would have even occurred to me to ask that. What I did ask everyone, are you okay? And when I think then about what is at stake in this election, I think that's the biggest question. And it is a moment where, born out of our love of our country, born out of, for me, having taken the oath of office to the Constitution of the United States at least 6 times, I believe what is at stake in this election is so fundamental for us as Americans. And it is about, do we take seriously the importance of a president who obeys the oath to be loyal to the Constitution of the United States? Do we prioritize a president of the United States who cares about rule of law, much less the spirit with which they approach this most powerful position? There's so much about this last era. When I talk about turn the page, that's what I'm referring to, like the last decade, that has been about some powerful forces suggesting that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of what I think most of us believe, regardless of your party affiliation, that the real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. And so, for that reason, I'm not surprised that Liz Cheney and I are on the same stage 15 days before the election.
Okay. You know? Well, maybe you're not surprised, but I'm surprised. And I think a lot of people are surprised. So I want to know, are you surprised? Are you surprised that you're out here campaigning for a Democrat, campaigning for Kamala Harris against the party that you've been a part of your entire life?
You know, what I would say, first of all, is we all know, everyone who watched January 6th knows, you know, what Donald Trump is willing to do. He lost the election. He tried to overturn it and seize power. And then he sat in his dining room and he watched the attack on television. He watched it. People pleaded with him to tell the mob to leave, and he wouldn't. And he watched law enforcement officers be brutally beaten. He watched it. That's a depravity that, to me, and you know, I think to anyone who's taken the oath of office, makes someone absolutely unfit ever to be president again. Now, I could have just said, you know, I'm going to do everything I can to work against Donald Trump. And there are a lot of Republicans who have said that. I have decided, and I am very proud and I'm honored to have made the decision to endorse Vice President Harris. And I have gotten to spend time with Vice President Harris. I have had the chance to talk with her about how important it is that we have 2 strong parties in our country, about the kind of president that I know she'll be. And I think all of us, it doesn't matter what party you're in, we all know this is a good and an honorable and a great nation. And we have to have leaders. You might say, I'm not going to agree on every issue, but we have to have leaders who take that seriously. We have to have leaders who are going to be sincere. And as a mother, I want my children to know that there is someone sitting in the Oval Office that they can look up to, someone who can be a role model. And I'm incredibly proud, and I know that Vice President Harris will be that.
Great. And Maria, let me just add one thing also, because it bears repeating. I have seen a lot of Republicans go up to Liz Cheney and thank her. And they may not be doing it publicly. They may not be doing it publicly because I think she has shown, to your point, extraordinary courage, especially in this environment post-January 6th, where there's something, an undercurrent that is violent in terms of the language and the tenor. And for her to show the courage she has shown is extraordinary. But I've seen Republicans come up to her, and from my vantage point, she's actually not alone.
And so I want to talk about that because there are a lot of people who are scared to vote for you, scared about the environment, scared to talk about politics. How scary was it for you personally to make this decision? what has been the personal cost for you to do so?
It was not, it wasn't scary at all in terms of making this decision. Because when I look at the nature of the threat that Donald Trump poses, and look, Donald Trump is doing everything he can to try to get people to forget about what he did on January 6th. And when you think about that level of instability, the level of erratic decision-making, the misogyny, that's not someone that you can entrust with the power of the Oval Office. And so I think that we are facing a choice in this election. It's not about party. It's about right and wrong. And I certainly have many Republicans who will say to me, I can't be public. They do worry about a whole range of things, including violence, but they'll do the right thing. And I would just remind people, if you're at all concerned, you can vote your conscience and not ever have to say a word to anybody. And there will be millions of Republicans who do that on November 5th. Vote for Vice President Harris.
I love that you said you weren't scared at all, because most people will talk today about, I'm afraid to say anything on social media. I'm afraid to speak in my place of worship. I'm afraid to speak where I work. I'm afraid. How are you not afraid?
Well, I think that the point you're making is a really important one. Think about what's happened in our country. The level of vicious, vitriolic attack. When Donald Trump says that his political opponents are the enemy within, and when he contemplates deploying force against them, the response that we all have should not be to be so afraid we don't act. It should be vote him out, defeat him, vote for Vice President Harris.
And Maria, I'm going to add to that.
Yeah.
I would add to that an additional point, which is, and don't think it's a sick sense of humor and relegate it to simply being that. You know, I've said many times, I do believe Donald Trump to be an unserious man, but the consequences of him ever being in the White House again are brutally serious. And take it from the people who know him best. His former chief of staff, when he was president, 2 former defense secretaries, his national security advisor, and of course his vice president, who have all in one way or another used the word that he is unfit to be president again and is dangerous. Listen to the report that what his former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a general, said about him, that he is fascist to the core. And these are people who were in his administration, who worked closely with him in the Oval Office and the Situation Room. And so I would caution us also to, because some people find it humorous what he says and think it's just silly, but understand how brutally serious it is. Well, the courts will take care of that. We'll take care of November. Yes. We'll take care of November. But it is brutally serious because, to the Congresswoman's point, anyone who has openly said, as he has, that he would terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again.
So, Madam Vice President, I wanted to ask you, several people that I talked to in preparation for this, when I asked them, they said, well, I want to vote for the Vice President, but I just don't feel like I know her. I don't know enough about her. I see the ads, but I don't have a feel for her. What are 3 things you can tell this audience about you that aren't in your ads, that people aren't telling people on the robocalls, that perhaps they just wouldn't know, that might give them a feeling for who you are as a woman?
How much time do we have?
We're at the kitchen table.
I have lived a full life. I am a wife, I am a mother, I am a sister, I am a godmother, I love to cook. I started my career as a prosecutor. In large part, there are many reasons, but one very fundamental is when I was young, one of my best friends in high school, I learned, was being molested by her stepfather. And I told her when I learned she had to come live with us. I talked to my mother about it. Of course she has to come live with us, and she did. And I decided I wanted to take on a career and a life that was about protecting the most vulnerable. I served as Attorney General of California 2 terms. I was the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in the country. And doing that work, it included prosecuting transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I did the work of taking on the big banks during the foreclosure crisis and delivered $20 billion for homeowners who had been targeted with predatory lending practices. I took on the big pharmaceutical companies on behalf of consumers. As Vice President of the United States, my priorities have been many, including, to your point, the work that you and I have done over the years, focusing on women's health. One of my priorities has been maternal mortality. But I have only had one client in my career, the people. And my belief is that there is great nobility in public service if one understands that they hold the office in the public trust. It is not about personal power. It is about what you can do that lifts up the condition of people. And there is so much about how I think about my responsibility, and I'm here to ask for your vote, is that I intend to be a president for all Americans, understanding that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And this era that was kind of initiated by Donald Trump has not only been exhausting, it has been harmful to us as a nation. The notion that a president of the United States would encourage Americans to point fingers at each other, that there would be a suggestion that we are a divided country, that instead of knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. I have, as vice president, met over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. My most recent overseas trips as vice president, which were relatively close to then the election, our allies have expressed real concern. I shared this before, but when we walk in a room representing the United States of America, we should walk in that room, especially leaders, chin up, shoulders back, knowing that we have the self-appointed and earned authority to talk about the importance of democracy and rule of law. But the thing about being a role model, this is all role models who are here, people watch what you do to see if it matches up to what you say. People around the world are watching this election, I promise you. And my one fear I have is I hope and I pray that we, the American people, understand not only what is at stake for us in this election, but how much we mean to the rest of the world. There is so much at stake in this election.
Liz Cheney, tell us real quick, I want to get to our first question, but you've been traveling with the vice president, you've been working with her, you've been spending human time with her. Tell the audience what you see that perhaps the camera doesn't get or the ads don't get, so that they...
I'm sorry to pause it. I don't like pausing it. I want you guys to enjoy it. But she's saying that the world is, thinking about the United States and what we mean to the world. But why? Just answer this question. Why was there no Ukraine, Russia? Why was there no Israel, Iran, the Palestinian people? Why? You say this man is unserious, but yet we had the best economical years. Like, what are you saying? Can somebody, maybe I don't know what I'm saying. Can somebody educate me in the comment section? Because I don't know what you're saying.
they can get a sense of her that you have?
Well, I think that what I can tell you is that what the Vice President is saying about wanting to be a president for all Americans, caring deeply about this country, those are things that come across very, very clearly and very directly. And look, I'm a conservative. The very first campaign I ever volunteered in was for President Gerald Ford in 1976. And ever since then, I have been voting for Republicans.
Okay, sorry to pause it again. People are saying, well, Barack gave him the economy he had. So, because he said that like last week. So everybody's now chanting that, like, I gave him the economy. But the fact is, if you're saying that Barack gave him the economy, all right, great. I'll give you that. What about the Ukraine, Russia? What about the Palestinian people with Israel, and now with Iran, and now the money that the United States is, sending to Taiwan? So, what are we gonna say about that? Are we gonna say, I don't?
I've never voted for a Democrat, and so the fact that I believe so strongly that in this election we need to elect the person who is the responsible adult, and we need. And there is a lot, both parties do it. There is a lot of vilification that goes on.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important for people to think very carefully about the power that we're going to invest in the President of the United States and what it would mean to give that power to Donald Trump. Don't take my word for who he is. Listen to him every day. Look at what he did. Remember that the people, as the Vice President said, who are opposing him are the people who know him best, the people who worked most closely with him. And so I would just say I know that the Vice President has had the range of experience, as Vice President, as Senator, as Attorney General of California. She is supremely qualified to be President of the United States. I think there sometimes are some men who suggest that she's not, but if you look at her qualifications, there's no question. And that she's somebody that I know I can count on who will put the good of this country first. There's just no question.
Okay. I want to go over here to Cecilia Borland. Can you stand up? You have a question. Cecilia grew up in Birmingham, Michigan, which was a Republican stronghold as she grew up. She now lives with her husband. They're raising 2 children in Berkeley, Michigan, and she's here with a question for the Vice President.
Thank you both for coming to Michigan today for this important event. I'd like to start by saying personally, thank you, Representative Cheney, to you and your father for exemplifying putting country over party. And Madam Vice President, I hope you had a wonderful birthday yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you.
From the shootings at Oxford High School to my alma mater, Michigan State University, to an attack at a kid's splash pad this summer, just a few miles away from here, the issue of gun violence hits very close to home for our community. Just yesterday, I learned from our school district that my preschooler will be going through his first active shooter drill this week.
Yeah.
As a gun violence survivor and mother of 2 young children, the issue of gun violence and the safety of my children in their schools and in our community is my top priority. Madam Vice President, if you are elected president and there is a Republican majority in Congress, how will you work with them to make impactful and immediate progress around gun violence, especially in our children's schools?
Right. Thank you, Cecilia. And thank you and for your courage to speak up about this. So, well, we have done it actually in the last 4 years. We had bipartisan group of folks in Congress who came together for the Safer Communities Act, which is the first meaningful piece of gun safety legislation in 30 years. And so it's a good step, and it really does tell us that we have a will within the United States Congress to work in a bipartisan way. And then Congresswoman Cheney was one of those Republicans that actually voted for it. This is how I think of the issue, and it is through the lens of many experiences, including I'm so sorry about your kids going through active shooter drills. Our kids did. It's traumatic. That our children, you know, growing up, I'll speak for myself, we had fire drills. Yeah. Right? Our children are now learning how to keep themselves safe if there's an active shooter at their school. I did a tour last year of colleges with college-aged kids, so I also did some trade schools. And I would ask the auditorium would be packed, college-age kids, and I'd ask them, raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. Almost every hand went up. Our kids are growing up where they are learning that they may be unsafe in the classroom, where they should be absorbing the wonders of the world. One kid said to me, we were talking about this, and said to me, yeah, that's why I don't like going to fifth period. I said, why, sweetheart? Why don't you like going to fifth period? Because in that classroom, there's no closet in which to hide. So when we think of this issue, we must also consider the trauma, that is, the direct trauma for those who have been directly affected by gun violence, including that to our kids who are in schools across our country doing this, not to mention their teachers who want to teach and not also have to worry about, will they be able to physically protect a child from a bullet? Here's how I think about it in terms of the macro point. We have been pushing as a country, I think, a false choice that suggests you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. And that's a false choice. I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. I have talked about the fact both Tim Walz and I are gun owners. I also believe we need reasonable gun safety laws, assault weapons bans, red flag laws, universal background checks. And reports say that the majority of NRA members agree on, for example, universal background checks. What is a universal background check? It's just common sense. Here's what it is. You just might want to know, before someone can buy a lethal weapon, whether they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know. It's common sense. We need common sense gun safety laws, and I will continue, I've done it throughout my career, work with all of our colleagues across the aisle, and I know that we can make progress. But this is not, I'm not trying to take anybody's guns away from them, but we need reasonable gun safety laws.
Okay, I want to come back to the issue of public safety in a minute, but first we want to go to Martin. Thank you, Cecilia, very much. Martin Hawryluk, he's a former Republican member of the Michigan House of Representatives, and he's here with a question about national security.
Well, thank both of you for being here this afternoon. I really appreciate your coming to the state of Michigan to be here. I would like to ask, what can the U.S. do politically, economically, or militarily to deter Russia from continuing its war on the independent nation of Ukraine while simultaneously strengthening our own U.S. security interests?
Thank you, Martin.
Go ahead.
So I was actually in Munich at the Munich Security Conference delivering a speech when I first met with President Zelensky of Ukraine, and it was just days before Russia invaded. I've now met with President Zelensky, I think, 7 times, because the United States has rightly taken a position as a leader, a global leader on international rules and norms, that we must stand in support of one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of protecting sovereignty and territorial integrity, the importance of standing strong in opposition to the notion that in this case, Russia would attempt to change borders by force, to invade another nation, a sovereign nation, by force. And sadly, there is a huge difference between my opponent and me on this very fundamental issue. Back to the conversation about, there was a time when there was a phrase that I'll paraphrase, that basically politics ends at the sea line, at the boundaries of our country. That there are certain things, in particular the matters of national security, where it's not about partisanship, it's about where should America stand in terms of supporting our allies and standing for certain principles. I'll give you as a point of reference for me in terms of how I feel about this on the partisan issue. For the 4 years that I was in the United States Senate, my favorite committee was the Senate Intelligence Committee. And I served on that committee, and we would meet in a room that's called a SCIF, and it's basically it's a very secure room. No press, with all due respect, is allowed in, no cameras. Everyone has to leave their cell phone outside. It's a bipartisan committee, and we would go in that room and receive classified information from America's intelligence community, sometimes our military leaders, about hotspots around the world and threats to our national security. And when we went in that room, and this is why it was my favorite committee, people would take off their suit jacket, roll up their sleeves, have a cup of coffee on the table. And we weren't Democrats or Republicans. We were Americans. And that is so important on a number of issues we are discussing this afternoon, but in particular on national security. My opponent, however, has made it a thing of his to admire dictators and autocrats around the world. He exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, remember that? He has openly praised the president of Russia. Most recently, the report is, in the height of COVID. Remember, everyone was scrambling to get their hands on COVID tests? Remember when Americans were dying by the hundreds every day, and Donald Trump secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use? He has said, Donald Trump, I will solve the matter of Ukraine and Russia in a day. You know, read through and understand what he is saying. He would surrender. He would have Ukraine surrender its fight against an aggressor, violating its sovereignty. If Donald Trump were president, Vladimir Putin will be sitting in Kyiv and understand what that would mean for America and our standing around the world. But thankfully, there has been bipartisan support, and to your point of where you stand on this very fundamental issue. But this is a very vivid example of what is at stake in this election, because Donald Trump has been very clear. He would give away the shop. He has been manipulated and is so clearly able to be manipulated by favor and flattery, including from dictators and autocrats around the world. And America knows that that is not how we stand. That is not how we fight. We fight in favor of our strength and our role as a leader in bringing the allies together and standing for foundational and fundamental principles.
Congressman Cheney. I know kind of the issue of national security is one of the big reasons you're here and supporting the vice president. Can you expand on that answer and add your thoughts to it?
Yeah, you know, I think that if you look at where the Republican Party is today, there's been a really dangerous embrace of isolationism, a dangerous embrace of tyrants. The president, you know, even just today, he heaps praise on the world's most evil people while he attacks, you know, with venom his political opponents here at home. And, you know, the reality is that since the end of World War II, America has led, and we've led, and that has been necessary to defend our freedom. And we can't do it by ourselves, though. We need our allies. And when Donald Trump says that he's going to withdraw from NATO, when he invites Vladimir Putin to invade NATO, when he suggests that it is Zelensky's fault that Ukraine was invaded, I mean, that is for anybody who is a Republican who is thinking that, you know, they might vote for Donald Trump because of national security policy. I ask you, please, please study his national security policy. Not only is it not Republican, it's dangerous. And without allies, America will find our very freedom and security challenged and threatened. And one final point on this, don't think that Congress can stop him. Yeah. People say, well, you know what, he can't really do the worst, you know, because Congress will step in. All he has to do is what he's doing, is say, I won't fulfill our NATO treaty obligations. And NATO begins to unravel. So it is an incredibly dangerous thing to think about a foreign policy, a national security policy led by somebody who is as unstable as Donald Trump is. And it's a risk we just simply can't take as a nation.
And I'm going to add for emphasis that let's also be clear about, on this subject specifically of Ukraine, Donald Trump's approach would be to surrender. Understand what that would mean. That is signaling to the president of Russia he can get away with what he has done. Understand, look at the map. Poland would be next. NATO, our allies, are the reason that they have been so thankful for the position of strength we have taken in bringing the allies together, is because they are fully aware of, and remember, to the Congresswoman's point, World War II, remember, this concept of isolation, we were once there.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You guys are the best. But my input here before I play the video is, this wasn't even a conversation. This wasn't a conversation from 2016 to 2020. We weren't even having this conversation that they're campaigning on. What you're campaigning on wasn't even an issue when this man was there. So you're campaigning based on your flaws. Man, you need to sit down.
As a nation. And then Pearl Harbor happened. Let's remember recent history. Europe remembers it well. When we got attacked, Pearl Harbor, we jumped in. And it is because America jumped in that we were ultimately able to win that war. And it should be a constant reminder to us, we have to remember history, that isolationism, which is exactly what Donald Trump is pushing, pull out of NATO, abandon our friends, isolationism is not insulation. It is not insulation. It will not insulate us from harm in terms of our national security. So I say that to emphasize a point that the Congresswoman made, and the other point I'd make is also check out where he's been on how he thinks about America's military and service members. One of the great, great American heroes, a prisoner of war, John McCain. Remember how he talked about John McCain? He said he didn't like him because he got caught. You look, he's called members of our military suckers and losers. And then look at how some of the highest ranking members of our military, including what I mentioned earlier, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a dedicated member, leader in America's military, how he has assessed Donald Trump. Fascism to his core. So
there are your talking points for the kitchen table. Our final question is from Courtney. Courtney, can you stand? Courtney Cabrera Agruza is a wife, a mom, an attorney, and she's a proud Chaldean, and she is here with a question. Courtney.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Vice President Harris and Representative Cheney. My name is Courtney Kabara Agrusa, and I am a first-generation Chaldean American. Chaldeans are indigenous Iraqis who are Catholic, and we are predominantly in the Metro Detroit area. Chaldeans are a very close-knit community, but the recent political climate has really begun to divide us. While I know that you have discussed several bipartisan proposals over the course of your campaign, what would you say to people like myself who are part of these traditionally conservative communities who want to move forward but are feeling the pressures of the political divide?
Thank you. And I've actually met with members and leaders in the Chaldean community, and thank you for being here. You know, I think that there is something at stake that is about core values as well as what is at stake in terms of the risk and the danger. And I would offer you an example of what I think would be an important issue that would affect the Chaldean community and all Americans. For example, the issue of how we think about healthcare in America. So I know enough about the culture and to know that it is reflective of who we are as Americans in general. We respect our elders. We take care of them. So I will share with you a specific proposal that is an extension of how I think about things. Personal story, I took care of my mother when she was sick. And for anyone taking care of or who has taken care of an elder relative, you know what that is. It's about trying to cook something they feel like eating. It is trying to find clothes that don't irritate their skin or help them put on a sweater. It's about trying to figure out something you can say that will bring a smile to their face or make them laugh. It's about dignity. And we now have, in particular in our country, a lot of people doing that and also raising young kids. We call them the sandwich generation, right in the middle. It's a lot. And the way the system currently works, well, God willing, you may have enough resources, you can hire somebody to come in and help. If not, you may have to spend down all of your savings to be able to qualify for Medicaid. Or you may have to quit your job to be able to do what you need to do to take care of your children and take care of your older relative. That's just not right and it's not fair. So part of my proposal and the plan is that we're going to now reconfigure so that Medicare covers home health care for our seniors, right? It's about dignity. So in addition to everything that we've discussed already about national security, what is at stake? Something like this, because I absolutely do believe America is ready for a new generation of leadership that is taking on issues clear-eyed about what is going on that affects everybody, doesn't matter their political party, issues that are fundamentally about dignity, also about economic issues, and taking it on in a way that we relieve the American people of the burdens that get in the way of productivity and a certain quality of life. And this is one example of that. I believe we need to have an economy that I call an opportunity economy, where everyone has the opportunity to thrive, not just get by, but get ahead. And this is one example I would offer under the broader point, which is about let's move forward, taking on problems from a common sense approach that is about just practical work. Look, I am a capitalist. I am a pragmatic capitalist. I will work as I have with the private sector. I believe we have to invest in America's economy and in America's industry and America's entrepreneurs. Take care of those that are the most in need of just a little support to be able to not just get by, but get ahead.
Thank you, Courtney. Liz, I just want to, we have 2 minutes left. And when you hear the phrase, a new way forward, when you hear country over party, what does that mean to you? We're 2 weeks out. What does a new way forward mean for families like everybody here, for your children, my children, everybody's children, young men?
Yeah.
What is it like?
I think that, we're at a moment now where when you think about America, and the beacon of hope that we have been for so many years, for so many communities. Also, how tremendously enriched we have been by communities, immigrants who want to come here and build a life. All of that depends upon fundamentally defending the rule of law, fundamentally defending our Constitution. That's what makes all of our opportunity and our freedom possible. And at the same time that we're that beacon for the world, it's also because we're a good nation.
Yeah.
And because, when you look at who our leader is going to be, what Donald Trump represents is in many ways just cruel, and not the kind of dignity and the kind of person that we all want to be able to look up to. But what I would say is that if people are uncertain, if people are thinking, well, I'm a conservative, I don't know that I can support Vice President Harris, I would say, I don't know if anybody's more conservative than I am. and I understand the most conservative value there is to defend the Constitution. And if we don't come together to do that, then and so just to finish that, I would say, to me, a new way forward is this. It's what you're seeing up here. It's having a president who will listen, having a president who will say, I'm not necessarily sure I agree with you on this issue or that issue, but let's talk about it. Yeah. Why do you want, that policy? Why do you believe that? Someone who is willing to honor and respect all perspectives and points of views. And there's only one candidate in this race who does that, and that's Vice President Harris.
In fact, a lot of polling of undecided voters who call themselves the exhausted majority said, I just want leaders who listen to one another. I just respectfully to one another. I want to see decency. I want to see people I can look up to. And unfortunately, that's considered a new way forward as Representative Cheney.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's make that a way forward. The final word, Madam Vice President, everybody I talk to says, I have to turn off the news. I can't read anything. I'm meditating. I'm doing yoga. I'm so anxious. I just don't even know. I'm eating gummies, all kinds of things, What are you doing? What are you doing?
Not eating gummies.
Okay, we got that clear. But how do you handle this, the anxiety, the stress, the turmoil? Everybody's freaked out. I talked to the gentleman up there, he's like, I'm so scared. A woman's like, I'm so anxious. I can't sleep. Do you sleep?
I wake up in the middle of the night usually these days, so to be honest with you, but I work out every morning. I think that's really important to just kind of, mind, body, and spirit. But let me just say this.
Say more about that.
But I will. I work out. I try to eat well. I love my family, and I make sure that I talk to the kids and my husband every day. Doug and I have been kind of, traveling. We're trying to cover a lot of ground, so we're not with each other every day these days. But my family grounds me in every way. But if I can just speak to what people are feeling. We cannot despair. We cannot despair. The nature of a democracy is such that I think there's a duality. On the one hand, there's an incredible strength when our democracy is intact. An incredible strength in what it does to protect the freedoms and rights of its people. Oh, there's great strength in that. And it is very fragile. It is only as strong as our willingness to fight for it. And so that's the moment we're in. And I say do not despair, because in a democracy, as long as we can keep it in our democracy, the people, every individual has the power to make a decision about what this will be. And so let's not feel powerless. Let's not let and I get it, overwhelming nature of this all make us feel powerless, because then we have been defeated. And that's not our character as the American people. We are not one to be defeated. We rise to a moment, and we stand on broad shoulders of people who have fought this fight before for our country. And in many ways, let us look at the challenge then that we are being presented and not be overwhelmed by it. The baton is now in our hands to fight for, not against, but for this country we love. That's what we have the power to do. So let's own that. Dare I say, be joyful in what we will do in the process of owning that, which is knowing that we can and will build community and coalitions and remind people that we're all in this together. Let's not let the overwhelming nature of this strip us of our strength. That's how I feel about this. That's how I feel about this.
So I want to thank everybody here. You heard from the Vice President from...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the Vice President Kamala Harris. She's told you how she feels about what's going on. However, feelings and emotions do not pay the bills. Feelings and emotions is not going to bring down the gas prices. Feelings and emotions is not going to bring down the grocery prices. Feelings and emotion is not going to, bring down the tension. Like all this, I feel my feelings won't put food on the table for my daughter, bro. So I don't know what y'all talking about feelings for. All right, let's listen to the President of the United States. No. My bad. I'm sorry. The former president of the United States, the 45th. Okay, some people say he might be the 47th. He held a rally in Greenville, North Carolina. Let's get it.
Thank you very much. And a very special hello to Greenville right now. Greenville. And hello to North Carolina, special place for me. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. And I'd like to begin by asking a question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not even close. That's a big question. Think about that, right? We have to get out and vote. I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation, I will stop the invasion, and I will bring back the American dream. Our country is being crippled and destroyed by Kamala Harris. Kamala. How the hell did that ever happen? How did that ever happen? The guy had 14 million votes. I'm no fan of his, by the way. But he had 14 million votes. She had none. She was the first to lose. 22 people. She was the first out. She never made it to the great state of Iowa. Never made it. And, they talk about it. She is a threat to democracy. I mean, that's really it. She's a threat to a lot of things, but that's the way it has to be, because we're winning by a lot. We're leading by a lot. We're leading in the polls. Every single state looks like we're doing really well. And with your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years, like Could you stand it? It's 4 more years of incompetence and stupidity and failure and disaster, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. I think we have a real chance. And we were set back. And then you think about what they've done, because I happen to think the border is the biggest problem we have, not inflation. Inflation's terrible. It's a country buster. And the economy, all those things. But I happen to think that what they've done at the border to our country by letting millions and millions of people in, totally unchecked and unvetted, I think it's the worst thing, including murderers, drug dealers, people from prison. They opened up their prisons of the world into our country. I think it's the worst thing anyone's ever heard. And a lot of terrorists are coming in, record numbers of terrorists. Nothing good can happen. Nothing good can happen. After all the catastrophe she has caused, Kamala Harris can't say one thing that she'd do differently from Sleepy Joe Biden. Not one thing. And all she had to do is go to him and say, wake him up, wake him up, wake him up. We're going to sign an order, close the border. And it's closed. She didn't need a bill. And we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, right? They have to come in legally. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again. You're not excited. It's hard to get excited with these people, with Biden. You just get excited about Biden. But nobody was excited, and they went to him, terrible thing, and they said, we want you out. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. We want you out. Well, he said, if you put it that way, okay. No, I mean, think of it. This was the overthrow of a president of the United States. He didn't want to get out. In fact, the word is that he likes me more than he likes Kamala. I believe that's true. I believe that's true. What do you think? Whatley, how good is Whatley? What do you think? He's running the whole shebang. He ran your state. As you know, the Republican Party, we did so well. I said, put him in charge of everything this time. He'll stop the cheating. He's going to stop the cheating. How are you doing? Are they cheating, Michael? They're trying, but are they, they're not going to get away with it, right? He said, no. That's why I had him. They didn't get away with it in this day. They got away with it in plenty of places. This will be America's new golden age. It's going to happen. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. North Carolina, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. She's the worst vice president in history. It's the worst administration in the history of our country. They make Jimmy Carter look like he was a great president. He's a very happy man. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get out. Get out of here, Kamala. I've just come from Western North Carolina, where I witnessed the terrible devastation of Hurricane Helene. Boy, that is some devastation. You look at nature. It's called nature. They have houses. They're beautiful, big, strong, powerful houses. And they just wiped out. They're gone. The footings are gone. The foundations, everything's gone. It's unbelievable when you look at it. To every family who has lost a loved one or a home, our hearts are with you, and we are praying for you. And we will come back, and we will be here on January 20th, and we will do a great job of rebuilding this state. And when I'm president, North Carolina will get the support you need and deserve, and that is without question. Because you didn't get the proper support from this administration. They spent their money on illegal migrants. They spent their money. They didn't have any money left for North Carolina. That's not the way it's supposed to work. Or other places, by the way. Plenty of other places. The polls are open for early voting in North Carolina every day from now to November 2nd. So get out there and vote. Get out there and vote. If you have to, you wait. November 5th is fine, too. We just have to make sure we vote, make sure it's counted. If you're displaced due to the storm, You do not have to return to your home county, you know that, right, to vote. You can request a ballot to your temporary housing location. We're taking good care of it. They've got it worked out. And by the way, I don't know if you've heard, so here houses are gone. It's like, I can't believe the devastation. They set a record for the first few days of voting. Now, these are people that lost their houses. In some cases, unfortunately, they lost family members. And yet they set a record in early voting. They've never voted for the number of days anywhere close to the voting that you've done, right? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And I know Michael and the team, they worked very hard on making it convenient, but to think that that's a record that would be set. A lot of people thought it would be 20 or 30%. It's the highest number that you've ever had. That's a great compliment. And this is Trump territory, and that is Trump territory, too. So that should be a good thing. So go to TrumpVote24.com/NC for more details. With your help, 15 days from now, can you imagine 15 days? Oh. Can you imagine? 15 days from now, we're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again. This state was once the beating heart of American manufacturing, especially furniture. I used to come down here all the time to buy furniture for hotels and things that I was building. I'd go into the different places. The talent you had was unbelievable, but I could see it year by year by year. It was being dissipated. It was being taken over by China and others, and all we needed to do is slap some tariffs on it. It would have been perfect. What a shame. What a shame. But they're going to come back. They're going to come back. You watch. They're going to come back fast. Year after year, globalist, radical left politicians like Kamala Harris sold you out and allowed your jobs to be plundered and stolen from you, brought to other countries. After NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, where they were considered a growing nation, we are a developing nation. We're a developing nation, too. Have you ever seen some of our places? We're developing, too. We're developing more than them. Believe me, we need it more than they do. They're a developing nation, so they got all these benefits that we weren't entitled to because stupid people were negotiating for it. North Carolina lost over 300,000 manufacturing jobs, including those skilled people with the furniture. I used to watch them carve out a handle. How would you like it, sir? Would you like it this way? Watch. Ding, 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 ding. He gives me the most beautiful. We lost that whole thing. What a shame. And we're getting it back, though, including 60% of its furniture manufacturing jobs, and now even more than that. Under Kamala Harris, the United States has lost 50,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. And those are our bread and butter. But under the Trump administration, we are going to take back what is ours. We will end the looting, ransacking, raping, and pillaging of North Carolina and, frankly, every other state in the Union. Every other state also. We will bring back our jobs, our factories, our wealth, and our dreams. We're going to bring them back. They are dreams, actually. They're going to be dreams no longer because you're going to have it, so we don't have to call it a dream. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs. By the way, we have more energy than any country in the world. I call it liquid gold, including Saudi Arabia and Russia by far. Think of it. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were energy independent. Can you believe it? And now we're buying tar. Now we're buying tar from Venezuela. It's not oil, it's tar. We have to melt it to get oil out of it. We will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet, but only if they make their products here in America and hire American workers for the job. Very simple. And if these companies don't make their products here, in other words, if they make them in another country and they bring them here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff. They will send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our cherished companies. They're going to have to pay a very big penalty. And I will never apologize for defending America. I will never apologize for putting America first. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. You know, you've had politicians that didn't do it. They were either stupid, maybe dishonest, could have been dishonest. Hard to believe they would be dishonest, isn't it? When you see guys like Adam Shifty Schiff, he would never take anything. Can you believe this guy's probably going to be a senator? I can't even believe it. I'll tell you what, I was in California. We have some of the biggest crowds you've ever seen. I was in California. I'd love to have God to come down and be the vote counter just for one day and see how well we're doing in California. They send millions and millions of ballots out. They don't know what the hell's happening. And no matter what happens, they say, well, California is not available. I have a rally. I have 100,000 people. They have a rally. They have 200 people. And they say they're going to win. They're not going to win. No. Did you ever hear the expression that the vote counter is far more important than the candidate? And unfortunately, we can't let that happen. We've got to take it back. I will protect our families, and I will protect the... Thank you. It's true. The vote counter is more important than the candidate. That's been true, unfortunately. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live the richest and most powerful nation. He's going to live in the most powerful nation on the face of the earth. It's going to be the richest nation. With 4 more years of Kamala Harris, North Carolina will be an economic wasteland. You know that. You see what's happening. I took off more regulations than any president in history times 4, and they put a lot of them back, and there was no reason to do it. We had the best jobs. We had the best economy in the history of our country. And now we had no inflation, by the way. You know, we had the best economy with no inflation. That's actually a hard thing to do if you think about it. We had no inflation, essentially no inflation, and the best. Now we have inflation that's killing everybody. Kamala's inflation has already cost a typical family over $30,000 in higher prices. And now she wants to raise the typical family's taxes by nearly $3,000 a year. Take a look at this.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up?
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up?
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
Donald J. Trump and I approve this message. Thank you. And by the way, she wants to confiscate your guns. You got to think about it. The tax queen is also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production, along with the largest capital gains tax hike in history. Think of this. They want to raise your taxes to a level that you haven't seen before, and they're running on this platform, okay? In all of my years, I've never seen anybody running for office where we will raise your taxes. They say they're going to raise your taxes. You're going to lose all your companies because they go to other places. You know, it's very simple. You're going to tax them out of the market. They're going to go to other places. That goes your job. By contrast, I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses. And very importantly, there will be no tax on tips. No tax on overtime. And very important for your seniors, no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. Right? I will make interest on car loans. This is something, they called me up from Wall Street, the most brilliant people. They called me up. Where do you think of that? Sounds simple, right? But it's not so simple. I always say it's like the paperclip. You know, some guy 129 years ago, he came up, he took a little piece of stuff, and he went away. All of a sudden, he has the paper clip. He made a fortune. People look at it, they say, Why didn't I think of that? This is the same thing. I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible because affording a car is essential to restoring the American dream, and it'll be great for Detroit and South Carolina and North Carolina. It'll be great for a lot of states, but it will. I mean, a lot of people are going to buy cars when you do that. And we want them to buy them only in this country. We're not interested in buying cars from other countries. Do we agree? We want to buy them. You'll even buy them if they're made in South Carolina. Do you agree? All right, we'll make them in North Carolina. Now, we want to get them from Detroit because Michigan has suffered. They've lost like 70% of their car. And by the way, with all those, you heard the stat, 50,000, 60,000 manufacturing jobs wiped out last month. We are just doing so badly as a country. We don't know it. We're a nation in decline. We're a nation in decline, and I hate to say it. And you know, I didn't have to do this. I had a lot of options. I could have been on a beautiful beach someplace. I could have been on a beautiful beach, but I watched what was happening after that ridiculous election, where I got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. But the good side of that is 15 days. We've been waiting a long time for this. 15 days. Disgraceful. It's a disgrace. But I watched how bad they were doing. They were destroying this country step by step. They were destroying it. We would have had no war with Ukraine, with Russia, Ukraine. They went in because of a lot of things. They went in because of our energy policy. They went in because of Biden's stupidity and his rhetoric. And you take a look at what happened. They went in because they saw Afghanistan. They said, wow, they're a paper tiger. There was never a more embarrassing day in the life of our country, or period in the life, than what happened with Afghanistan, the way that we got out of Afghanistan. And Putin saw that. Yeah, he's right. He said Joe was sleeping. You're right, I guess. Putin saw that and he went in. He would have never done it. We would have never had October 7th with Israel. We would have never had inflation. That was caused by energy, largely by energy. Our energy was incredible. We had it down to $1.87 a gallon, and it went up to $5.50. On day one of the Trump administration, I will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will end the Green New Scam once and for all. The Green New Scam will end. And I love Elon, by the way. You know, he makes all those electric cars. But he understands that, too. He makes a great car, great part, and a lot of people like it. It's a perfect application for a lot, but not for everybody. Some want gasoline propelled, and we have a lot of gasoline right under there. And some want other things. They want to have a hybrid. The one thing I can't get used to is hydrogen, you know? You know the story with hydrogen? It's great until it blows up, in which case you're not recognizable. Even guys, strong guys like this, they'd call you mom or your wife. Is it a mom or oh, look at that. Oh, I know them. Very wealthy parents. That's nice, you know? I know them. No, your kids wouldn't be recognizable. That's not a good thought. Huh? How's my son doing? Well, he tried the new hydrogen car. It didn't work out too well. So if they want to give me one for free, even if they have it fully developed, where they haven't seen a problem in a couple of months, I have no interest in it. But we're going to be developing a lot of things, and that's what we want. And we want to have a lot of application. By the way, I want to thank Elon Musk for providing us with Starlink for North Carolina and for Georgia. A man called me from North Carolina that I knew, and they were having a lot of trouble because our government, our federal government, was doing a terrible job. That's Biden and Kamala. They didn't know what the hell was happening. They spent all their money on the illegals coming in. You know, they had no money left. But they were doing a terrible job, and they called me. They said, you know Elon Musk? I said, I do. In fact, he endorsed me like so beautifully. His endorsement was one of the most beautifully written endorsements. That's in between those rocket ships that go up and down all the time. I mean, how cool was that, though, right? Yeah. I'm watching this thing. I said, oh, what's going on? I had no idea. I was on the phone with a friend, just to make it a little bit longer story. I was on the phone talking to a very important guy, actually, and I have the television muted. It's dead muted. And I see this ball of fire come, like a 20-story building. It's coming down, I say, would you do me a favor? Hold it. I've never said, what the hell is happening? I thought maybe it switched over to a movie or something. And I put the phone down. Very important guy. You know what? I never picked it up. The guy was holding for like 45 minutes. I forgot he was on the phone because... And now all these idiots back there will say, he's cognitively impaired because he put the... He's cognitively impaired. You know, I do this stuff 5, 6, 7 times a day for 52 days without a break. And then if you say one wrong word, which I don't, actually, I don't, like the, you say the, oh, I heard a word that wasn't exactly proper. He's cognitive. They're sick people. I'll tell you what, they are really, not all of them. I'd say about 92%. A couple of good ones. That's a lot of cameras going on. There are a couple of good ones back there. No, it is, isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy what they do and the level of meanness, the way they write about people, and the way they protect. How about 60 Minutes, the way they protected Kamala? She gave an answer. Think of it. 60 Minutes, CBS, and they ought to lose their license and they ought to take it off the air. It's the biggest. How about this? She gives an answer that was cognitively a mess, right? She gives an answer that was grossly incompetent. They removed the entire answer and put another answer in there. Where the hell? They don't do that with anybody that I've ever heard. With me, they do the opposite. I give them a gorgeous, full-flowing, magnificent, beautiful answer. I call it the weave, right? Always get right back to the right place, but you cover a lot of territory this way. But you give a beautiful answer, and then what they do is they take pieces of it out, and all of you say, what the hell happened to my beautiful answer? They do the opposite. And that's bad, too, but that's not like this. They took her entire answer out, threw it out, and they said, this looks terrible. And they put a new answer in. I mean, that's the biggest scandal, in my opinion, because that's election interference. That's the biggest scandal in the history of broadcasting. All right? The biggest scandal in the history of broadcasting, in my opinion. We'll see what happens. They're being sued. They're being sued by a lot of people. No, they should lose their license for that, right? You know, the fake news is protected. How dare he say that? Why would he ever say lose it? They took her answer, threw it out, and gave her a new answer, and they're trying to defend it. Boy, can you imagine if that happened with me? It would be over. The electric chair. And by the way, does anybody have any doubt that they worked with her campaign to get rid of that stupid answer? She's a mess. She's a cognitive mess, and nobody wants to talk about it. And we can't have 4 more years. We had 4 years of it. We can't take another 4 years of it, can we? We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, and drill, baby, drill, right? Drill. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill you. Going to say, sir, we have too much energy. They're going to come back. Ted Budd's going to call me, sir, may I see you with a few of the people? I said, who? Who are you going to see me with, Ted? A few of our big, very important people from North Carolina. Sir, it's too much energy is being given to us. The prices are getting too low. Is there something you can do about it, sir? We're making too much money. We got jobs. We got everything. We're winning too much, sir. We can't take it anymore because for years we've been losing. So please, sir, do something about the winning. It's just too much for the people of North Carolina to take. And I'll say, Ted, I don't care how much. We're going to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to keep winning, Ted. I don't care what you say. There he is. Look at him. And I'll cut your energy prices. Here's the pledge. 1 year from January 20th, that's when you take office. We're going to win. And I'm going to cut your energy prices in half. 50% your energy. We have it right there. And then everything else is going to start to come down. Your costs of energy is so important. Interest rates, too, we're going to be cutting them. But the energy I can do right away. I'll get those guys drilling. They are wild. They are tough and wild. They are crazy. They'll be drilling so much. You know what? If they drill themselves out of business, I don't give a damn, right? We're going to get your prices. We're going to get your prices down so low. We're going to get them down 50%. So remember, I said it. As we rebuild our economy, we'll also restore our borders. For 4 straight years, Kamala has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo, not just in South America. The Congo in Africa, many people are being brought in from the Congo. The great thing is, they make our criminals look like really nice people. These people are so much more vicious. They cut you up and they don't even think about it the next day. Look at these beautiful ladies these ladies in the front are going, this is a rather depressing speech he's making, I must say. They say, look how beautiful. I happen to know them. They're not into the world of being cut up, right? They never heard that. They weren't educated exactly that way. Look, they're looking at me. They're so cute. They're saying, oh, this is terrible. Believe me, they're worse than that. That's how bad they are. And she has resettled some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world into your communities to prey upon innocent American citizens. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. Okay? Now they're happy. Now she's happy. She's happy now. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. They formed in these horrible prisons in Venezuela. Tren de Aragua. Have you heard of them? You don't want to hear of them. That's taking over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent terror spree all over America. You know, in Aurora, what they're doing. You've been reading about it in Aurora, Colorado. You have a governor. He's a radical left lunatic, and he's petrified. He doesn't want anything to do. These guys have guns that are as good as our military. They're of military quality, sometimes better than the Supreme, called the Supreme version. Where the hell did they get this stuff? And they're vicious. And now, today, in the New York Post, on the front page, I read where they've taken over Times Square. Isn't that wonderful? Can you imagine? And let's take a look at this, please.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national was in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex. New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
So that's the people they're spending their money on to get them into our country, among others. And that's why you don't have the money. They want to hold a special session of Congress to give you the money. And we're going to work with you 100%. But can you imagine what they've done to this country is unthinkable. These are the people where the money's going instead of the people of your state, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, all of these places. Georgia, by the way, where they're doing a good job. Government is doing a good job. The state government, not the federal government. The United States is now an occupied country, but on November 5th, 2024, we will be a liberated country. We will be liberated like never before. It will be Liberation Day. Under Kamala Harris, 13,099 illegal alien convicted murderers are on the loose in the United States. You know who gave that information? The Border Patrol gave us that information. Then they'd never done that before, but they said something has to be done. And by the way, thank you to the Border Patrol. They're great. They endorsed your favorite president. They didn't only endorse me, saying I'm the greatest president there's ever been. I said, what about George Washington? Nah, you're better. What about Lincoln? What about Abraham Lincoln? Nope, you're better. They said I'm tougher on the border than Abraham Lincoln, right? Than Honest Abe. But you know, they gave me a great endorsement, but at the same time, they did something that's pretty amazing because, you know, it's not easy for them to do this. They said she is the worst we've ever had. She never even called anybody for 3.5, 4 years. She never even called anybody. She never called one Border Patrol head agent, never once, and she never visited the site. Never visited. This is a woman who is a disaster. She destroyed the greatest city in our country, I think might have been San Francisco. She destroyed San Francisco. She helped destroy California, which is hard to do with the weather, the water, the everything. The sun and the water has everything, everything perfect. The location, together with Gavin Newsom, the governor, she destroyed it. And we're not going to let her destroy the United States of America. We're not going to let her. Right? Just last week, 2 illegal alien members of the same savage Venezuela gang were arrested in New York for robbing, shooting, and murdering a 59-year-old man in a Connecticut hotel. It was a horrible, horrible scene. One of these monsters was a gotaway, and we're not even including gotaways in those numbers. You know what a gotaway is? That means they come through and nobody checks them. We built hundreds of miles of wall. We had the safest border in history. You remember my all-time favorite chart? I love that chart. I sleep with that chart. And it showed the best numbers. Put the chart up if you would. Just put it up. Put it up. If you can. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. We didn't have that chart, I wouldn't be with you today. I give that chart a big fat kiss every night I go to bed with that chart. But what that chart also shows is, look at the arrow on the bottom. That was the day I left office. We're the lowest level of illegal immigrants coming into our country. Also drugs and lots of other things. You take a look at human trafficking of women. Mostly it's women. It's not, they talk about men. It's not men, it's women and children, but mostly women. We had the largest number of 10 times more than came in through me. We had it stopped. We would check in every car, every trunk in every car where they put a lot of them. And we had it stopped. And now it's out of control. The internet brought that into a crime it sounds like an ancient kind of a thing. It's not. The internet made that as profitable as the drug trade. It's really horrible what's going on. What's happened to that border? That border is probably the meanest place maybe in the history of our country, certainly, but almost the history of the world. And there's no border like it in the world. There's no border so corrupt, so dangerous, anything like that. There's never been anything like that. What's happening? Millions of people. And what's happening to them, even on the journey up, the fact that they make that journey, the women it's a horrible thing that happens to the women. You remember when I first ran, I used a certain word, rape. Everyone said, oh, he used the word rape. Well, rape, the percentage of women that are raped on the trip up, I won't say it, but you won't believe the number. It's just a horrible thing that happens, all because these people, they're basically saying, come up, we'll give you education, we'll give you this, you can stop it all in one day, you can stop it all in 1 hour, you can close that. So I built the wall, hundreds of miles. I then ordered 200 miles more. We could have had it up in 3 days. It flips up exactly what Border Patrol wanted, exactly what ICE wanted. We got exactly what they wanted. We could have had it done in literally 3 to 4 weeks, completed. Much more than I promised I was going to do. I built hundreds of miles. That's one of the reasons we were able to have it. Then I got Mexico to give us soldiers, thousands and thousands of soldiers, free of charge, by the way. Mexico, of course, I did tell them, if you don't do it, I'm going to put tariffs on all your cars that are coming in. I did tell. They actually said, no, we won't do it. And we're not going to. I said, you got to give me 28,000 soldiers right away, free of charge. They looked at me, they said, we're not going to do that. Why would we do that? I said, you're going to do it 100%? You're going to do it? They said, we're not. I said, you are. They said, no way. I said, way. And then they started wondering, what the hell's going on over here? You know, they were pretty. I said, here's the story. If you don't give us those soldiers, because you're the ones that are letting them in your country and they're coming up from your southern border, if you're not going to give us those soldiers, I'm going to tariff you for 25%, then for 50%, then for 75%, and then for 100%. And you're going to pay us so much money that we can afford to buy an army if we want, like times 5. And I said, and I have the legislation on my desk, and I'm going to sign it right now unless I hear, sir, we would like very much to do exactly as you say. We will provide you with soldiers. And wasn't only that, remain in Mexico. I mean, they said, we're not going to give you remain in Mexico. I said, of course you are, because you're letting them come through your country. We don't want them in our country until we're able to vet them and check them. And when I said the tariffs, I'm telling you, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is the word tariff. You don't know. They said, no way, no way, no way. And then they said, we would be proud to give you as many soldiers as you want, free of charge, sir. We don't want to charge you anything. Don't forget, they've taken a lot. Oh, and I have just one quick story. So they're building the largest car plants in the world in Mexico. It's all being financed and done by China. China basically owns it, but they're using Mexico. They make cars and send them through. So this took place about a year ago. I found out about it through a man that builds the plants. I said, I want to see a plant. I want to see a car plant. He said, come with me to Mexico, sir. I said, no, I want to see one in the United States. We don't build the big ones in the United States. The big ones are being built in Mexico. I said, why is that? Well, China's there, and they want to build them in Mexico and then sell them into the United States, which will totally close down Michigan, totally close down Detroit, and you won't have any car industry left. So I heard that, and I started thinking about it. I said, how terrible is that? And then about 3 months ago, as you know, I started saying, we're not going to allow it to happen. They were getting ready to start the biggest plant in the world, actually. I think 2 or 3 of them, but the biggest. They were getting ready to start. And the other day, I was in Detroit at the Detroit Economic Club making a speech on cars and bringing back the automobile industry. And I saw the man that builds the plants. I knew him a little bit. I brought him up. I said, I wanted to see you for a minute. Come here. What's happened to that plant? Sir, about 2 weeks ago, China decided to not build it because they think you're going to be elected president. And if you have to pay tariffs, if they have to pay tariffs, there's no way it can be successful. So there's a case. I didn't even do anything except say, we're going to put tariffs. And I even said, we'll put 100, 200. I don't care what the number is. They're not going to have one car from that massive, giant auto plant come into our country. And I said that. And China decided a couple of weeks ago they're not going to be. How good is that? Huh? So I saved Michigan, and I saved Detroit. And I saved you a little bit. You know, with you, it's not as big a deal. But, you know, the same thing applies to other businesses. So we killed that plant just by the threat of tariffs. I'm telling you, outside of love and religion, it's the most beautiful word there is. Tariff. And these stupid people, stupid politicians, they don't like. Look, they're either dumb or they're corrupt. Anybody that opposes tariffs for a country where you're going to, because China's been doing that for years. We don't want your cars unless you build the factory in China. We don't want your cars. Japan doesn't take our cars. They said, if you want to build a factory in Japan, otherwise we're not interested in your cars. And what we did is such a beautiful thing. I've got no credit for it whatsoever, but someday they'll give me credit in about 100 years from now. In Wilmington, North Carolina, 2 months ago, an illegal alien from Venezuela brutally stabbed a man to death. This murder came just 4 days after he was arrested for domestic violence, but instead of being deported by Kamala, this criminal alien was released into our country where he kills. He's an animal. Every day, Kamala Harris is bringing in illegal aliens who are raping and murdering women and children. You see them all the time. Their names have become famous, and you know, in a certain way, look, it's they don't want it. I know the parents. I've met so many of the parents. They're devastated. They'll never be the same. But their children have not died in vain because we're gonna stop it. We're gonna stop it very strongly. We're gonna stop it. We're not gonna play games. And because of the horrible acts that these people have committed, nobody can even believe it. And it's all because of Biden and Kamala. And in all fairness, Biden put this total stupid person in charge of our border. Think of it. Never made a call, never went there. She let it just all, she said, keep those borders open, let everybody come in. Now, there's only one reason you do that, I guess. Well, there's 3 reasons. You're stupid. You hate our country. You can't be that stupid to be able to cheat like they cheat. So you're either stupid, you hate our country, or they're trying to get them to vote, right? And it's probably the 3rd. She's turning beautiful small towns into third world dumping grounds. She's letting vicious gangs take over whole communities. She's busing and flying them in by the millions. How about the flights? She said, yes, you know, about 3 months ago, they're getting killed on this issue. So I think it's, again, the most important issue there is, more important than the economy, believe it or not, because this is destroying the fabric of our country. This is like destroying our country. And so they tightened it up a little bit. Oh, look, our numbers are a little bit better. Look, oh, Trump stopped the bill. He told the Senate, Ted, did I ever tell you not to sign that bill? No, right? I didn't tell anybody to, but they like that. Trump stopped. I sort of liked it. It gives you such power. You know, you come from Queens, and now I'm calling, you will not sign that bill, senators. You will not. They have me calling up, you will not sign that bill. Actually, I like that sort of. Maybe I should go along with that story, Ted. That's something, nobody's had that kind of power in a long time, right? But, and again, all she had to do, she didn't need a bill, just had to call him up and say, close up the border. Wake up the guy up top and just close up the border, please, Joe. Come on over here, Crooked Joe. We're going to sign this right here, sign right here. Okay. And the border's closed. They don't need, I didn't have a bill. I had the strongest border in history. I didn't have a bill. My father used to tell me that when he'd hire somebody, when they say, sir, an executive, sir, could I have a letter of authorization? Could I have a letter saying that I've been, he said, all of those guys that wanted letters were always weak and ineffective. It was the ones that went and said, I'm the boss now, you're going to listen to me. Those were the ones that did the job. You know, does that make sense? So all they had to do, they didn't need anything. All they had to do is say, the border's closed. She's responsible for more human trafficking than any person in history. There's never been a problem in human trafficking in history like this one, and she's responsible. If Kamala gets 4 more years, you will not have a country left. You're not going to have a country left. You'll have 200 million people pouring in from all parts, and mostly prisons and lots of other places that you don't want to hear about. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will rescue every town across America that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country back to where they came from. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, equally violent, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. 1798. That's when we had real politicians that said we're not going to play games. We have to go back to 1798. to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. We're going to knock the hell out of them. Don't forget, I'm the one that defeated ISIS, remember? They don't want to do it. The fake news doesn't like talking about it. They don't like talking about things like that. And I did it in a matter of weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years, 7 years. Mattis told me, sir, we won't be able to do that for many years, sir. I said, wait a minute, we have the best planes in the world, the best everything in the world, and they fight with knives and crappy guns? Why? And I went over there, and I found out why, and I had the right guy. I had a real general, not a television general. Not a general that likes to write books. Stupid people. These are stupid people. Oh, and the things he said in that book, they put him in great jeopardy, what he said in the book. This stupid guy, Milley, he's the one that said, leave the equipment. Sir, I think we should leave the equipment. It's cheaper to leave a plane that costs $150 million than it is to take it out, sir. That's when I knew I had a real dummy. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or law enforcement officer. I will end catch and release into our country. We'll have catch and release into Mexico, if that's okay. I will immediately end all migrant flights. Hundreds of thousands of people are being flown into the middle of our country. I will outlaw sanctuary cities. They're going to be over. Dead. And I will ban all welfare and federal benefits for illegals. I will restore every Trump border policy and immediately expel all illegals who violate our border. We're going to get them out. We have to, because this is not sustainable by any country. We're running against the most radical, most incompetent, most unfit vice president in the history of our country. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Something is clearly wrong with her. She can't put two sentences together. She's an international joke, and she is going to end up getting us into a third world war. This person cannot be president when the people of North Carolina were stranded and drowning in Hurricane Helene. Kamala Harris was at a glitzy fundraiser in a city that she destroyed, San Francisco. She spent the last 4 years taking your money to provide shelter and benefits to illegal aliens. But when North Carolina needed help, Kamala Harris was nowhere to be found. And it took her a long time to get here, too. And she only did it. She only came here because she's running for office. I was here the day after. I didn't want to go in. I didn't want to disturb them, but I was in North Carolina. Kamala Harris does not have the compassion, the smarts, or the strength to be the president of the United States. She just can't do the job. You know it. Everybody knows it. Her people know it. The people that work for her know it. Almost 95% of the people that work for her as vice president quit. They were always quitting because she was a nut job. And on top of it all, she says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden, which is totally disqualifying immediately. Remember, the most unpopular, everybody says right way, wrong way. Wrong way is 86%. So why would you do everything the same? But she should have done it 4 years ago. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% said the economy is in excellent or good condition.
U.S. inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes have spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020 to afford a house.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
Thank you very much. Good job. You know, a friend of mine called me up, and he said, I hate it when you run the clips. Why? Because the press doesn't follow them. They can't move that damn camera up to show that picture. They can't move. No, think of it. I said, no, you must be kidding. All they have to do is turn it just a little bit of an angle, and it's fine. But you can't do that, can you? You can't do that. I'm watching the camera. They keep the damn camera focused on me, and I now understand what I was watching them. Because a friend called up, he said, it's too bad with the clips. They sound good, but they don't show them. All you have to do is turn it a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right. But he's told by his bosses, right there, the guy right there, he's told by his bosses, don't do it, because they don't want to give us the privilege of seeing murderers in our country. And you should be ashamed of yourself. North Carolina, if you want to end this disaster, you must get out and vote. We'll get rid of these stupid people. We're pleased to be joined today by Senator Ted Budd, and I want to say happy birthday, Ted. What are you, about 49 or something? Happy birthday. Great guy, great senator, very respected. Thank you, Ted. Another great one that I was very involved in, he did fantastically, and now I think he's running for a thing called Attorney General, Dan Bishop. Dan, thank you. And I hear you're doing well, right? Thank you. Dan's been a great congressman. Congressional candidate, Lori Buckout, and she's been great, who has my complete and total endorsement, okay? Lori has my complete, so vote for Lori. You're going to win. You're going to win big. Thank you, Lori. Great. Great job. North Carolina State GOP Chairman, Jason Simmons. Jason, thank you, Jason. Good job. Good job, Jason. And I introduced him, but RNC Chairman Michael Whatley done a fantastic job. Thank you. Really good. He better win. Oh, if he doesn't win. I'm saying he's so great. He's great, great, great. If he doesn't win, I'll be saying, get rid of that guy. Nah, we'll never say that. I think you're doing great. The numbers so far are amazing. The fake news doesn't want to report. We don't care. The only thing that matters is November 5th, right? So we don't care what they do now. But even they are concerned. They say, this is not looking good. You know, normally you'd say they mean these numbers are looking incredible, actually, in every state, not just here, in every state. They know what I mean. And I'm very proud to have my beautiful daughter, Tiffany, here with her husband, Michael. And they're going to have a baby, a beautiful baby. Two good people, too. And a great developer in New York and Florida and elsewhere, one of the greatest businessmen in the country, Mr. Steve Witkoff. Steve? Thank you, Steve. Great job. Thank you. Great guy. Former head of the Small Business Administration, who, by the way, went to school here. She has to be, she has to be the most successful person ever to graduate from this beautiful place. It's beautiful. Linda McMahon, I could tell you about her for days. She went here, right? And you loved it. I said, do you like it? She said, I loved it. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell you that. And a man that you heard speak, and he's a great patriot, and he's a talented guy, went to Harvard, did very well. It's not as good as the Wharton School of Finance, but that's okay. But he's been a tremendous voice against China, and we have nothing against China. We just want to be treated fairly. And Peter's one of the few people that really understood what was happening. Peter Navarro. Peter, wherever you are. Peter. Hi, Peter. I heard Peter. I said, he's doing well. I didn't get to see you, but now I see you. Good. Good job. Good job today. Good job forever. He was a strong voice on what you and I believe in, right? He was great. And again, I want to thank Elon Musk for doing such a great job. He's now campaigning for us in Pennsylvania, so that's pretty good. So here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. You know who that is. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of Defund the Police. Can you believe that one? The movement that is such a disaster, and anybody who wants to defund the police even for one day is not worthy of being president of the United States, the way I look at it. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. You know what that is, ICE. These are the toughest people, and they go into these gangs, and they go fists swinging, legs swinging, and they come out 2 minutes later, and they take them out of our country. They are rough people we're dealing with, but ICE is incredible, and they love our country. She wanted to get rid of ICE. They want to take them out. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? She's not going to do it. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking. She said, as California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. Can you imagine? She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. Oh, by the way, if you like guns, you can forget her. She's going to do it 100%. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. Think of that. They're in detention at taxpayer expense, sex changes. They're in detention. They want to have the operation, and by the way, aside from all the other problems, it's a very big and expensive operation. And then, of course, you saw that yesterday. She lied about working at McDonald's. That's a pretty big. And on top of everything else, Kamala wants to turn our military woke. Watch this.
I got your name. I got your ass. You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer. Sir, yes, sir.
2 years that come out fighting. They're not woke. Only the top few people, they're woke. They're woke. They'll be gone fast. But in conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala Harris. We're going to save America. And we're going to restore the greatness of our nation for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. With your support, we will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and turn the United States into the manufacturing superpower of the world. It'll be very quick. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. Nobody else is going to do that. We have never been closer. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly want and deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a missile defense shield around our country, all made in the USA, including a place called North Carolina. And we will land an American astronaut on Mars. And before I go too further, some of my favorite people are here. These women, finally, and a couple of them right here. I don't know why you get these primos. I guess they're the bosses. These women have seen 259 rallies. This isn't even rally. This is a little get-together. Can you imagine? You have 9,000 people on a Monday afternoon, and we call it a little get-together. They come from North Carolina. Look at them. They come from North Carolina, and they come out to California. They go to Texas. They're happily married. I don't know how the hell that works. I don't know how that works. They have great husbands, but they are happily married. You're going to have to tell me about that. But these are the greatest, most beautiful women, and they've seen it a lot, and they never get tired of hearing the truth, ever. They never get tired of hearing the truth. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our school. We will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. It will be stopped. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and it will be very soon. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope in the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? And stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. Early voting is underway. Get everyone you know and vote. After all, and remember this, all we've been through a lot together, haven't we? Huh? We suffered for 4 years. For 4 years we suffered. Our country suffered. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. That's what we're going to do. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. We just heard the 45th, who some people say might be the 47th. I don't know. What do you think? I think he probably would be the 47th. This is just my opinion. I think he's going to be the 47th. If he wins, this will be the biggest win ever, especially with what we have going on right now. And then he turns it around. Oh my Lord. Man, he's going to go down in history. He's already going down in history anyway, but he's going to go down in history even bigger. All right, so we've heard from the OG, Donald J. Trump. Now we're going to listen to Vice President Kamala. She did three town halls today. Same thing with the former president. He did 3 events today. They both are going heavy. Everybody's trying to win the presidency. So I think Kamala has actually ramped up her schedule because she wasn't really doing interviews earlier, but now she's like, okay, I got to do interviews because the American people are like, yo, you have to come out and talk. So now she's doing more talking. She's not hiding like she used to, but now she's coming out, which is great. This is what the American people need. We need to hear you speak. So let's listen to the town hall she did today. This is the second one we're playing today.
To take my word for it, but look at what the
haven't done before. So I'd like you to address that as well. Lindsey Graham was on television yesterday saying, what are you, Never Trump Republicans, what are you thinking of? How could you possibly do all of this? There are a lot of people who are listening to us who may be disillusioned with what's happening with the Republican Party, but they're afraid of paying the price because there is a cost to all of that. So what do you say to those Americans?
Well, don't listen to Lindsey Graham, number one. It's good life advice, actually. But what I say is that what undergirds everything that we are as a nation, is the rule of law, and it's our Constitution. And when you look at what Donald Trump did after the last election, when you look at the cruelty that's involved in someone who watches an attack on the United States Capitol, an attack conducted by people in his name, and refuses for over 3 hours to tell the mob to leave. I mean, people just need to think about what that's depravity. He watched the attack happen, and people kept asking him, please tell the people to leave. And law enforcement officers were being brutally beaten, and the Capitol was being assaulted, and he would not tell people to leave for over 3 hours. That cruelty is the same cruelty that we see when he lies about the federal government's disaster response, when he puts people's lives at risk because he won't tell the truth. He's a man who's unfit to be the president of this good and honorable and great nation. And so I've spent a lot of time working before I was elected to Congress in countries around the world that weren't free, or where people were trying to achieve their freedom. And I know how fragile this can be, how fragile democracy can be. And so in this election, we have a choice. We have the choice of somebody in Vice President Harris who you know is going to uphold the rule of law. You know that she's going to lead this country with a sincere heart. You know that she is going to always be thinking about what is best for this nation. We might not agree on every issue, but she is somebody that you can trust and someone that our children can look up to. And I think it's so important for us to cast the vote for Vice President Harris this time around.
Vice President, I was thinking about one of your social media posts recently where you go through all the things that Donald Trump has bailed out of, that he won't debate you, that he won't do interviews, that he's refusing to release certain information. And you asked an interesting question, what is he hiding?
Yeah.
So what in fact is he hiding?
Well, I wonder what is he hiding. I also wonder what his staff is trying to hide by preventing or suggesting he not debate me again, not do these interviews. It is the norm, as you know, that presidential nominees will do a 60 Minutes interview. He has refused to do that. He is pulling out of interviews left, right, and center. And I think that what we see about him in public, whether it be his rallies or, as you said, would it be called just a solo dance? I don't know that it has
I don't think it has a name to it.
Dance is really generous.
Yes, what that was. I think it does lead us, and it should lead us to observe that he is increasingly unstable. But you don't have to take my word for it. Listen to the people who know him best. The people who worked with him in the White House, in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room. His former chief of staff, 2 former secretaries of defense, his secretaries of defense, his former national security advisor, and of course his former vice president. And they have each talked about, the chief of staff, that Donald Trump has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. Not only has that been said by a former chief of staff of the former president, but we know he has openly talked about his intention to terminate the Constitution of the United States. I have taken that oath 6 times as district attorney, twice, elected and reelected, as attorney general of the largest state in California, twice, as United States Senator, and actually now as vice president. And the Congresswoman and I have talked about that. That is an oath one must take seriously. It is a duty to defend and honor and uphold the Constitution of the United States. He has said he would terminate it. Anyone who wants to be president of the United States should never again be able to stand behind the seal of the President of the United States, having said they would terminate the Constitution of the United States. And again, most recently, the report is that the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a decorated general, said of Donald Trump that he is fascist to the core. These are the people who know him best, people who worked with him. And so, yes, we can talk about that moment on stage of the music and all that, but I think it's very important that we acknowledge, and I have said publicly, Donald Trump is an unserious man. And the consequences of him ever being president of the United States again are brutally serious. Brutally serious. To the Congresswoman's point, I have now, as Vice President of the United States, met over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. Many of them multiple times. We are on a first-name basis. Most of them allies in connection with NATO, and I've met with them in connection with our standing rightly with Ukraine. The world is watching this election, and our allies are worried. Because the reality is that when we as the United States of America walk in these rooms around the world, we walk in chin up, shoulders back, with the earned and self-appointed authority to talk about the importance of democracy and rule of law. And being a role model, this is a room of role models, we know as a role model, people watch what you do to see if it matches up to what you say. One of my very real fears, Charlie, to be candid, is I hope that we as the American people fully understand how important America is to the world. I hope we really, really understand that. Because this is about what will happen to and with us as Americans, but it will impact people around the world.
Let me follow up on that, Congresswoman, because I was on a podcast recently with another pundit who was saying that she was afraid that America was sleepwalking into authoritarianism, that American voters were not sufficiently alarmed. And as the Vice President just said, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff just said that Donald Trump was the most dangerous threat facing the country. Do Americans in this last 15 days, do they understand that, and what has to happen in the next 2 weeks for them to really understand the danger?
Yeah, I think that they think they do. And, you know, one of the things I remind people is that although not every Republican who is casting a vote for Vice President Harris will say publicly that they are, there's clearly, you know, a threat associated with that in some instances, but millions will. And they will do that for a whole range of reasons, but what you mentioned is so important. I mean, when I think about, you know, the first time I ever voted was for Ronald Reagan. I've known presidents well, obviously, particularly I know a vice president well, in addition to Vice President Harris. And I watch how our presidents have operated. And even when there have been presidents that we have potentially disagreed with on issues, they've respected the Constitution. I mean, think about the 2000 election and how close that was. And what Vice President Gore did in his concession speech and ensuring that we had the peaceful transfer of power. And so I would just urge people, again, you don't have to take my word for it, but look at what the people closest to Donald Trump are saying about him. Look at the testimony of the leaders of his Justice Department, the leaders of his campaign, the most senior officials in his White House. Look at their testimony in front of the Select Committee. You know, they're the ones that told us everything that we know about his plan to overturn the last election, about what he did watching the attack from his dining room. We've never faced a threat like this before. And I think it's so important for people to realize this republic only survives if we protect it. And that means putting partisan politics aside and standing up for the Constitution and for what's right and loving our country more.
Do you think we'll be hearing more from some of those folks in the next 15 days? The generals, the chiefs of staff, the people who really understand exactly how unfit Donald Trump is?
I do. I also think that, you know, that they have been very clear so far. I mean,
Yeah.
you've had hundreds of national security officials who served in Republican administrations endorse the vice president.
Yeah.
And all of the things that, you know, the fact that these people aren't endorsing, the fact that Vice President Pence was the most loyal person there was to Donald Trump, he won't endorse him because he knows Donald Trump asked him to violate his oath of office. Now, that should also give you a lot of pause about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is there because he will do what Donald Trump wants, and that makes him a particular danger to the republic as well.
And I'll add to that point. Understand also what happened in the last few months when the Supreme Court essentially told the former president he will be immune from anything he does in office. So whereas before there was at least some threat of consequence and accountability, that no longer exists. And to the Congresswoman's point, imagine Donald Trump, based on everything we know about him and everything we see now and before, imagine him with no guardrails. Because all of those folks who worked with him before, they're not those who held him back, who attempted to ensure that he would follow the law, are no longer there. And we have the Supreme Court decision. So the stakes are very high.
Okay, let's go to the audience for some questions. We have some undecided voters who have some questions for you, Madam Vice President. Let's go to Lisa Brockman from Madison. Lisa is a small business owner.
Hi.
Good evening.
Thanks for taking my question. I have a question on reproductive freedom.
Yeah.
And I come from a conservative Christian pro-life family, and I was a Republican until Donald Trump's presidency. Like most Americans, I believe in a woman's right to choose. And with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, my 21-year-old daughter now has fewer rights than her mother or her grandmothers.
Yeah.
I no longer recognize the Republican Party. They have introduced bills from everything from restricting birth control to bringing homicide charges for abortion. It is such an extreme, radical agenda by any standards. And it seems less about the unborn and more about controlling women. So my question is, what are your thoughts on this extremism, and how can we restore those fundamental human rights that have been taken away from the American women?
Thank you.
So to your point, when Donald Trump was president, he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe, and they did as he intended. And now there are at least 20 states in our country that have criminalized healthcare providers, to your point. I mean, in Texas, the law provides for prison for life for a doctor, nurse, healthcare provider for doing what they believe is healthcare and in the best interest of their patient. punishing women. I was actually just this week, just a few days ago, in the state of Georgia with the mother of a young woman who died because of Georgia's abortion ban, and she had to go to another state, and it's a long and very tragic story that did not have to be. And here's how I think about this issue. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree that the government, these folks in a state capital, much less Donald Trump, should not be making this decision for her. If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government. And I also have found, though, since the 2 years that the Dobbs decision came down that this happened, I have had conversations with a number of people who were opposed to abortion and remain opposed to it, but did not intend for the harm that we are seeing to happen. And I think as this decision came down and we are seeing the harm, there are more and more people who are agreeing that this should not be the government making this decision for women and their families. And the way that we will address this is eventually Congress needs to pass a law restoring those protections. And we need to agree that in our society, we should not have laws that are treating people in a way that is causing such harm. I'll give you another example of the harm that is going on. I started my career as a prosecutor. I have prosecuted everything from low-level offenses to homicides. But one of the reasons I became a prosecutor is because when I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being molested by her stepfather. And so I said to her, you have to come live with us. I called my mother. My mother said, of course, and she did. And I made a decision early in my life that I wanted to do the work that was about protecting vulnerable people. There are some of these bans that include no exception for rape or incest. I have specialized in those kinds of cases. And the notion that we would tell a survivor of a crime that is a violation to their body, that they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next, I think that's just unconscionable. I think it's immoral. And so this is one of the issues that is at play. And when this issue has been on the ballot since the Dobbs decision came down, in so-called red states and so-called blue states, the American people have voted for freedom.
Congresswoman Cheney, I'd like to get your thoughts on this as well.
I'm pro-life. And I have been very troubled, deeply troubled by what I have watched happen in so many states since Dobbs. And I have been troubled by the extent to which you have women who, as the Vice President said, in some cases have died, who can't get medical treatment that they need because providers are worried about criminal liability. We're facing a situation today where I think that it's an untenable one. And I think that as we deal with issues like this one, having a president who understands how important compassion is, who understands that these shouldn't be political issues, that we ought to be able to have these discussions and say, you know what, even if you are pro-life, as I am, I do not believe, for example, that the state of Texas ought to have the right, as they're currently suing to do, to get access to women's medical records. There are some very fundamental and fundamentally dangerous things that have happened. And so I think that it's crucially important for us to find ways to have the federal government play a role and protect women from some of the worst harms that we're seeing. But again, I just think that if you look at the difference in the way that Donald Trump is handling this issue, Donald Trump at one point called for criminal penalties for women. Now, he's been now trying to sort of be all over the place on this issue, although he expresses great pride for what's happened. And I think the bottom line on this, as on so many other issues, is, you just can't count on him. You cannot trust him. We've seen the man that he is. We've seen the cruelty, and America deserves much better.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. So we have another question. Carolyn Mitchell from Wauwatosa has a question for the Vice President as well.
Hi. I have concerns about the strength and the health of the Medicare and the Social Security system. There have been a lot of suggestions for improving or protecting it. Some of them raising the age for full acceptance of Social Security. There's also the idea that we would end the cap on the Social Security tax. There is also the suggestion of care and Social Security. And of course, the last one is to reduce the benefits. So my question for you is, how can we protect the health of both Social Security and Medicare without reducing the benefits?
Thank you.
So, first of all, thank you for your question. Actually, just today, I believe it was, within the last 24 hours or so, an independent review of Donald Trump's policy on Social Security has indicated that under his policy, Social Security would become insolvent in 6 years. And what I and you and I think most of us know is that we have many, many seniors in our country where their Social Security check is their only form of income. It's everything and the only thing they have to live on, to pay rent, groceries, all of that. And so we must protect Social Security. If you look at Donald Trump's Project 2025, the plan that they have if he is elected or re-elected president, it would attack Social Security, it would attack Medicare. And back to the point about just what is in the interest of dignity. The President of the United States should have as one of their highest concerns the dignity of the American people. And in particular, those who have lived a productive life, who deserve to be able to retire and go into their senior years with the dignity of not worrying about whether they're gonna have a roof over their head or be able to eat. So my plan includes what we need to do to strengthen the solvency of Social Security. It includes what we're gonna need to do and work with Congress to make sure we're putting more into it, and it cannot be about cutting benefits because right now those benefits are barely adequate as it is. What we must also do is continue to strengthen Medicare around what we've been working on, which is to allow Medicare to negotiate prescription medication costs for our seniors. So in the last 4 years, we have now capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. This is a huge issue for so many who have otherwise either taken a bus trip to Canada to try and get their prescription medication. You're smiling, you know what I'm talking about. Or not that you have, I'm not suggesting that. Not suggesting that. And we've also capped the cost of prescription medication at $2,000 a year for our seniors. Understanding again that this is a related issue, which is what is causing our seniors to be on the verge of bankruptcy and homelessness, by the way. The other work that we have to do is to deal with home health care and how Medicare is covering that. So part of my plan is right now, the only way that there will be coverage for home health care is, generally speaking, Medicaid, which means that the family or the individual would have to spend down all of their savings to be able to be eligible for Medicaid. And frankly, I think it's just that's wrong, and it's just wrong. You know, I took care of my mother when she was sick. And the work that needs to happen to support our seniors to be able to stay in their home, to be able to live a life with dignity, should include that we will pay attention to the fact that not everybody can afford that help. Not everyone has a family member who can do it. And so my plan includes having Medicare cover home health care work for seniors. so that you can stay in your home, for example, and have someone who can prepare a meal and help you put on a sweater. But the core point being dignity and understanding that we should not have a society that allows or requires our seniors to go into poverty in order to qualify for the care that they may need, that I think we most would agree should provide. Thank you.
And we have another question from the audience from Dan. Dan Boberell, who is a retired school teacher, taught at MPS, and now lives in Waukesha. Again, a genuinely undecided voter, I understand.
Thank you.
Come on,
Good
Dan.
evening. What did you say? I was told I was going to be an alternate, so I was a little worried about getting my question, but
Take your time.
this is a question. I actually retired from MPS, but I currently teach, and I teach at a private Catholic school. I'm a Catholic, but I've also been pro-life, pro-choice, depending, but I have 5 daughters, and I think it's my duty to continue with the children I teach as well, to see that we need to respect women, and I've really come to the conclusion that this toxicity that exists is just rather embarrassing, and as a lifelong Republican, who I thought your father would be a great president.
Thank you.
Not to say George wasn't, but I've come to this realization, and it's been very difficult. So my big question was for the future of my children, and also students that I encounter, and try to show that we have to have some kind of civility, like we did back in the 80s when Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill, of course, could talk about things and solve problems, and now it's trying to get one better than the other. And so I'm just wondering, in your position now, how to convince people like me, who some of my siblings might be questioning what I'm doing here, but I think, like you said, we have to be courageous, and that's what I'm trying to be. And so what do you think we can do in the last 15 days, or you can, or Madam Vice President, what you can do to try to get some of these people cross over? I know you already said that some of them probably won't say who they're voting for, but or something I could take with me to say, this sounds very good, or we ought to at least listen to this.
To reduce the toxicity?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that you've really put your finger on something that's so important, and you see it as a teacher. Any of us who are around young children, I see it as a mom. My kids aren't so young anymore, but when they look at how elected officials, and in particular how Donald Trump is conducting himself now, that's not a lesson that anybody would look up to. And I think about it often from the perspective of the men and women who've worn the uniform of our country and who have sacrificed so much for our freedom. All of us have an obligation to be worthy of that sacrifice. And in this, in this moment, there are millions of good and honorable people who Donald Trump has just fundamentally betrayed. And I think it's so important for people to think about this from the perspective of, the decision to give somebody the power of the presidency means that you're handing someone the most awesome and significant power of any office anywhere in the world. And you have to choose people who have character, choose people of good faith. The framers knew this. The framers knew that it was so important that, we take an oath, but that also fundamentally you had to have people of character. And Donald Trump has proven he's not one of those people by his actions. So, what I say to people is, look, for us to get back to a time where we are actually having policy debates and discussions and disagreements, we have to protect what undergirds all of this. And what undergirds all of it is the Constitution. And we have to be willing to say, as a nation, we're better than partisanship. And I say this as someone who spent a lot of years engaged in partisan battles. And there are important debates we have to have. But if we allow someone again, if we give him the power again to, do all of the things he tells us he's going to do. He says he'll terminate the Constitution. He says he'll deploy the military against the enemy within. That is a risk that we just simply can't take as a nation. And I think that this vote, this election cycle, this time around has to be about so much more than partisanship. And I will just end this by saying, and I also know, because I have spent time with Vice President Harris, because I have come to understand what she believes about how she will govern, that she will be a president for all Americans, that she's committed to listening and committed to having viewpoints, some of which come from different ends of the political spectrum. And if you think about how you conduct your life outside of politics, how we all conduct our everyday lives, those are the kinds of people that you trust. Those are the kinds of people you can work with. Like if you wouldn't hire somebody to babysit your kids, you shouldn't make that guy the president of the United States. I mean, that's
pretty basic. Madam Vice President, this question goes to the heart of our discussion tonight, because it is not about politics. It's not about left versus right. We're talking about the culture and the impact, the coarsening of the culture, the way in which we have been taught to fear and hate one another, and how our debates have just devolved into sort of trolling one another. How do we get back from that?
So I think that Dan raised, and Charlie, your point is really also hitting on. We have to tap into and rejoice, frankly, in the spirit of who we are as Americans. And we are an ambitious people. We have aspirations. We have dreams. We are optimistic by nature. And we, I think, value certain qualities in our leaders. To your point, as being a teacher, those of us who are parents or parent in any form, the notion over the last several years coming from Trump and those who follow him, meaning people like who he's running with, not his voters, but just others, the notion that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down is just wrong-headed. I think most of us would agree that the real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. I think most of us would agree and most of us would agree that it is, when we talk about character, it is the sign of strong character to have empathy, to have some level of concern and care about the well-being of other people, and then to do something about that. And I think there's so much about this election that calls into question whether we are on a track with a Donald Trump as president to actually teach and to show our children our definition of a leader, and is that it? One of the issues that I think has resulted in the kind of toxicity that you've been describing is that he tends to encourage us as Americans to point our fingers at each other. That's not in our best interest. The vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. We are stronger as a nation when we are working toward a common goal, at least on the most basic fundamental priorities. And I think in this election, you can look at, for example, how he presents in his events to know that he really does not have a plan for America that is about investing in our future, investing in our children, investing in our economies and new industries, investing in our relationships around the world. It's all about himself and his personal grievances. And do we want a president of the United States who spends full time plotting revenge while they sit in the Oval Office? Or a president who is actually focused on the American people? I would also say as a point that I think the Congresswoman exemplifies in so many ways, the strength of our democracy requires a strong two-party system. It really does. It requires that we have healthy debate, based in logic and fact, and that we debate it out, have good vigorous debates, have a good fight over policy. That's good for democracy. But not to point our fingers and call each other names over trivial, petty grievances. So I think all of that is at stake in this election, and tapping into the commonalities that we have around some of these fundamental principles, I think, is going to be key.
Well, that's why the stakes are so high, right? Because the presidency is a role model, but America is a role model to the rest of the world.
Yes.
So in the very short amount of time we have left, Congresswoman Cheney, just talk a little bit more about the stakes for the world. We haven't talked about the stakes for the future of Ukraine, NATO, of all the other democracies who are looking to us.
They're so high, Charlie. And, America's safety and security depends upon America leading, and it depends upon allies.
Yeah.
And when you have someone who is erratic and chaotic and unstable, that puts all of us at risk. I tell people often, I spend a lot of time working on national security issues, and when people that I know in the Republican Party tell me they might be considering voting for Trump from a national security perspective, I ask them, go look at his national security policies. Please go look at them, because what he's proposing in terms of withdrawing from NATO, welcoming Vladimir Putin to attack our NATO allies, he praises Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, and President Xi of China, and Putin of Russia. And if you listen to him, he doesn't just praise those people generally. He praises them for their cruelty, for their tyranny. That's not who we are as a nation. It's not who we are. And the world needs us to be better, and our own security and our own freedom requires that we have a president who understands America has to lead, and that our strength comes both from our greatness and also from our goodness. And that's Vice President Harris.
And just to, thank you. But just as a point of emphasis on this important point, understand that this is an individual, Donald Trump, who is easily manipulated by flattery. And we've seen that. Don't forget, he dared to even consider inviting the Taliban to Camp David. Remember all this, the love letters with Kim Jong-un. Let's remember what was reported. During the height of COVID, Americans were dying by the hundreds a day. Nobody could get their hands on COVID tests. You remember what that was. During that time, he secretly sent COVID tests to Vladimir Putin for his personal use. On the issue of Ukraine, he says, I'd solve that in a day. Well, I don't think we as Americans think that the President of the United States should solve an issue like that through surrender. And understand that's what would happen. Understand that's what would happen. Vladimir Putin would be sitting in Kyiv if Donald Trump were president. And understand what that means. As so much that our allies understand, and that's why they're concerned about this election. If Putin were to get away with invading the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, because America, the leader in bringing the allies together and standing for fundamental international rules and norms like sovereignty and territorial integrity. If Vladimir Putin got away with
Thank you. Thank you for tuning into the live show. Thank you for subscribing and thank you for liking the live show. I just want to add something, okay? This conversation that they're having right now, talking about Ukraine, Russia, you people watching right now, you need to understand that this wasn't even a conversation from 2016 to 2020. We weren't even having this conversation. Okay. So you are campaigning based on essentially your failures. What happened during your administration? You're telling them, the voters, that, well, if you vote for us, we're going to stop what we caused.
that, you think he wouldn't march next right into Poland and the rest of Europe? Because Donald Trump wants to please somebody that he considers to be a strong man who he admires? So on this and so many issues, the stakes are extremely high. But I would say this is a final point for now. This is not as much an issue of what we are against as what we are for. And I'll end my point where I started. We love our country, and our country is worth fighting for. And that's how I think of this. Our democracy will only be as strong as our willingness to fight for it. And you all are taking your time out of your lives to be here because we, I think, agree on that among the most fundamental principles at stake. And I thank you for the time you've taken, and I hope to earn your vote, by the way. Thank you. Thank you.
And we have 15 days to make a decision. Thank you all for coming here to Breakfast with Wilson. Thank you, Congressman Liz Cheney, Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Thank you for tuning into the live show one more time. Well, we've heard from the Vice President of the United States. I think what she did was actually great, to actually have a conversation with the American voters, which is very essential. That is actually a smart move from her. We'll see what's going to happen in the next 15 days anyway. All right, let's go to CNN. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay. I know you guys will be like, well, we're watching CNN, but you got to watch both sides of the party, man. All right, let's get it.
Former President Donald Trump right now, as you see on the podium in North Carolina. These are live pictures of Concord, North Carolina. Vice President Harris today, as I said, was in 3 of the blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, with the Republican former Congresswoman Liz Cheney by her side. Those states, of course, all in play within the margin of error. Although, as you can see in all of them, I get it's a margin of error, so let's just say that. But Trump is up by 2 or 3 points in all, despite still being within the margin. And Harry Enten is out front at the magic wall. I'm sorry, Harris is up. Sorry, I flipped
There
it.
you go.
Okay, Harris is up. I don't know why I was saying that. Harris is up, which is crucial because I get it, Harry, that it's all margin of error. But when you see that again and again and again across states, it does make you wonder if that's really what's going on. So in that context, a lot of panic among Democrats right now. But yet then you see those states that show her up within the margin of error: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. What does it all mean?
Yeah, it's one of these funny things. Depending on which week, I get different friends from different sides of the aisle coming back to me. One week it's the Republicans worrying. This week it was the Democrats that were worrying. But then you look at polling like that, and then we take a look at the race to 270. And I should point out, the race to 270, the path to 270 for Kamala Harris is very clear right now. You talk about Wisconsin. Let's turn that blue. All right, that gets Harris to 236 electoral votes. How about Michigan? We'll give her blue there. 251 electoral votes. How about Pennsylvania? Look at this. To 270 electoral votes if those Washington Post polls are in fact correct. And so she has a very clear path to 270 electoral votes. Of course, Aaron, I don't just like looking at one poll. I like to look at an aggregate of polling. So let's take a look at the recent aggregate of polls in these blue wall states. Now, what do we see? We see very close contests. It's actually closer than the Washington Post polls. But again, less than a point lead for Harris in Wisconsin, less than a point lead in Michigan, less than a point lead in Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is Kamala Harris, based upon these polling data, both from the Washington Post and in the averages, has a very clear path at this particular point, just based upon those states, to 270 electoral votes. The bottom line is, I don't understand the Democratic panic right now because the path is clear.
It's clear, and just to make it very clear for people, that would mean she doesn't need to win any of those other states you have there, which includes North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. I mean, that's just to put an emphasis on it. But North Carolina is must win for Trump on any path he has to 270, I know. You got early voting in North Carolina that has started, also in Georgia, and it has shattered records in both places. In Georgia, though, what is the number now, Harry? More than 1.5 million?
1.5 million. Yeah.
Okay, and I had seen somewhere that it's double-digit percentage point, double-digit of who voted before. It could be 13% or so already of the electorate. I mean, those numbers are pretty stunning. So what are you looking for in Georgia?
Yeah, what am I looking for in these states? I mean, look, I think we're going to have a very close race in Georgia. Look at this. We got a point lead in the polls there for Donald Trump, well within the margin of error. Less than a point in North Carolina. 2-point lead for Donald Trump, again, well within the margin of error in Arizona. Less than a point lead for Kamala Harris in Nevada. So, even if we gave, Donald Trump, say, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, you can still, in fact, get Kamala Harris to 270 by giving her North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So again, I don't understand this Democratic panic, Aaron.
All right, so you don't understand it, and yet, so you've been looking around for reasons since it doesn't seem to add up.
Yeah.
And I know you have found something that has nothing to do with Harris that may account for it.
Yeah. Angry if opposing candidate wins. Harris voters, 52% would be angry if Donald Trump won, compared to just 42% of voters who would be angry if Kamala Harris won. I think Democrats feel like there's a lot more on the line in this election, and that's why they're panicking, even though the polls at this point say, "Camote, por favor."
Right. All right. Thank you very much, Harry.
And we're back with our 2024 lead in the battleground state of Michigan. CNN has a new look at voters in the all-important Detroit suburbs. That's an area that's seen massive changes to its key industry, automobile manufacturing, in recent years. And though President Biden comfortably won those suburbs in 2020, some voters there tell CNN's John King they think it will be much, much closer this time around.
Bill Govier is a 30-plus-year union worker at Ford, and he has this side business cleaning car underbodies. When we first visited 4 months ago, he was a fan of Robert Kennedy Jr. Now, he will cast his third ballot for Trump.
RFK joining Trump effectively, I couldn't script it any better the way I would like it to be. I love the idea of Donald Trump being the commander-in-chief. I love the idea of how Donald Trump handles the nefarious characters in the world.
Govier believes more than half of UAW members at his Ford plant will vote Trump. He says Harris laughs too much, and he can't take her seriously.
So what is it? You're the incumbent who wouldn't do anything different, or are you the underdog that wants change?
And he says critics take Trump too literally.
He does it for effect. I don't believe that Trump really believes someone's eating cats and dogs. I don't believe that he's going to call the National Guard out and at gunpoint round up every migrant and force them across the border. I don't believe that for a second.
Count this early vote in Wayne County for Harris. And count Tonya Rincon as a Democrat who long ago lost patience with Ford co-workers who shrug off Trump attacks on immigrants, on judges, on vote counts, on critics.
There's a lot of people that they just take the crazy with Trump as it's baked in the cake and we're just willing to ignore it. Whereas if we heard that out of our loved ones, we'd be like, okay, Grandpa, it's time to take your keys.
Rincon just retired from the Wayne Assembly Plant and is helping the UAW register and turn out voters. She says her June bet that her local would split 50-50 in a Trump-Biden race is still about right, with Harris now atop the Democratic ticket.
There's a little bit more enthusiasm among some of my female coworkers. A couple of my male coworkers are pretty ambivalent about Harris. We may have lost a tiny margin of support because sexism's a real thing, They're just like, I'm not sure she can do it. I don't think the country's ready for a female president.
And Jake, this is one of those margins within the Democratic coalition, one of the groups within the Democratic coalition where the margins can really matter. Hillary Clinton was plus 13 points. She won the union household vote in Michigan in 2016 by 13 points, and she lost the state and lost the presidency. Joe Biden had a 25-point advantage, almost double that of Clinton in 2020 among union households. He, of course, won Michigan and won the presidency. So can Harris get anywhere close to the Biden number as she tries to put together a coalition in Michigan? At the moment, that looks dicey.
So you visited these same voters before President Biden dropped out of the presidential race. What surprised you, given what you heard last time?
On the floor, on the factory floor, they say there's more racism and sexism now. Before it was just Biden's too old. We don't like the Trump voters within the union auto plants were saying Biden's too old, or Trump will bring back jobs, or they don't like the EV mandates. Now the workers who support Harris say they're hearing more racism and more sexism. The sexism, they say, reminiscent of 2016, where a lot of men who work the assembly line said we're not ready for a woman president, or she's not tough enough or not strong enough. The racism that, one voter who's not in this piece we've talked to several times, Walter Robertson, a black man, he says he starts to engage sometimes and then he realizes he's not going to change their mind. But he says a lot of disparaging racial talk about the vice president. He says they're just parroting what they hear from Trump.
Yeah, it's a lot of memes on Facebook. You see along those lines as well. John King, thanks so much.
Elon Musk is the smartest man in the world.
Elon is a genius. This is a one-time opportunity to see him.
I'm a super Star Trek geek. When those rockets came down, I'm like, you've got to be kidding.
I respect his opinion. I understand the way he thinks. Being an engineer myself, I can understand some of the quirky things that maybe other people take the wrong way.
Elon Musk is holding this town hall happening here in Harrisburg, trying to get the vote out for former President Donald Trump.
Musk is pouring tens of millions of dollars into getting Trump elected, even offering cash prizes to registered voters in battleground states.
So every day between now and the election, we'll be awarding $1 million, starting tonight.
This, experts say, could be breaking election law.
So you're a big Star Trek guy?
Yes.
I've been to a lot of Trump rallies, but this has the feel of like part Comic-Con, part Trump rally, right?
There's tons of young people, which I was like surprised. I think usually, there's a lot of people like me at a Trump rally, like getting ready to drop over. These are Elon Musk's fans.
He's so cool, man. Why not, right? I mean, he's just so inspirational. What an amazing guy. What I think he offers is being able to use his platform to bring the truth to more people that may not otherwise even give a crap about politics.
With all the polarization that there is now, I feel like it's really tough to yank somebody out of their camp. Everybody sees what the algorithms show them. I think most of the people that are big Elon Musk fans are probably on the side of Trump and all that already.
Yeah, I voted for Biden, in 2020.
You did?
I did.
And what changed?
What changed is nothing like positive, that's for sure. So, I know when Trump was in office, I saw more money on my paycheck.
I was definitely a bit of a Trump hater, I guess.
So 2020, you weren't a Trump guy?
No. I think I was more on down the middle, didn't really care about it. I felt everything's just too crazy. I don't want to get involved. And this, I guess, is the most involved I'm getting. I haven't gone to any other rallies, and I probably won't.
So you haven't been to any other political event?
No, not at all.
And you either, right?
No, me neither.
This might be the very last election that's a real election.
At some of these town halls, Musk has just been repeating election conspiracy theories.
Statistically, there are some very strange things that happen.
You're not worried about Musk's critics who say he's sharing conspiracy theories?
People make critics all the time. He's doing what is right for America and the people.
I'm big into science. I do IT for a living, so I'm here to see Elon. That's literally why I'm here.
We met Don Bickel, a Musk superfan and Pennsylvania state government employee.
My appeal for Elon is a lot of the way he likes to break conventions. Working in government for as long, I like to sometimes smash the silos and just break everything down and build everything back up again. I had voted for Trump in the past. I traditionally vote Republican. I don't think I'm going to vote for Republican this time.
You don't think Musk is going to change your mind?
I mean, a meteor could strike me. It's possible.
Don says Musk's debunked conspiracy theories are dangerous.
I think probably Elon's problem is he's so down the rabbit hole what he is in X now that it's really hard to know what's right and wrong.
There's always this sort of question of, say, the Dominion voting machines.
At one town hall, Musk brought up Dominion voting machines, a frequent subject of conspiracy theories.
In my view, we should only do paper ballots hand counted. That's it.
Here's the funny thing. Even with Dominion, there's still a paper trail.
Yeah.
So you can still hand recount that. I've been working for the state for many years, and my father before me, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, my father before me, he worked for the state for many years. So I grew up as a state kid, and I know how the state works in a lot of respects. So yeah, it's kind of sad when, people like me, who are considered like the quote enemy within or the deep state, we're just doing our jobs.
But Musk is adding fuel to that fire, right? Of the demonization of public officials.
Look, the volume for this needs to be taken down.
Tonight, divided. Images capturing just how angry voters in battleground Pennsylvania are right now. Images showing Trump and Harris supporters screaming at each other as Trump worked at a McDonald's, shouting, "Lock him up," and "Fight, fight, fight." It just sounds like a horrible thing as the two candidates are zeroing in on Pennsylvania for so much of their ad spending. Danny Freeman has tonight's voters out front.
The question was simple. How would you describe the onslaught of political ads so far this year?
Chaos. Complete chaos.
They're ridiculous.
It's so overkill. We're all sick of it. I think it's overwhelming.
And all of a sudden, it's nothing but like, illegal immigrants. She's the border czar. She's not the border czar. And we're just trying to get in the false spirit. You know what I mean?
We know battleground states get flooded with political ads in the home stretch of every presidential race. But this year, Pennsylvania is getting hit more than any other. Since President Biden dropped out of the race and Vice President Harris took over as the Democratic nominee, the campaigns and outside groups have spent more than $350 million on ads in the Keystone State. That's over $100 million more than the next battleground of Michigan. And voters in Pennsylvania are set to see over $80 million more worth of campaign ads over the final 2 weeks of the race.
He murdered a father of 3.
This is one of the ads former President Trump's campaign has spent the most on here in recent weeks, attacking Harris over her past support of certain rights for transgender people, including detained immigrants and federal prisoners.
Kamala was the first to help pay for a prisoner's sex change.
The power that I had, I used it in a way that was about pushing for the movement, frankly, and the agenda.
Kamala's agenda is they, them.
Trump supporter Drew Nielsen thought the ad was effective.
It's inflammatory, but I think the majority of people aren't affected by that. All they're hearing is, oh, she's just wasting tax dollars.
But not all Republicans we spoke with liked the ad.
Do you think that ad focused on this trans issue, that is effective to persuade voters here?
No, because it's a side issue, and it's not what most people care about.
Republican Alfred Hagen said language in ads like this make it impossible for him to vote for Trump.
Is that really the biggest issue confronting America today? We've got climate change issues. We've got hurricane issues. We've got relief issues. These are fundamentally difficult, challenging questions that should be dealt with on the federal level. That's bull, and it's just nonsense.
Bucks County mom Megan Finney said all of the ads have been hard to watch, especially when her young children ask questions.
You want to explain what's going on, who's running for presidency, but you don't really want to feel like you have to explain what rape is and incest and all these things that they're putting out there.
I've seen all these negative ads against me.
This is one of the ads the Harris campaign has spent the most on here in recent weeks. Finney finds this one appealing.
Look, everyone is tired of the petty, destructive politics. Let's turn the page and chart a new way forward.
That's positive. That's, to me, what it should be about. It shouldn't be about all of those other things that, are negative.
Do you think messages like these can help sway voters?
I think some people are just, already predetermined. They're gonna vote Trump or they're gonna vote Harris. I think those people that are not decided, I think if you compare the two ads side by side, do you want kind of crazy, hateful speech? Or do you want something that's much more hopeful? And how do we work together as people to bring the country together?
Now, I should know, when it comes to the specific claims in that prevalent Trump campaign ad, the New York Times reports that some gender-affirming care and treatment was actually available for federal inmates during the Trump administration as well. Now, meanwhile, Aaron, when it comes to the ads in general, it's far from just on TV. There's social media ads, there are text messages, there are planes that fly banners with ads. It was bipartisan. From all the voters we spoke with, they're ready for all of it to be over. Aaron?
Sure they are. All right, Danny, thank you very much.
We're following the breaking news in the presidential race as both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are campaigning tonight in critical battleground states. Let's go back to Alex Thompson. Alex, as you know, Kamala Harris is traveling to all three of these so-called key blue wall states with former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. I want to play a little bit of their conversation that's ongoing. Listen to this.
I've seen a lot of Republicans, I've seen it, and I know it happens, who thank her constantly.
I know it.
Yeah.
I know it.
They're going to vote the right way on November 5th. They might not be public about it, but they'll do what they know is right.
How confident, Alex, is the Harris campaign that they can peel off Republican votes?
I say they're still anxious about it, but the fact is they don't think they have a base problem. Joe Biden had a problem with the Democratic base. Kamala Harris does not believe she has a problem with members of her own party. She does think she has a middle of the electorate problem. And part of the reason is that Donald Trump has basically spent several $100 million of ads with basically one message: she is dangerous and liberal. And that's what she is trying to combat by going out with Liz Cheney in these events today.
Kate Bedingfield is still with us. What's the signal you think that the Harris team is trying to send by going out with Liz Cheney?
Well, they're sending a message of, well, as they would say, country over party. They're essentially trying to create a permission structure for these Republican voters who have concerns about Donald Trump, don't think he's fit to return to the Oval Office. They're trying to give them a permission structure to vote for Kamala Harris. And if you look at the Republican primary, I mean, there were up to 20% of Republican voters in the primary process who cast a vote for Nikki Haley or for another Republican who wasn't Donald Trump. So there is a significant chunk of the Republican electorate out there who has real concerns about Donald Trump. They're trying to peel those folks off, give them a permission structure to vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I strategically get it, but it's one thing if you're one of those never Trumpers or moderate-leaning Republicans to vote for someone like a President Biden, who I think many of those individuals say, yeah, he's more of a moderate, traditional, old-school Democrat. I'm comfortable voting for him. Versus someone like a Kamala Harris, to Alex's point, where the Trump campaign have spent hundreds of millions of dollars reminding those voters this is someone who's uber progressive, she's uber liberal. Look at many of her previous positions when she ran before. If some of those folks decide to just stay home, that's still a net gain to the former president. So I think it is important strategically for the Harris campaign to be out there with Congresswoman Cheney. But will it make a difference? Well, if I'm not convinced of that, it's one thing to vote for Biden. It's a whole nother thing to say vote for Kamala Harris.
You know, it's interesting. The Washington Post, Alex, has a new poll out of key battleground states in this election. And in case you weren't aware of this, and I'm sure you were, this is an extremely close election. Every state is within what we call the margin of error.
Yeah, and I remember I was talking to someone that advises the Harris campaign just the other day, and their just words were, it's just so tight. And it's giving, there's anxiety in both campaigns because literally these next 2 weeks could make or break either way. I think a lot of strategists think, honestly, that all 7 swing states could actually end up breaking all in one direction rather than just be split.
Kate, what do you think?
I think it is an incredibly close race. I think some of this polling, contains information that should give the Harris camp comfort. Things like she is improving on this question of who do you trust more on the economy, the question of who represents a new direction, Harris or Trump. You see some improvement on those numbers in some of these polls. But the head-to-head numbers in the battleground states, it is absolutely a toss-up race.
You know, if the numbers that we see now in all of these battleground states, if they were the same numbers on election day, Trump would lose.
I mean, if, Wolf, but I don't know if we can necessarily rely on these numbers yet. I mean, I'm looking at the vice president's vulnerabilities, and I'm also looking at the former president's vulnerabilities. She still needs to make up ground with voters of color, specifically black voters. If I'm Donald Trump, you're looking at some of those low propensity voters. The campaign has sort of outsourced a lot of that GOTV work with outside groups. Can those groups get some of those individuals to turn out and vote, specifically younger men? If they can, that's going to be a net gain for him in places like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. So I think there's still some work to be done on both sides in the 15 days remaining. But if I were a betting man and I don't like to lose money, I'd probably put my money behind Trump in terms of the Electoral College.
270 Electoral College votes needed to be president. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the one counterpoint to that is we know that Donald Trump has a ceiling. He's run for president twice. He's basically gotten 46% of the vote twice. I'm not sure that anything he's done on the campaign trail has done anything to raise that ceiling, bring new people into his coalition. We'll find out. But, I think that is another reason that the Harris campaign should see should feel optimistic. I agree they still have work to do, particularly with some of the key members of the Democratic coalition, but there's room for them to grow, whereas I'm not sure there's room for Donald Trump.
And more than 14 million Americans have already voted.
Yeah, and the one thing I can also tell you is that internally, the message on the Harris campaign, from campaign manager on down, has been that this was always going to get tight at the very end, that they shouldn't have basically thought that the little tulip craze of the summer was going to last. Now, what has given some people inside the campaign some anxiety is that they seem to have shifted messaging to much more anti-Trump stuff, which suggests to some people in the campaign that maybe the numbers are not looking as good as they were before.
All right, guys, thank you very, very much.
One thing I got to say is when they keep saying Trump has a ceiling, but the fact is, based on the last 4 years, we have seen the difference in Trump's administration and Biden-Harris administration. So it's like you keep saying this man has a ceiling. However, the economy is now what it used to be. Okay, so all of these things going on around the world wasn't even happening. So they keep saying this man has a ceiling. I think the people are feeling the heat and they're like, yo, all of this stuff y'all saying ain't finna work because we pay bills, okay? We pay bills. We had, much more affordable electricity bill in 2018, 2019. What is your utility bill right now? You know what I mean? Like, look at the gas prices. Look at the grocery prices. So all of that, he has a cap that that's silly. Okay, let's listen to what Fox has to say.
15 days to go and Kamala momentum is in the toilet. VP Harris looking to Hollywood to rescue her stalled out campaign. Over the weekend, she was rolling out the star power with Lizzo, that's her on the left, Usher, and Stevie Wonder. And later this week, she got the Democratic dream team of Barry and Michelle O. But there's one big name missing in this coconut party. The Harris campaign is said to be abandoning Joe Biden in the final weeks before Election Day, with no current plans for Kamala to campaign with the big guy. But she is hitting up Al Sharpton to whine about Trump.
A role model of what it means to be committed to certain standards, including international rules and norms, but also standards of decorum. And what you see in my opponent, a former president of the United States, really is, it demeans the office.
Do you think some of the resistance of some men, black and white, is misogynist?
I have the support of countless black men who are in elected positions. I am very clear. I must earn the vote of everyone, regardless of their race or gender.
So Judge Al Sharpton is a staunch defender of decorum and misogyny. I would call him the Rosa Parks of hate crime hoaxes. Who could forget his dedicated defense of Tawana Brawley in 1987, which launched a whole litany all the way up to Justice Smollett. So in a sense, he really is a forerunner.
You are so right, Greg. I must tell you, your knowledge of history as it relates to Al Sharpton is really incredible.
Unparalleled.
Yes, it is unparalleled. Let me just tell you something. I mean, Kamala Harris, it's kind of interesting to hear her say she's been clear that she wants to earn everybody's vote. I mean, she ought to go out there and really try to earn it, as opposed to, just reading scripted speeches at rallies. But more than that, I mean, calling on the Hollywood elite. She called on Bill Clinton. He didn't do her any favors. He basically said Laken Riley wouldn't be dead if there was any vetting. That's no good. And Obama didn't do her any help, because Obama's the one who was talking down to black men saying, you got to vote for this woman, and lecturing them about voting for a black woman for president. I mean, it's such crap. Plus, celebrities. No one listens to celebrities anymore. Nobody cares about what they think. Everybody knows that the Hollywood elite are leftist, and being a celebrity is nothing more than a distraction. The voters want to know who Kamala Harris is, and they don't know it yet because she won't let them know that. It's all about platitudes and word salads that we've been dealt with over the last 3 years, 3.5 years. And Trump's running circles around her. But I got to make one more comment. It's Lizzo. If you ever needed proof of someone being more out of touch with Americans, when she says, we're going to make America like Detroit, and it'll be terrific. I mean, unless she's talking about making Detroit great again, as in a MAGA making America great again, nobody's interested in Detroit the way it is. I mean, 34% of the people are below the poverty line. They don't have jobs. The crime is through the roof. Forget it.
I have to disagree with the judge, Dana. Celebrities do matter to me. If it's Philip Michael Thomas, who played Tubbs in Miami Vice, tells me who to vote for, I'm there with you, Philip Michael Thomas. What do you think about? Do you think that celebrities can replace policy?
Nope.
Nope.
Never has, and I'm not swayed by it, and obviously other people haven't been either. One thing I'll say about Kamala Harris, throughout this campaign, she doesn't play the woman card or the race card. She always says, I want to earn this on the merits. And that's refreshing, because that's not what 2016 was like at all. The other thing, I was going to make the Detroit point, but I won't do that now. The other thing is, I feel like this idea that she doesn't want to campaign with Biden, that was going to be an inevitable storyline. But Biden should help her do this. So when he finally said, okay, I'm going to give this speech, even if it was under duress, he was making a decision that she was going to be the heir apparent. So what he should have done, knowing that this storyline was coming, is to say, it's okay. I know you are loyal to me, and it is okay if you distance yourself from me. Here's 3 possible items where you could say something that will maybe look like it hurts my feelings, but in the long run, if it helps you win, that will be better for me. And so I think that burden kind of goes back to the Biden White House, and they haven't been trying to help her at all. Last thing I would say is she's doing a lot of things, but do not confuse movement with progress. Because it feels like right now, after the convention, she was on this glide path to victory. But Donald Trump's been gaining. And it's like, well, so who's going to get to Election Day at the top? That's like an algebra problem.
It really is. I will just disagree with you. I do think that she does play the race card when she changes her accents. Isn't she playing the race card?
Lots of races?
And a lot of her issues are race-based. The plan for black men just took the stuff that didn't work.
Yeah, but she's not saying vote for me because I'm black or
Really?
vote for me because I'm a woman.
Well, let me ignore that comment and go to Jesse. Lizzo, Usher, Stevie Wonder, Obama, Michelle, Al Sharpton. Not much diversity there, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is funny. So on the weekend, she threw herself a birthday party with celebrities, and he went to a football game and worked the fryer. That's a problem for her. She looks out of touch. And who throws yourself a birthday party? I would never do something like that. When you reach a certain age, you just try to stop acknowledging how old you are.
Exactly.
That's what I do. Women are different. Women like to celebrate birthday months. I don't speak for women.
Oh, really?
When they let me.
When?
So at the funeral for Ethel, we caught that hot tape of
Ethel.
Tomato.
It's Ethel
With all
Kennedy.
due respect, God rest her soul, they had a lip reader that said Joe Biden was talking to Barack and said, she's not as strong as I was, and Barack agreed. And so now Barack owns this, and he's now guilty because he staged this coup, and it might not work out. That would be twice he screwed Biden over and endorsed a woman who Trump will likely be 2 of them. And so now he has to go out and campaign his butt off. He doesn't want that. He wants to be in Hawaii. Now he's on the campaign trail with Bill Clinton, someone who doesn't really represent decorum, I might add. And now Liz Cheney's out there and Stevie Wonder. It's like the broken status quo that Trump's always run against and always done well against. Now, the decorum thing's interesting because they found crack in her White House, and they had a trans flasher, and the president sniffs women's hair. Who cares about decorum? This country's sinking. It's like she's complaining Trump didn't put a napkin in his lap during the Titanic. Who cares? We had a guy that was supposed to be this genteel elder statesman that was going to bring decorum back to the White House, and look where that got us. This country regrets Joe Biden. This is like our guilty conscience. Basically, when they elect Trump, it's going to be like, you know what? We made a mistake. My bad.
Last word to you, Richard.
Well, I mean, I don't know if Trump did well in all of the elections. Didn't he lose in 2020?
He did.
Okay, just
He
checking.
did.
I was just wanted to make sure.
Lost.
I mean,
he did lose.
He did have to leave the White House and everything, so he lost.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay, just
He
checking.
did.
All
I'm
right.
glad you acknowledged that.
All right, so a couple of things here. There's just so much. But one, where I agree with Dana is she is trying to earn everybody's vote. Today alone, she's going to be in 3 states. She was in Pennsylvania, she's in Michigan, she's in Wisconsin.
4 states if you count inebriation.
Haha, funny. Over the weekend, she didn't throw herself a birthday party. She actually went to a number of Souls to the Polls church visits, and at one of those church visits, they sang her happy birthday. That's a little bit different than somebody throwing themselves a birthday party. But she was campaigning on her birthday, which tells you how much, even in the Brett Baier interview, she talked about she's going to work for every single vote. She's going to talk to every single voter. And she's going after disaffected Republicans just as much as she's going after African Americans, just as much as she's going after Latino voters, because she wants everybody to be part of their administration. And I think to say that, the Biden team and the Biden White House is not part of this, I think that's also a misnomer, because what we saw the White House do today was something that we haven't seen in a long time. They're actually, I know you don't speak for women, but the White House seems to care about American women. They passed one of the largest expansions in healthcare today, or a rule that will allow for women to get reproductive care and birth control over the counter paid for by their health insurance. It's the biggest expansion we've seen in healthcare in decades, done by the Biden White House today, which will help American women who have private health insurance, and it'll make their paycheck go a little bit further and a little bit better. And that's the thing that most women will be happy about. And I think this is something that shows that you have there's a clear contrast between these two campaigns. One campaign will make it harder for women to get reproductive health, and another campaign will make sure that women do get the reproductive health they need. And I think that's what the contrast of these campaigns are.
I think it is. No, I think it is a contrast. I think Republicans see women as an entire human being. Democrats just see you as a womb that needs to be stopped.
Well, I think that's the Republicans when they take away their right to have reproductive care.
But you know what? The whole idea of souls to the polls for someone who's in support of third-term abortions or into transgender, I mean, give me a break.
No. Souls to the polls was something created by pastors. When I was a kid, we were doing souls to the polls because
and having the state pay for them.
Hold on a second, Judge. Let's just correct the record here.
I am correcting your record.
No. Let's just be talking. When the Voting Rights Act was passed in the 1960s, it was passed because a lot of churches and a lot of pastors were behind passing it. That's where souls to the polls came from. And what's happened in many places is the weekend it happens.
I think the pastors are in support of the third-term abortion or botched abortion when the baby's born and born alive.
It was pastors that invited Vice President Kamala Harris to their church over the weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's go, kids. Ahead, weirdo Tim Waltz is spinning live.
The thing, I see what's going on, okay? This is the same thing that happened in 2016. This is what Hillary was campaigning on, the reproductive rights. Same thing Kamala is doing. Okay, so if the Democratic Party won the presidency in 2020, so why didn't you solve that case? And everybody keeps pointing the finger at Trump. Trump is this, Trump is that. Do you realize that for the past 16 years, the Republicans have had the presidency for only 4 years out of 16 years? So you're blaming one man who has held the presidency for 4 years out of 16 years for all of this? Yeah, I ain't buying that. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
All right, now this, 22 minutes before the top of the hour, Lawrence has been visiting blue cities with an exclusive barbershop talk series.
Why'd you have to do the quotes with it?
Because it was in the prompter.
Okay.
And last week, we had a very special guest.
So former President Donald Trump joined me at Knockout Barbershop in the Bronx to talk to voters. Here's a look at that.
Nice to see you all.
Nice to see you.
Wow, how are you? Nice to see you. Huh? How good are the barbers here?
Excellent.
I'll bet they're good. Let's see. I can see they're good. They look good to me. Nice soft floor. What's that all about? Why is it so? What wrestling matches? Thank you. Nice to see you all. How are you? Nice to see you. Big hands, strong guy. How are you? Nice to see you.
Thank you, Trump.
So you the owner?
My son's the owner.
Oh, you did that very nice and easy, huh? Is he as good as you?
He's great.
Good. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, I've been going to the barbershops all across the country.
Yeah.
So I wanted to have a natural conversation, with these folks right here. So this fellow right here, he used to be in law enforcement for some years. What would you say is the most important issue facing the country right now?
For me, it's the border.
Right.
For me, it's the border.
I agree.
And how to control that, how to keep illegal migrants from coming into the country.
Right.
Very important for me. And if I had a question to ask about it, would be how do we control the city sanctuary city, because New York is a
We get
long
rid of them.
time.
We
Yes.
get rid of them because they're sanctuary. You know what they're for? Criminals. And all over the country, the criminals go there. But you're right. You know, the polls are showing that inflation and not the border is third. They have inflation and the economy as the number one and number two issue. I disagree. I think inflation is massive. The economy is massive. But the border to me is like, it's the fabric of our country. And we had the strongest border in recorded history. 4 years ago, you had a border. You didn't have the problems that you have now. Last week, they announced that we had 13,099 convicted murderers released from jails all over the world. You know, it's not South America, it's all over the world, including South America. So I agree with you. I think the biggest problem we have is the border. It's something, and it's also the hardest thing to solve. And the only way you can solve it, you have to get the criminals, the murderers, you got to get them out. You got to get them out fast before they prey on our people. And
That was a big question for me because I'm a retired New York City detective.
Right.
So in New York here, we've run across that for
well,
a
the
long
other
time.
problem you have is that you're not allowed to do your job.
Yeah.
And when you were there, you
Yeah.
go back 10, 15 years, when you were there, you were allowed to do your job.
Yes.
New York's finest. They're still New York's finest, but they're not allowed to do their job.
So when you were president, I know for a fact I was able to do three things. I was able to see money, save money, spend money.
Right.
Now in the past almost 4 years now, I'm losing my business basically. The
Are you
money's
losing
just
it?
not there.
It's your business?
It's my business. I started it for the past 10 years, and the only time I knew I made it was when you were in office, so I can speak for myself.
Right.
And the thing is, it's like, I don't know what more to do. How can we make the economy come back?
How do you get to the bottom of
So here's what we're doing. Number one, it all began with the oil. They screwed around with what I did with oil. We had the greatest, we were energy independent. You remember back 4 or 5 years ago, $1.87 for a gallon of gas. We actually had it lower than that for your car, $1.87. Now it's at 3.5, but it was much higher. They brought back my policies to break even, but by that time the damage was done, and now you have inflation and you have the cost so high, and they haven't gone down. We're going to do two things. Interest rates are going down. It's going to be brought down. It's going to be brought down fast, but much more importantly and quicker, we're going to drill, baby, drill. You've heard that, right? Drill, baby, drill. We're going to get our oil. We're going to have much more of it that we're going to do 4 to 5 times more than we're doing right now. We can do that. These people are amazing. They can do it. And we'll be supplying it to Asia. We'll be supplying it to Europe. We'll be supplying it to everywhere. And that's going to bring down prices. It's going to bring down the cost of everything. If you make donuts, when you look at these stores, they have trucks that deliver. They have stoves and ovens. You have your lighting. You have all this, equipment. And all of that electric equipment that he's using on your beautiful head of hair. You have a good-looking head of hair. I'm jealous. Look at that flat top. I'd have a flat top. I wish I had a flat top. You never had a hair loss problem, did you? It's lucky. He's one of those gifted ones. Anyway, what you do? Those machines are very expensive. They're running the machines that electric. When that comes down, like in a shop like this, no matter what you do, it's about energy. We're going to bring it down. We're going to get the prices down. How's your rent done in terms of, do you own the store or is it rented?
No, it's rented.
And is the landlord a good guy? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's all right?
Yeah.
Do you cut his hair, I hope?
I mean, he comes in from time to time.
You cut his hair. You know what? If you're as good as your father says, right, and you cut his hair great, that's very important, a barber to a guy. So he could be a wealthy landlord, but he'll give you a low rent because having a good barber is a very important thing, I can tell you.
So, Mr. President, you got a young guy right
That's a big thing, though.
It's a huge thing.
So how has your rent been? So where was it like 5 years ago, the rent?
I mean, the rent was significantly
Man, Trump
lower.
is the real deal, bro.
Now it's gone up about 1,200 since.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a big increase.
My issue was more the energy. I've been paying $2,100 since I first opened up. In the last 7 months, it shot up to $15,000.
What?
It's $15,000, and that's
You went from 2,100
to $15,000 in this establishment. Yeah.
How many heads can you take care of? That's a lot, right?
It's like by stealing electricity from us.
So when from 2,100 to 15,000.
Yeah, so they
So
added-
there's an example though. Energy, right? So energy, when that comes down, ready? I almost hate to say because you'd be at 7,000, right? But your energy bill from January 20th, if I win, we gotta win. And we're gonna, by the way, and we're in New York, and these guys love New York. If we win, oh, I love this guy. Look at that. Give me that hat. I'm gonna sign it. Come on, give me that hat. I love this guy. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. I'll sign yours too. Look at that one.
We fighting with them. You might not be able to book him. He's very busy. I don't know why.
He's going to keep busy for a long time. So let me ask you, how much is it like a haircut? An average haircut. Guy comes in, he wants
$30, $40.
Yeah.
Right now.
What did it used to be?
15, 12, 15. Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about 10 years ago. Now,
And- yeah.
we have to make it make sense. You know,
Right.
like we can't charge the regular prices, especially out here in our.
Do you have guys like these guys? Do they come in and negotiate the price?
Yeah.
They probably do. I would.
What's your question for the president?
What is the plan to do about the the food healthcare industry and getting the artificial foods banned in our urban communities that have less access to organic whole foods?
So, Bobby Kennedy, right? Everybody likes Bobby. And he's so big into the health food and women, things, everything. He wants to do things in the environment. And he endorsed me. First time a Kennedy's ever endorsed a Republican. Maybe it's going to be the last, but I doubt it. And he's a great guy. He would be so perfect. He doesn't like artificial foods, and he doesn't like pesticides and all the stuff they put on them. And if you listen to him for 10 minutes, I mean, he says other countries that don't do anything are healthier than us, okay? We're not that healthy, to put it mildly. So no artificial foods. We don't want artificial. We have plenty of food. The food isn't our problem. And our farmers are great. And our farmers aren't allowed to do their job. You know, our farmers did great 4 years ago. They were doing just about the best they've ever done. They're not doing well at all now. We're not going to have artificial foods. We don't want artificial foods. We want healthy foods. And a lot of things are going to be going. And I'll tell you, I'm going to have Bobby Kennedy involved in it. He's a great guy. And even the way when I mentioned his name, all you guys, and you're tough cookies. You know, you wouldn't think, sometimes you'd say, maybe you wouldn't like a guy like Bobby. But he's a person that talks more about food and health than anything else. So I think that's cool. So we'll get it taken care of. You'll be healthier in 4 years from now than you are now. And you look very healthy to me, by the way.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What do you have for the
Yes,
president?
Mr. Trump. My biggest concern is the future and the future generation, my kids' generation.
Yeah.
A lot of people are worried that attaining the American dream at this point in time and in the near future is going to be unattainable for this upcoming generation, which I have kids that are part of that generation.
How many kids you have?
I have two, a 17 and an 18-year-old.
Good.
Now, I believe one of the biggest hurdles we have when it comes to attaining that American dream is overtaxation.
Yeah.
When it comes to federal taxes,
Right.
I know we're going to bring back, I'm sure you're going to start back up the pipeline,
Right.
the Keystone Pipeline,
In 2 minutes.
which is going to generate an abundance of revenue.
Right.
Also, with the tariffs that you've spoken of. So my question is, with all this extra revenue we're going to be bringing into the country, so do you believe at some point in time we could find a way, once the country's back on its feet and getting enough revenue and paid off our debt, do you think it's possible to find a way to eliminate federal taxes?
There is a way. There is a way.
And how do you feel about it?
You know, in the
What
old
steps would you
days,
take?
when we were smart, when we were a smart country, in the 1890s and all, this is when the country was relatively the richest it ever was. It had all tariffs. It didn't have an income tax.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now we have income taxes, and we have people that are dying. They're paying tax, and they don't have the money to pay the tax. No, in the old days, 1890, 1880, we had so much money, they had to set up committees, blue ribbon committees, how to spend our wealth. We had no idea how to spend it with so much money. Then we went to the income tax system, and the rest is sort of history. But no, there is a way. I mean, if what I'm planning comes out, it's a great question, by the way.
Everyone could attain
You're a
the
pretty
American dream.
sophisticated cat, you know.
Everyone could attain the American dream if it wasn't for the high cost, the burden of high taxes, and we're
Everything.
taxed at every step of the way. When we make it, when
And
we spend
regulations. And regulations. So I cut more regulations in 4 years than any other president by 4 times. Yeah, let's go. You were going to ask one question.
What is one thing that you probably feel like you didn't do in your first term that you feel like you could do better now?
I'll tell you the one thing, because I did, look, we had the best economy with the best border. We had so I did a lot of good stuff, rebuilt the military. It's all about people. I got to get. the right people. You know, when I went there, I won. 92% of the presidents, 92% for the whole history of our country were politicians. 8% were generals. No admirals. 8% were, that's it. That's 100%. 92 and 8. They were politicians and they were generals. General Washington, you know, et cetera, George Washington. Thank you. You're doing very good at that. I'm just going to sign this.
I got longer arms than you.
Yeah, you do have longer arms. So here's what we do. We take all of that and we come, and here comes Donald Trump down the line. And so it's about people. It's all about people. I went to Washington 17 times in my entire life. So I wasn't a Washington person. I was a New York person. So when I went to Washington, all of a sudden I'm standing in the White House opposite the Lincoln bedroom. And I said, man, this is so amazing. But I didn't really know too many. So I had to rely on people to give me recommendations for people, to run agencies, to be secretary of this, secretary of that, all big stuff. And I didn't know anybody. I had to rely. And I still did great. Look, we rebuilt the military. We knocked out ISIS. We did all these things. We did great. We had the best economy. We had the best everything. Everything was good. But I had some people that, if I had it to do again, I wouldn't have used. Now I've been there 4 years, plus another 4 that I'm sort of there in a way. I know the best people. To me, it's all about people. You got to have the right people. We have the best people lined up. We're going to do a great job. Listen, so I'm going down to see the Wall Street Journal. If I had my choice, I'd stay with you for 2-3 hours because you guys are great. You guys are the same as me. It's the same stuff. We were born the same way. I grew up in Queens and all of that. I mean, you know, it's. I had a great father. I had a father who was a great guy. He was tough but good, big heart, big heart. And he was a construction guy, pretty much, and a real estate guy. And I learned a lot from him. He was great. But I know you people so well without knowing you. I know you so well. When I walked in here, I said, this is home territory. And I really appreciate it. And you are fantastic. I bet he's a fantastic father. Take care of that guy, right?
I think we got time for one more,
Okay,
Mr. President. Go ahead,
Mr.
brother.
President, are there things that...
Is he a good barber, too?
Yeah.
Who's better, you or him as a barber? How long have you worked here?
11 years.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Could he give me a good haircut, Jim?
You gonna do it?
That's the master right there.
Who's the master? Is he the
man
best?
Right there.
He's
These are oldest guys.
35 years. I've been coming in 35 years. He looks like a young guy.
Yeah, I've been coming to him since
Good job. You did a good job with your boy, I'll tell you, right?
Yeah.
You did a good job with your son, huh?
He's a great kid.
He's doing
Love it.
good.
I'm proud of
And do you
him.
have other kids, too?
Yeah, I got 4 altogether. 2 girls and 2
All
boys.
good. I'll bet all good, right?
They're all doing great.
I can look at him and see that you all
I'm
turned out
happy.
good.
I'm in peace.
Do they work here, too, at all?
No. One of them works with him in his restaurant.
Two of them works with me.
Oh, good. What do you do?
I'm a real estate investor and I own a restaurant and a bar.
Good, great. You look great.
Hey, I'm here next to the president. I got to look great.
President, I think we can say here collectively, I met all these guys today for the first time, but we all love America just like you. And that's why we're here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Really
President.
nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, Lawrence.
So I got to tell you, if you've been watching Fox for years, I've been talking about the barbershop for years. And he's the first candidate that said, okay, I'll go. I'll go talk with the people. I've been asking Republicans, if you want to reach a different demographic, then you got to meet them where they are. And he did it.
Well, Brian was asking you, said, are they Republicans or the Democrats? Or maybe that was Carly that was asking you. And you
Some
said
of
it was
them
a mix.
Democrats, some of them Republicans. Some of them have never voted for a Republican before but Donald Trump. So it's going to be interesting. I'm still going to complete the series. I got Atlanta that's going to be coming up. And it's a mix of people. Some of the folks in the barbershop are Democrats, some of them are Republicans, some of them are voting for Kamala Harris, some of them are voting for Donald Trump. But we've never seen this amount of support.
Well. I never thought I would see the former president in a barbershop, talking to voters, but we just witnessed the former president in a barbershop. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. And if you haven't subscribed, let's subscribe to the channel. Okay, let's get this subscription up. Thank you guys. God bless you. Let's get the subscription up. Man, you guys are the best, man. We've been streaming for over 5 hours.
to win the news cycle. And I would say President Trump certainly won it yesterday, and that continues today because this trip to McDonald's was creative, it was fun, and it's gotten a ton of views, not just on television, but all over social media. There is another way to look at it, though, and this comes from some of the mainstream media headlines, sir. Rolling Stone, Trump makes fries at McDonald's in bizarre attempt to troll Harris. Washington Post, that Trump serves McDonald's fries to supporters in a stage-managed campaign stop. And NBC News says Trump attempts to troll Harris by serving fries at a Pennsylvania McDonald's. That last one's not so bad, but a stage-managed campaign stop. What do you make of that?
Well, you know, I actually went to a sports bar outside of Lambeau Field yesterday before the Packers game. Of course, the Packers won. And, you know, I was pouring some beers for people there at the bar, and I felt pretty good about myself. And then I saw all these news headlines about Donald Trump at McDonald's. Yeah. And I called him. I said, sir, you showed me up here because I was serving beers, you were serving fries. And I think that he really did win the news day. And the fact that these people are accusing him of a stage-managed thing, of course, the president has to have security because there have been 2 attempts on his life in the last 8 weeks. He can't just walk into a McDonald's and you know, sign a W-9 and actually go on the payroll. That's just not how this works, especially given the security threats on his life. But look, he was interacting with people. He was talking to the employees. He was giving people food. And he was just being, I think, what he does best, which is just being among the people, talking to them about what they care about. He showed, I think, genuine interest in the employees and their lives and where they came from and what they were actually doing in their job. And that's something you can't stage and you can't fake. That is just the genuine person that Donald Trump is. And it's why I think a lot of working people, even though, of course, he's a successful real estate billionaire, have this emotional connection to Donald Trump. You can't make up that kind of connection. Unfortunately, Kamala Harris has tried and failed. And I think it's why her campaign is flailing a little bit right now, is because she goes into Sheetz and does 4 takes of her buying Doritos. Donald Trump just goes into McDonald's and he is who he is, and people love him.
What is your campaign's position, or even your position? Did she work at McDonald's as a student in college, or was she lying?
I don't know if there's a campaign position on it. What I find, and I've spoken to Donald Trump about this, what we find weird about this is that Kamala Harris has been able to produce no evidence that she worked at McDonald's, and she didn't even talk about it until 2019 during, I believe, her first run for the United States Senate. So I don't know what's ultimately true here, but it's interesting where the media will try to nitpick and micromanage every single thing that me or Donald Trump has said, and yet they just buy into this narrative from Kamala Harris that she invented 5-6 years ago. Why don't they just do some journalism? Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, but I know I don't trust the media's lack of curiosity about this issue when they're so curious and nitpicking everything else that the Republican candidates do.
There was a sea change last week that we noticed. It was towards the end of the week in 2 of the battleground states, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. The 2 senators there, the Democrats, who are the incumbents, they are in tough races. Bob Casey, Tammy Baldwin. All of a sudden, they had somebody new in their ads. Watch here.
Casey bucked Biden to protect fracking, and he sided with Trump to end NAFTA and put tariffs on China to stop them from cheating.
Tammy Baldwin got President Trump to sign her Made in America bill.
So now they're trying to be closer to Trump, but here's some stats. This is from the last congressional cycle. Casey voted with Biden 98.5% of the time and Baldwin 95.5% of the time. So are they seeing some writing on the wall that they need to figure out a way to get away from Biden-Harris?
Yeah, Dana, let me say 2 things about this. First of all, what Bob Casey is saying is just not true. I've served with Bob Casey. He has been a down-the-line partisan Democrat during his entire time. He didn't actually defend Pennsylvania manufacturers, which is why I think Dave McCormick is ultimately going to win that race. But the politics of this are fascinating because you noticed Dave McCormick and Eric Hovde, they're not running ads about how much they agree with Kamala Harris. It's the Democratic candidates who are running ads about how much they agree with Donald Trump. I think it suggests that what we've seen in our polling for weeks, what I think Kamala Harris has seen in her polling for weeks, is that Kamala Harris's policies just aren't popular. So people are trying to run away from it as much as they possibly can. This is a person, Kamala Harris, who cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars in new spending, who signed on to the open border policies of the last 3.5 years. Now she's trying to run as a change agent. Kamala Harris is more of the same. She governed that way. We will get even more of the bad policies of the last 3.5 3.5 years if we promote her to president. It's why I think the American people are going to make Donald Trump the president of the United States in just 2 short weeks.
I was following a couple of interviews over the weekend and also throughout the past week. He keeps coming back. He's asked about these enemies within comments. And I've read all of it. I've listened to all of it. It's hard for me to know what he really means about it. But that's not my question. My question is, why is it necessary?
Well, Bill, first of all, Donald Trump is unfiltered. I think this is one of the reasons why the campaign has gone well, is because he's not doing a basement campaign strategy. He's not just running on slogans. When people ask him questions, he speaks from the heart. And sometimes that means he's going to talk about issues that the mainstream media isn't focused on. But I think Americans are asking themselves, when we had these terrible riots in the summer of 2020, 20 people died, $13 billion in property damage, why wasn't law enforcement empowered to put down these riots, to reimpose law and order on American cities? That's, to me, what President Trump is talking about here, is that when you have local officials, when you have local rioters burning down American cities, when you have folks like Tim Walz encouraging rioters to go after local police stations, you need to have a federal response that reimposes law and order in this country. That's how I understand his comments is, look, we've obviously got some very important enemies to focus on overseas, but if people are burning down our cities, then of course we have to have a police response to that very basic violation of our right of public security.
He mentioned Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi by name in this case over the weekend.
Yeah, Bill, well, look, I mean, you have Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi who have been really part of weaponizing the Department of Justice against our country. I think what Donald Trump is saying is, look, we are the strongest country in the world. We've got the best people in the world, but we do have some broken leadership. We have people like Nancy Pelosi who's getting rich off of insider stock trades, even as her own country has gotten poorer, who's obsessed, Nancy Pelosi is obsessed with Donald Trump, not with reimposing policies that are going to deliver peace and prosperity for the American people. And of course, like I said, we do have people on the left, not most people to be clear, but some people on the left who are encouraging violent responses to what we believe is going to be a Donald Trump victory in a couple of weeks. That's not okay. And I think it's totally reasonable for the president to point out that, yes, we've got the strongest country in the world, but we do have some broken leaders in Washington. It's why we're running this race.
I wanted to ask you one other thing. Kamala Harris has been rolling out new policies as we get towards the end of the campaign. And one of them is about elder care. And a lot of people are dealing with this, trying to figure out how to take care of their parents, going through all the paperwork, all the regulations. There's not enough people to take care of them, etc. Here's her take on what she wants to do.
So my plan is to recognize this is about dignity and to say that should not have to happen in order for you to have help to take care of an elder. We're going to have Medicare cover it. And I think about this issue also in the context of people who are in the sandwich generation. And that's what we call people who are taking care of their young kids and their parents.
Bad idea. How would we pay for it?
Well, first of all, Dana, the most important point here is, why isn't Kamala Harris doing this now if it's such a good idea? She's the sitting vice president. The Democrats control the Senate. The entire campaign of Kamala Harris has been to throw out ideas that maybe sound good on paper, but then you ask yourself, why isn't she actually doing this with the power the American people have given her, the responsibility they've given her? And you realize it's all slogans. It's meant to appeal to people, but there's no actual governing agenda or policy detail behind it. That is the theme of Kamala Harris's entire campaign. Of course, we want to make it easier for elderly Americans to get the care that they need. I think there are a lot of bureaucratic loopholes and bureaucratic barriers to actually making it easier for young American families to take care of their elderly friends and elderly family. We, of course, want to deal with that, but you can't say, as the sitting vice president, you've got a great plan. If it's such a great plan, she should be doing it now.
Sir, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on. Hope to talk to you again before the big day. Quickly, just need a quick answer. You guys are looking at internal numbers all the time. How do you feel about where you stand right now? Are you winning? Are you losing? Or is it a dead flat tie?
Bill, I don't like the polls when we're winning. I don't like the polls when we're losing. I think our message to the American people is very simple. get out there and vote. I feel very good about where we are. The internal numbers are great, but I choose to disbelieve them and believe instead in the American people's grit and hard work. Get out there and vote. Get your friends and family to the polls. We have got to swamp the vote in this country and get a margin that is so big that we're going to call it early on Tuesday night. But the only way that's going to happen is if people get out there and make their voices heard.
Thank you again, sir. We'll talk down the road.
This is what I've been saying. This guy right here, J.D. Vance, he is going to be a big star in the Republican Party. He is smart, articulate. He's very convincing. He's calm, cool, collected. People like him. He's appealing. So he's really going to do a lot in the Republican Party, especially in 2028 and 2032. If everything works well for him and Trump for this election, and even if it's still going to do a great, deal in the Republican Party. Okay, let's go to CNN again.
We have been looking at different voting groups and what some of the polling shows us with them. Today we have a really important one for Donald Trump. With me, CNN senior data reporter, professor of numbers, Harry Etten. When we talk about Donald Trump, from the beginning of Donald Trump as a political figure, non-college white voters who did not go to college have been one of his key demographics.
It's been a key demographic for him. It's been his base. And this is what's so interesting, because we've seen so many groups this year moving in Donald Trump's direction. So you would think his core group, his base of support, would be doing the same. But in fact, it's moving a little bit away from him. So this is Trump's margin with non-college white voters. Unlike most voting blocks, this group is not moving towards him. It's actually moving slightly away. So you go back 8 years ago, he won him by 33. You go back 4 years ago, he won him by 31. Now what we look is we see that in the latest average of polls, he's only up by 27. Now that may not seem like a lot, but given that we're seeing these double-digit gains, say, among black voters or among Hispanic voters in some of the polls, the fact that we're seeing this core group of supporters actually moving away from him, not just off of the 2016 baseline, but the 2020 baseline as well, I think that's a rather interesting development.
Shrinkage, as Donald Trump might say, based on what he said the last few days. Why could even a small difference with this group matter?
Why can a small difference with this group matter? Because look at what percentage of the electorate that they make up. So we can look nationally, right? Look at this. Non-college white voters make up 40% of the electorate. That's more than college whites at 29%. All other groups, voters of color at 28%. So this is something that we've seen throughout the board, right? Which is that Donald Trump is making huge gains with groups that make up a smaller percentage of the electorate, while he's losing a little bit. But these groups that he's losing a little bit of make up a much larger portion of the electorate. But more than that, we're talking about the US of A, where they make up 40%. Why don't you go to those key Great Lake battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin? They have outsized import in those Great Lake battleground states. Non-college white voters, look at this. They make up the slim majority of voters at 51%, way more than college whites at 30%, way more than all other voters at 16%. So if you're seeing movement in the Great Lake battleground states among non-college whites, that could be a very big development, John.
Are we seeing movement in the battleground states among non-college whites?
Nothing quite like a leading question, my dear friend. Yes, we are. We're seeing the same pattern in the Great Lake battleground states that we're seeing nationally. That is small movement among non-college white voters. Again, you see it back in 2016, Donald Trump won him by 25. You see a small movement in 2020, Donald Trump winning him by 22. And look at that, what we are today. Again, Trump is ahead, but his margins are smaller. And when you have a shrinking margin for Donald Trump among his core group that makes up the majority of voters, it can make up for big shifts among smaller groups of the electorate. And this is why Kamala Harris is still in the ball game right now. It's because even though she's losing big league, she's losing big league among groups that make up a small portion of the electorate, and she's making it up among groups that make up a big portion of the electorate, even if the movements are small. But it's clear here.
That is very interesting. That is a clear downward slope in these key states among his key demographic. And if I can,
yes,
for a second,
do.
Again, as you're looking here, again, this is where Donald Trump has seen gains, but it's the smallest group in these top two
That's exactly right. Among white voters and non-college whites and college whites especially, they make up a lion's share of the electorate. And so even if you're seeing small movements among these groups, among non-college whites, slightly larger among college whites, it more than makes up, or at least makes up for, the movement among voters of color, all others in this particular case, John.
All points to a very close election. Harriet, and thank you.
15 days to go.
Very much.
Let's make it into our music. Who the hell wants to hear questions, right? Let me hear that music, please.
Everyone, let's thank President Trump.
Nice and loud.
God bless you.
So play YMCA. Go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Here we go, everybody.
Was Donald Trump's 39-minute spontaneous dance party the closest we are getting to an October surprise as both campaigns enter the home stretch? There will be no big final debate. Trump's made that clear. Both campaigns now, of course, just focusing on turnout in swing states that will decide the election. When the Harris campaign started off, that was just back in July, joy seemed to be the central theme. But with the polls showing a dead heat, Harris and her running mate now attacking their opponent in more direct and stark terms.
Look, they pulled him out of interviews and his team admitted he's exhausted. Canceled another talk show this week. Look, give him a break. He's nearly 80 years old. He's out there rambling, moving around. We'll give him a break. But look, he's not up to this anymore, folks. He's not up to it.
Our next guest writes this in his latest piece for Vanity Fair. Quote, Trump suddenly seems not just lazy, weak, by dodging another debate, for instance, and old, but also truly out of it. Some days he makes it seem like the 25 in Project 2025 is a secret plan to execute the 25th Amendment if he actually gets elected, paving the way for, Lord help us, President J.D. Vance. Joining us now is Mark McKinnon, the writer of that piece, former advisor to John McCain and George W. Bush. Mark, always grateful to have you on the show. Thank you so much for being here. I honestly, we've been sitting here in the break talking about what we saw from Trump at McDonald's and kind of what he accomplished by doing that. He's clearly trying to troll Vice President Harris over what she has made kind of a central piece of the biography she's trying to sell to voters. But it's also a place that he obviously has, loved in public for quite some time. What is your assessment of this campaign move?
Oh, solid move for Trump. I thought it was really good. I mean, to your earlier guest point, it makes him just seem down to earth. He's still Trump, but he's hanging out with McDonald's with real people, talking about stuff that real people like. That definitely a good move. But my point in the Vanity Fair piece is that this thing is baked. There's not really many undecided voters at all. This is going to be decided. I think this is about the gaps, and this is the reason why I think Kamala Harris is going to win. When it's all about turnout, what's key is enthusiasm, right? Whose voters are more excited about going out to vote? And Harris has like a 10-point advantage, so that's one gap. There's a gender gap. She also has about a 10-point advantage on women voters. And then I think there's an early voting gap, as we see from the data coming in, like you just showed in Michigan. There's huge numbers of early voters turning out. Now, we'll wait to see until after the election what that really means. But generally what that means is that Democrats vote early. And so if those numbers are up, it's likely more Democrats. So I see a lot of signs that polling is not picking up. There are advantages for Harris, and I think that she's going to win.
So, Mark, I absolutely take your point. And obviously, I put a lot of stock in kind of how you think about these things. I guess I have two questions. You mentioned a gender gap. We're also seeing it's really a double gender gap, right? Men are really going for Trump in significant ways. And I'm interested to know how you think that interacts. But also this question.
I'm not even going to cap, right? In Atlanta, I've seen a lot of yard sign for Harris Walls. This is just facts, okay? In Atlanta, I've seen a lot of yard sign for Harris Walls. However, like in Augusta, I've seen a lot of Trump's yard sign. Some people put a big Trump, like a billboard type design on their roof saying Trump 2024. So, Georgia is going to be really tight for both candidate. 100%. 100% is going to be really tight. Have you guys registered to vote? Are you guys ready to vote? Have you voted or are you planning on voting? Let me know in the chat, man. Let me know in the chat. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you haven't liked the live show.
Question of, now when I talk to sort of my smartest Republican sources, historically they would say if you're getting a voter off the couch who basically never gets off the couch, that person is a Democrat. And that is going to be different this time, that it's likely that that person is a Republican. I'm curious what you think that means in terms of early voting and how that impacts things.
Great question. Let me handle them both. Number one, I'm in Georgia today, and I'm going to Athens tomorrow for a Charlie Kirk Turning Point rally. So, just sort of counter to my own narrative, there's a reality out there that there are huge numbers of young men turning out for Trump. And these Charlie Kirk campus rallies, you see a sea of young men and a sea of red hats. So this conventional wisdom that on college campuses it's all women and they're all voting for Harris. Well, go to a Charlie Kirk rally. I'll be there tomorrow and I can report next week about what I actually saw. The low information voters is a good point too. But I just don't think that I understand that everybody's going after those low information voters, but not a lot of them vote. I mean, that's why they're low information voters. They don't normally turn out. And I just don't think if they're not excited about Donald Trump before, I don't know why they would be now. So you fish in the pond where the fish are, and I think that's where Harris is going. And again, I just see a lot of signs that when you net it all out, women, I think, are going to make the difference in this election. Women are, you think about HRC PTSD, Hillary Clinton PTSD from 2016, and Roe. You add that up, I think that creates a real advantage among women and a bigger gender gap. Yes, there's a gender gap with men with Trump, but it's a much larger gap for Harris. And I think they're the ones who are truly excited, Casey.
Mark, what do you make of, I take your point that you think Harris is on track to win here. And I'm not trying to take away from that at all. What do you think is going on with Harris people who are saying behind the scenes, in a way, and you can see it in the changes they've made in their strategy, right? Putting her out in these interviews, making her more accessible, taking more risks. That's usually how people who are behind behave in a campaign, right? It's Trump that's pulling out of interviews, trying to, do more controlled settings to take fewer risks. What does that say to you about where they think they are?
It says to me that it's a smart campaign. Casey, there's only one way to run a campaign. You can either run scared or unopposed. She's opposed, so you run scared. You always run like you're 20 points down. The problem in 2016 is the Clinton campaign didn't do that. That's why I say there's a.
Why do they keep saying Trump is pulling out of interviews? If you remember, like in August, Trump proposed 3 different debate dates. He said September 4 for Fox, September 10 for ABC, and some other one for like the 20-something of September. Harris didn't say anything about September 4, and she said okay to ABC for September 10 because that was already agreed upon based on Joe Biden. So it's like you declined the debates. So now you're saying this man isn't doing debates or isn't. He's done more interviews than she has done. More rallies, like everything he's done more. So it's like, what are you guys saying? There's always something to run on when it comes to these people, man.
HRC PTSD. People are not going to make that same mistake. They're going to run like they're behind. You got to run through the tape. And that's exactly what the Harris campaign is doing. And I think it's really smart.
Yeah, really interesting. All right, Mark McKinnon, I'm anxious to hear what you see in Athens, Georgia. Come back next week. We'll talk soon.
Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man. Yeah, these people just be doing way too much. Way too much. First of all, are you better off now than you were 4 or 5 years ago? Did you have to talk about Israel and Iran and the Palestinian people 4 or 5 years ago? Did you have to talk about Ukraine and Russia 4 or 5 years ago? You didn't even talk about those things. Now, these people are running a campaign based on what happened during their own administration. What is this?
Unfit to serve and would be dangerous if you were president again.
In here and listen a bit.
his intention to weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies, and then you just look at what the people who know him best and worked with him in the Oval Office and the White House have said about him, which is he is unfit to serve and would be dangerous if he were president again. And he, even by the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has been called a fascist to his core, I am quoting. So what we are talking with folks about today is what I've been talking with folks about since I've been on the campaign trail these last 70-odd days, which is this is a choice for the American people. And it is a choice between whether we're going to chart a new way forward that turns the page on the division, the hate, the chaos of Donald Trump, but also, and maybe even more fundamentally, do we have a president of the United States who stands behind the seal of the president of the United States, taking seriously their oath and their duty to uphold the Constitution of the United States and abide by the rule of law? And so I'm out here talking with folks to remind them of what's at stake. And I'm very pleased and honored that so many people are showing up to these events to have this conversation, because I think they know, regardless of who they voted for in the last election and the party with which they're registered to vote, on some issues, we just have to all be Americans and put party aside.
We're going to go to Colleen at the AP.
Hi, Madam Vice President. Do you think that Republican voters, and specific women voters, will be more likely to vote for you because of the fall of Roe? And are the Republican votes key to winning the blue wall states?
So I look at what happened in the midterms and in special elections to guide my thinking about this issue. And what we saw is in so-called red states and so-called blue states, when the issue of the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body is on the ballot, the American people vote for freedom, regardless of the party with which they're registered to vote. And I do believe it is such a fundamental issue, which is understanding you don't have to abandon your faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling women what to do with their body. So I do believe it is a compelling issue, especially when we consider the fact that for so many of us, our daughters are going to have fewer rights than their grandmother. And America's strength, one of the attributes of our progress has been the expansion of rights, not the restriction of rights. And that's what we're seeing happen, and it has happened because Donald Trump created this situation when he's hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention they would undo the protections of Roe versus Wade, and they did as he intended.
We have time for one more. Andrea at Reuters.
Yeah. Hi. So Elon Musk is giving away $1 million a day to voters who sign a petition. Do you have concerns about that in the context of law, you know, the sort of legal framework around elections? And secondly, a Reuters investigation has shown something like 300 cases of political violence already in the run-up to the election. Can you just address what can be done and what the federal government can do to push back against that?
Well, on the first point, I think people are looking into that. On the second point,
When you say people, do you mean the U.S. government?
I mean, I hear that folks are looking into it just based on the stuff you all are reporting. On the second point, there should be no place in America where we are seeing political violence. And sadly, we have seen, if we just look back to January 6th, when that occurred in a way that was most shocking and brought on because, of course, of Donald Trump, who incited a mob, a violent mob, that attacked the United States Capitol, wherein over 140 uniformed law enforcement officers were injured and some were killed. And where Donald Trump has still yet to acknowledge the travesty of that day and the political violence that occurred that day. So I will say and repeat what I think most people understand. In America, in a democracy, we should have no room for, nor should we ever condone any form of political violence. In a democracy, people will debate, people will disagree, but not resort to violence. And everyone should speak out about that, including and especially anybody who's running for president of the United States.
Thank you, Madam Vice
Thank you.
Man. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You guys are the best. You guys are absolutely amazing. God bless each and every one of you guys. God bless you. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, you've heard from the former president, the 45th, who some people say might be the 47th, and you've heard from the current Vice President Kamala Harris, who is also running for the presidential seat. But the only thing I'm gonna say is, if you hire someone and they essentially, didn't perform to your expectations, and then you open up a new role saying we're looking for someone to run a higher office, and this same person says, you know what, I don't want to take my chances and I want to run for that office, and it's like, wait, you didn't even perform to expectations. Now you wanna get a promotion to the higher office? Yeah, you ain't finna go there, bro. Yeah, we ain't finna put you on that. Okay. We ain't finna put you on that, okay? That ain't finna happen. Okay. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But this is the thing, right? Freedom to be whoever you want to be. Vote for whoever you want to vote for. I am voting for Donald J. Trump, okay? You don't have to, you could call me whatever, you can, whatever it is, okay? Because I pay bills, all right? I buy gas in my car, I buy groceries, okay? So all of this stuff I do. Okay, I pay electricity bill, and I know what the bills were 4 or 5 years ago, and I know what it is now. I got a four. Well, she turned 5 on Friday, so she's 5 years old now. So it's like I got a 5-year-old daughter. I am responsible for 2 girls. So I'm not gonna sit here and play identity politics with anybody here or whatever. Okay. I don't have time for none of that stuff, okay? Do what suits you and your family. I'll do what suits me and my family, okay? Thank you one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency, okay? Never give up on yourself, never give up on your dream, never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, believe in God. It is your boy, Genesis. Thank you for staying with me. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours. That is a lot of hours. All right, live show with Genesis. You guys are the best. God bless you. 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 Okay, Dana, happy birthday. Your birthday is on, you said Saturday. Well, Dana, happy sweet 16, but you said you were 21 plus 41. I think I saw that comment. However, happy sweet 16. God bless you, Dana. God bless you, everybody in the chat. All the moderators in the chat, God bless you. God bless you guys. C. Shelley, you are the best. Everybody, man, everybody tuning in, staying here, being who you are, standing for the United States. I love the United States. I really love the United States. Okay. Um, the United States has just been kind to me. I love the United States. I love the people of the United States. And I think the United States is the greatest country in the world. It's just what it is. You don't have to agree with me one more time. Believe what you believe, but this is what I believe, okay? God bless you one more time. Genesis is signing out.